tourists and other people that offer that service. Additionally, there's about 3,000 to 4,000 rental cars available in the formal rental car industry. There is also an informal rental car industry. Many people have rent their vehicles. Again, there are a number of vehicles out there, as you can see, that are just involved in the delivery of tourists from one spot to another. To logistics and haulage, we don't have a train system, and we have not ever managed to have a viable barge system from the port of Kingston round to Montego Bay, for instance. So everything is going by road. Therefore, you can imagine all the food and beverage from manufacturer to stores to distribution centers on the north coast. From the south coast, you have hardware and building materials that are being imported. You have natural resources such as marl, bauxite, sand, things of that nature going to construction. You have gasoline and other petroleum products moving around the nation. Heavy equipment, things of like that are all being moved on our roads by specific vehicles designed for that thing. Clearly, just in the transport sector alone, hope you can see that from an entrepreneurial standpoint or an employment standpoint, there are opportunities in small business in terms of bus ownership, in terms of truck ownership, in terms of logistics businesses, and obviously the parts and things that are associated with keeping those vehicles on the road. Turning now to obviously the sales section of the economy. I mentioned that there were 7,000 new cars imported into Jamaica by the new car sales people, but also obviously there are a large number of small lots selling and some bigger lots as well selling used cars to the Jamaican people, and obviously these are very entrepreneurial endeavors. Again, involve such functions as sales, maintenance, preparation, the administration of import and export, the transferring of titles from car lot to owner. So there are a number of jobs involved in the sales area, which clearly, as individuals, you can either if you fancy yourself as an entrepreneur, you can see that there's an enormous entrepreneurial opportunity, as well as other jobs, administrative and things of that nature, which you find in all other businesses. So there are tremendous opportunities there as well. There's also enormous opportunities on the service side of it, and I think Mr. Tomlinson will probably cover those in greater detail. But you can imagine, from one perspective, 37% of all the fuel imported into Jamaica is actually consumed by vehicles, and therefore through the 200 to 250 retail gasoline stations that are out there, owned by Rubis, Total, Epping, Petcom, all of the brands that you see, there are opportunities as franchisors and or employees of these particular institutions to play a part in this industry. Likewise, the service and repairs industry. In Jamaica, there are somewhere in the region of 30,000 car accidents a year. Those cars that are reported, there may be more than that, and from the insurance perspective, maybe more than that out there that are handled by swapping names and numbers. Obviously, there is a robust opportunity for mechanics and repairers out there, and therefore, with that, the parts suppliers who are there as well to make sure that these cars are, one, repaired, and two, put back on the road as quickly as possible. There are opportunities too in the batteries, tires, lubricants, and things that keep the cars working on a day-to-day basis, and these are either available through large-scale distributors such as Tropical Battery, Tire Warehouse, and people of that nature, Ms. Tomlinson's organization. So there are opportunities in each of those fields as well, and of course you will see a myriad of businesses out there that sell tires, batteries, car parts. So clearly Jamaicans are taking the opportunity to participate in that particular business. And obviously I think therefore it might be useful for me just to quickly list a number of the opportunities or the jobs that are out there, both entrepreneurial and on the vocational side. As an entrepreneur, you can obviously be in car sales, you can own a body and service shop, you can own a gas station, you can own a parts store, you can own a detailing store, an alignment and balancing operation, you can sell mufflers and tires, car wash, and of course you can be in logistics and haulage. And again, as I said, you can be in public transportation by owning 1, 2, 3, or as many vehicles that you have out there, licensed taxis that you have out there. On the vocational side, you can obviously, you can be a service technician, a mechanic, you can manage a service center, a sales rep, auto parts handler, car care attendant, body repair technician, a loss adjuster, and a myriad of others, inclusive of things such as owning a car wash and other things like that. So as I go through these lists, you can see that there's no shortage of opportunity for young people in Jamaica looking for a career in car vehicles, particularly if you love cars and vehicles. Many of these jobs are well-paying jobs, and again, the expertise is earned, and therefore, in many cases, young people who have not had the opportunity, whether it be financial or whether it be from a grades perspective, to get to a tertiary education, can through a sort of apprenticeship, learn their way through the business and become entrepreneurs and business owners in time. Finally, because obviously I know that this is a discussion and hopefully there'll be a myriad of questions asked, how I missed this opportunity. The financial side of the automotive industry. The proliferation of consumer loans from banks has made car ownership far easier. So you have the Scotias, NCB, Simpson Finance, people of that, who seemed to move away from commercial lending to consumer lending. And as such, we are seeing this proliferation of car loans, and therefore it's easier to own a car than it has ever been. As such, there are opportunities in those industries for individuals who are entrepreneurial. There are small financing operations that have developed to fund particularly the second-hand car dealers, usually by the owners of the car lot. But obviously there are opportunities for financing of motor vehicle loans through that perspective, and all jobs that go along within that framework. And of course, closer to home, there is the insurance side of the business. Obviously, it is law that a car has protection to at least cover injury and damage to property and person of third parties, and of course, if there's a bank loan, in most cases, individuals are required to carry comprehensive cover as well to cover the loss. So obviously, there is an enormous potential in the insurance business. Strangely enough, of the 500,000 vehicles, only 320,000 of them are currently insured. So from our business perspective, there's a lot of gravy left out there for us to try and get hold of, and to try and bring Jamaican motorists into the net. There are tremendous opportunities in the insurance industry from a career perspective. Whether it be at from the technical standpoint, learning how to underwrite, settle claims, whether it be from the service, whether it be from the sales, there are tremendous opportunities in the industry for young people who are looking for a career to take advantage of. All of that said, I think it's important as I slowly wind down to point people in the direction of how does one take advantage of these opportunities. I think there is a global shift in the world towards what I call the STEM subjects: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And that, again, is fueling, I think, the opportunities that are being made available to individuals both here and abroad. What's interesting is that the number of jobs created in what they call the STEM sectors have grown 3 times faster than the non-STEM sectors. So there are more and more jobs being created in this area. Over the next 10 years, it's felt that 80% of the jobs created will be in this area. And what's also interesting is the jobs in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics tend to be about 25% more than non-STEM jobs. And you're less likely, once you have developed the skills required to hold one of these jobs, you're less likely to lose your job. So it's quite an attractive area to be focusing on. And as young people looking, particularly if you're looking what to do in the future, I can only encourage you to pay more attention to the subjects, or at least put them on level par others, English and social sciences and the things of that nature. What do people in the automotive and transportation sector skill sets are likely to be needed? Some practical skills, methodical problem-solving skills, the ability to accurately follow written and spoken instructions, and the ability to grasp new vehicle technologies. Technology is playing a very, very important role now in the automotive and transportation industry. More and more computers are being installed. As we've seen before, vehicles are starting to drive themselves. So there is opportunity for individuals that are technologically inclined to find a career that suits them in this particular field. As we move on, obviously you're looking at the other side of it, which is, sales and inventory management. You have diagnostic skills. You need to have customer service skills. You need to be able to plan, to work out time for particular types of repairs, particular types of service. Normal business things, but in terms of operating your own business in this particular field, there are specific skills that you need to learn. And obviously, a lot of these skills are now being offered, fortunately for young Jamaicans, and of the Jamaica German Auto Society with Heart, are beginning to have programs and skill sets being made available to young Jamaicans who are either not inclined to go to tertiary education, but would rather get a more hands-on experience and or technical education. Jagas provides Jamaicans with an opportunity to expand their horizons in the automotive and in the transportation area. Shame perhaps, and it's something that obviously as a government and as lobbyists who play a role in this area, we need more branches of Jagas and Heart offering these services throughout Jamaica. But certainly through the one location now, these services are being widely offered. Thank you guys for being for allowing me to sort of expand a little bit on the opportunities that are available. There are a wide number for all levels of education background, and all I can do as young people is encourage you all to stay in school, stay there as long as you possibly can, but knowing that you can pick a career if you are a lover of cars or a lover of transportation in general. There are entrepreneurial opportunities, there are managerial opportunities, there are sales opportunities, and there are administrative roles to be played in almost every business, as there are in all businesses. But these businesses obviously are in a field that you would have some great level of passion, which is automotive and transportation. I'm certainly available for questions, and I will hang on for anybody who would like to ask me any.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Very, very interesting presentation, and I see the questions are coming in. But before I actually take questions for you, I want to transition for Mr. Tomlinson, Bert Tomlinson, to speak, and then all the questions that I ask will be shared between both you and Mr. Tomlinson. For our next speaker is Bert Tomlinson Jr., who holds an MBA from the University of Miami. We majored in management science. He is currently a director of Bert's Auto Parts Limited, a family-run organization which is the largest distributor of Japanese auto parts in Jamaica. So Mr. Tomlinson will continue to expand on the automotive industry, and then after which we will take all questions for both Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Lelo. So Tomlinson, you can go ahead with your presentation. Tomlinson, are you there? So while we're waiting for him to get connected, I'll just go ahead and have the questions for Mr. Lelo. So, let's go through. First question that I see is from Steve. He wants to know what is the best route for a person with limited resources to start in the automotive field.
Well, see, I think depending on the skill sets that you have available to you, obviously heart is available, and heart, training is the key to all things. And one, if you have limited resources and you have reasonable academic achievements, applying to heart is one opportunity for a very inexpensive additional experience. And again, as I said to you, that is through the Jamaica German Automotive Society. But likewise, a lot of mechanics and people who have started in the field as apprentices, and I am sure that those opportunities are still available. And therefore, if it is that you want to be more in a mechanical capacity, then I think it serves you to try and go online, look for job opportunities in the particular field in Jamaica. It's out there. I actually did a couple of searches to see what's there. Look in the newspapers. There are a number of companies looking for young, bright, energetic people who want to participate in a particular field. Steve.
Thank you. So,
okay.
Right. So another question coming in is, other than insurance, what else are you or ICWI venturing into?
ICWI, through its sister company, we provide the industry with a roadside assistance program called REACT. So we are in the business of doing roadside assistance and accident scene control. So that's another business that we do. ICWI is expanding throughout the region. So we have job opportunities in 9 islands currently. And we are always looking for new people who are interested in this particular business. And I'm very easy to find, or you can drop a resume off at any of our branches. We're branches island-wide. And who knows? There may be a career in insurance waiting for you. We're home to train people. We spend a lot of time and money training our staff, and we have a few, unfortunately. But guess what? We feel that it makes the industry better if we lose a few to our competitors.
Okay. Question is that we have electric cars in Jamaica, and the person wants to know if you insure those differently. And another question to that is, driving to Montego Bay, from Montego Bay to Kingston, there are still dead spots for phones, and when do you think we may see driverless cars? is to find out if electric cars are insured differently and when does certain cars will be introduced to the Jamaican market.
Okay. All right. From the electric car perspective, we don't insure them any differently. If we were to, the one consideration we may give at some point is the environmental benefits that driving an electric car gives, and therefore you may want to reward the owner of an electric car because he is helping to save the environment. But from a insurance perspective, which is really measuring risk, very little difference between the two. To an extent, the electric car tends to move off a little faster than the normal fuel-aspirated vehicle. So, if there is a risk, it is that, somebody hits the gas pedal and runs up into the back of somebody else because they're expecting there to be a time lag. But from that perspective, we really haven't taken that into consideration, and so the price is the same for a gas-driven vehicle and an electric vehicle. In terms of driverless vehicles, there are a number of theories out there. One of them is that that there is going to be a period of 15 to 20 years while they test them, sure that the technologies are consistent. So, for instance, if I'm Mercedes-Benz and I have a vehicle and I program my vehicle, I'm going to program my vehicle so that any response to an accident scenario goes in a particular way. But what happens if all the cars program those accident responses differently? Then you could end up with complete chaos and mayhem. So there needs to be some agreement of the minds as to how one is going to program these particular vehicles to ensure that, one, obviously the hope is that there are never any accidents, but two, if there are accidents, how are the vehicles going to respond and react in those scenarios? The other thing too is that individuals like driving cars. So you're still not going to have, where you may have one or two people that choose to use a car, you may see it in public transportation, in taxis and things of that nature. Humans genuinely like driving a car, and therefore there's going to be some resistance to the driverless cars until people become more acclimatized. So I'm guessing that it won't be widespread for the next 10 to 15 years, and probably won't be anything. It will probably be in the next 15, 20, 30 years. I think you may see a slow shift over to the driverless car. Hope that about the use of cell sites and dead areas. Obviously, from the perspective of drivers, I know technology is being developed that drivers do not text and or talk on phones while they're driving. So, there are dead zones. We feel, dead zones actually would be quite useful on all of the roads. If you want to use a text and thing, we ask you to stop and text and call from a rest area or the soft shoulder rather than doing it while you're driving.
Very sound advice. There's a question here. You mentioned that about 25% of motorists are uninsured, and the person wants to know how can the government help for these motorists to get fitness. How the government help in insuring these motorists and they still get fitness without insurance?
So one of the drawbacks is that individuals can go to insurance companies for the purposes of bringing fitness and registration and them done. Then they don't come back and complete the transaction. So they've gotten their fitness and their registration. They haven't come back to the insurance company and or the broker or agent to complete the transaction and get their annual cover. So driving without insurance, but in terms of the taxes paid, they're paid up. There are also individuals that still buy insurance, and I put that in inverted commas, from individuals, unscrupulous individuals that sell fake cover notes and fake certificates outside the tax offices and in other places in Jamaica. This may at one point in time fool the police, and that I think is the biggest issue that we have, which is that most people think insurance is simply to show to the police, but people don't understand that accidents happen every day. The protection that you get from actually having genuine insurance is really necessary from your own financial perspective. So it's important that people, one, realize that. Two, don't try and circumvent the system because they think it's easier just to have a paper that the police might like. Now, that said, there are systems coming online this year which will make it more difficult for individuals not to have insurance. The police will have access online covered by insurance, provided by the insurance industry, and therefore anybody who doesn't have insurance, who gets brought up on that, will necessarily have to be issued a ticket, because the police record will show they're hitting the database, shows that there are no insurance, and it will need to be matched and reconciled to a ticket. So it's going to be incentives for individuals out there now to have to buy insurance. So I think that number will close. By how much, I'm not sure, but it definitely will get better.
Thank you for that. In Jamaica, we realize that there are a lot of systems where persons are trying to just circumvent the system, but there's a reason why insurance is needed. So the general consensus for us is to try it as best as possible. One question for Mr. Layla. With these bad driving taximen, I am surprised we only have 30,000 accidents. And first wants to know if the government enters tickets and if there are business opportunities in safe driving programs for persons who, have been ticketed. So are there business opportunities in that field?
I think there are certainly business opportunities in that field, but I think it will require some legislative help. So one thing that I think is very apparent is that there are still individuals out there, and we see them every day when we have accidents and we go and have a look. There are people out there with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tickets that have never been brought into the courts. And if they have those 100 tickets, so then they shouldn't have a driver's license. And then what happens if you're caught driving a car when you don't have a driver's license? So the penalties that are set out in our Road Traffic Act are not onerous enough to dissuade individuals from driving the way that they currently drive. There's an element of badmanism. I look good when I drive bad, and things of that nature. And the taxi men are sort of renowned for one, creating accidents, and two, being involved in accidents with themselves. So while we may only have 30,000 accidents reported, what we don't know is how many taximen hit taximen and the two of them sort it out themselves. Yeah. And so there are probably far more accidents than that. And when the accident gets reported to the insurance company, it's usually because there are injuries involved in the car accident. And we are forced to then go and chase down the drivers to have them report the accident because somebody in the car has made a report to us that they were injured in a car accident. Yeah, I think implementing the law, maybe making the law a little bit stronger in terms of bad driving, particularly for the taximen, is going to be vital. We just have not been able to, the judicial system and our ticketing and policing systems together in such a way that people who drive badly actually fear the law and fear what it might do to their well-being and their livelihood going forward.
Thanks so much, Mr. Layla. Even myself here have learned so much from your little presentation. Thinking of how even women can be involved in the automotive industry, because as you said earlier in your presentation, there is not much females who are involved in the automotive sector, so that is something for all of us to think about, especially us women, how we can become involved in that sector, because it's very saturated with men now, and there are many opportunities out there. So thank you very, very much for your input. And I see now that Mr. Tomlinson is now connected.
Okay.
So I will just turn over to him now so that he can begin his presentation.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Good morning, how are you?
I'm well. All right, so I begin now.
Yeah.
All right, good day, everybody. My name is Bert Tomlinson Jr. Presentation today, of course, about discovering opportunities in the automotive industry. So let's just begin. I'll go about changing the slides in this order. So,
Okay, Mr. Tomlinson, before you continue, I need to allow you to share your screen so that we can see what you are seeing.
all right, I'll be ready. See my screen?
Not yet. You have to select the share screen option. On the right. Now we're seeing it.
Good morning again, everybody. So, I'll be starting with today just a brief introduction of the parts, which I'll go into a brief analysis of the automotive part industry, because where experience really comes into play into this is about auto parts, not just generally the automotive industry, but specifically the auto parts industry. So I think that I'll be talking about today is really upon what I've seen and the experience that I've gathered in the time that I've been with Bert, which has been all life, challenges faced, and then the career opportunities that have arisen from the challenges that we face, and then summary of everything that we're going to go over. So, introduction. Bert Parts is the largest Japanese auto parts distributor in the island. We Toyota, Nissan, Honda, Mitsubishi, Suzuki, Mazda, and Isuzu parts, and founded in 1988, and we currently employ over 2 staff members. I'm going to utilize what is called the 5 forces. Because this is a tool that you can utilize to analyze any industry. You can compare industries and really get an idea how the industry works. And of course, 5 forces: entrance, rivalry, substitutes, customers, and suppliers, which I'm going to go over in detail. So, first, new entrants. This is weak. That it's easy for a new entrant to come into the art industry. All they need is the finance to purchase the inventory, the parts, and lease a building that you can put the parts in. So that's why we say that there are many auto parts companies, because it's very easy for you to join. You require there's no difficulty, there's no law really that's really holding you back from joining that industry. Is meaning there are hundreds of auto parts companies. It is extremely saturated. So there's a competition. So meaning that people are competing for price, people are trying to price war you, people try to to undercut you. You know, there are many different, many auto parts companies. Rivalry is definitely very strong. The suits is weak. At the end of the day, it's an auto part. Every vehicle utilizes a specific auto part. It's not you can have an auto part, you know, that is we have higher quality auto parts, but overall this car is weak because, you know, it's an auto part. At the end of the day, it fits a vehicle. If it fits a vehicle, it doesn't. It doesn't. Customer force very strong. The customer industry. It customer, whatever the customer wants, customer gets. So that's, you know, price is very important. The customers industry are what they call value seekers. Value seeker is that they go to any company that they feel they are the most from. So you have the lowest price, but they don't feel that the goods that you're selling are of the highest quality. They don't feel as if your customer service is real there. So you might shop somewhere else. So it's real overall package that the customer receives from your company. That is how much value they really see. So the customer is extremely strong here. Someone can make or break in this industry. Last but not least, suppliers are neutral because it really depends on the size of the company that you're dealing with. You are, as a company, the law your supplier has. Meaning you can ask more, you can negotiate more when you are buying power. So you can ask for more discounts, you can get lower prices, you can get support in the marketing. These are things that not every company can really request based on the size that you are. So I would say it's neutral because it varies per company. Everybody with me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This was basically putting words to what I've been saying. So I need to stay on that. Challenges faced. There are many challenges faced. You know, this couldn't just be put in a PowerPoint. But for the sake of the discussion today, let's be discussing in terms of opportunities is the lack of information driving business decisions. Huge challenge. And the opportunities I'm going to discuss today derives from this challenge. So opportunities. These are 5 that I'm going to go through. The top 3 I'm going to go through in depth. The last 2 I'm going to just touch upon. So let's begin. Alright, so the analysis and processing. I believe this is really one on the list. Because every day you are faced with a decision that you have to make in the automotive industry. As it gets, it's very complex, especially the auto parts industry. We have some of what you call SKUs. What is an SKU? An SKU is a unique identifier that you can utilize to differentiate between each part that you have, each item in the inventory that you have. So let's say, for example, you're in the business of selling cakes, and you have chocolate cake and a vanilla cake. In your system, you would have an SKU for that, for example, would be like chocolate cake or van cake. So you have that SKU, you know, yeah man, that is the chocolate cake or that is vanilla cake. So the same thing applies in industry. Every auto part has a unique SKU. Now we have thousands of them. It's not as simple as chocolate cake and a vanilla cake. We have thousands and thousands of SKUs for auto parts. So when you make intelligent decisions every day, you have to have the proper information leading you in that direction. But not only in the SKUs, there are many different aspects of the business that you use proper information. So what is of that, you know, people who are looking or going into this role, I believe definitely need to know these things that are put here, which is Microsoft Excel, Minitab, and Six Sigma principles. So let me get to that now. So for example, so what call center here at Burst Auto Parts, and our service level was struggling. What is it that our level is reducing? So when you look at that, you say to yourself, okay, and the agents, because if my service level is dipping, clearly I have enough agents to supply the demand. A logical way that anybody would think. But in Minitab, a statistical analysis software. We use a methodology called regression, which I won't go into depth in, but what linear really showed us was that the number of agents, because when we applied a linear regression against the service level and the number of agents, it showed us, Bert, this is not true. The number of agents is not dictating the service level. You have enough agents. So what showed us was the break time, the amount that we're allocating to each agent was much. And when we had allocated this break time, we said fair, because with them on, we will give each agent a break time so they don't lose their mind during the day. But we actually, the break time, we realized that it was much, because the linear regression was showing that direct relation between the break time and the service level. So analyze it, we reduce the break time, and lo and behold, the service will increase. It means that we had the data, but couldn't see the data. But analysis of the data, we could make the proper business decision. We found the true problem, and we could add the true solution, and then we serve the customer better. Example that I have for you with Excel, Microsoft Excel. It's a very popular program. Everybody has it, but it has a lot of potential that people don't. It can use that for statistical analysis, and it can be used for choosing the right business decision in many spheres. So we a deep service level again in the call center. So the call center again, we couldn't do time because we fixed the break time. We had agents, we didn't know what was happening. But Excel realized that maybe the lunchtime, because we noticed that the service level was dipping lunchtime. But how to fix that? Because everybody has to eat. Everybody needs to eat. We're all human beings. So first allocated lunchtime, we said to ourselves, okay, we're going to have 12 o'clock. We're going to give John 1 o'clock. We're going to give Mary 2 o'clock. You know, very simple. Because you want to split out, you want to spread out everybody. So what you would do. And how can you really be a lot for doing that? Microsoft Excel, we realized that our distribution was not optimal. What happened is with Excel, we realized that if you modify the times that people took, we could increase the service level by over 10% during lunchtime, just by putting at 1:30 instead of 1 o'clock. But you put John at this time instead, because using data that we had, where the amount of calls that you get every half an hour, Excel that you need this amount of agents per half an hour. So it data into information that we could make proper business. So, but not least, I won't go too deep into Six Sigma, because that is I'm forever in that. But Six is a tool that, you know, it analyzes processes and basically gets it down to perfection. And the efficient your processes are, the better your company. So I can definitely see this being a huge game changer in the future. You know, many Jamaican companies are not using Six Sigma, but as we progress, definitely in the automotive industry, this is something that you'll see popping up to improve and give a company the edge. So that Six Sigma utilized, for example, is the model, which are in depth is, but just it stands for define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So it's those principles that you utilize to say your processes and continuously improve them. So in this, please look up these three things, learn about them, especially Excel, Minitab, very, very useful, and Six Sigma, no. Second, this list is programming. The current programming is a huge job, and I'm sure you'll be even bigger. Being that every single year in the automotive industry, especially in my business, we rely more and more on technology. Because that the programming can enhance the efficiency of every single procedure. And if you have the business like a chain, every process is a link in that chain. And the better you can get each, the better result for the customer. At the end of the day, when you serve a customer, you just want it to be as smooth and everything to be as reliable as possible. So that programming comes into play. Where it is going is that need for more advanced software that the company utilize, every company in the automotive industry utilizes will be, because you have a program that can give you this report. You need a program that can reduce a procedure, can reduce the amount of people needed to do a procedure, things such as that just enhance your efficiency. So I have a couple of programming languages here that you could look into if you're ever interested in programming. C++, VB.NET, SQL. These are very, very good popular languages that recommend everyone to go into. But programming is something for the future, and it's for the and the future. Analysis. I've noticed in the automotive industry, everything is getting more and more sensitive to marketing. Before, you put on an ad, you put on a radio ad, and, but people more and more sensitive. They're on social media now. They're acting more. Because how if a nice building and a lot of inventory, no way to reach people. So you need to know what you're doing is best. So how to explain this best? So let's say someone offered you a cable subscription, and they said, look, I'm going to offer you a subscription. You pay me a sum and I give you this cable. But you know how many channels you're getting. Would you do it? No, because you want to know how many channels am I going to get for my money. You want to always know what is the bang for my buck. So same with marketing. A lot of companies don't realize that when nowadays they don't really truly know what money that they're spending. So marketing analysis, you can the reach is how much people my ad getting to. That out there, how many people is it getting to? That Facebook ad, how many people? You need to analyze this and produce reports to show you. Okay, ad got you to 100 people, it's added to 200 people. That leads into data such as the per reach. You may be advertising in the newspaper, you may be advertising on TV, you may be advertising on social media, but you realize, whoa, with social media I'm spending 20 cents per reach. TV ads, I'm spending $100 per reach. Which one would you really put more of your money into? Right? It's really things like this you have to know. You're basically shooting in the dark otherwise. The knowledge is power. You need to become information so you can make the correct decision. It goes even deeper. Are the people that you're reaching really the people you want to reach? We spend 20 cents per reach, but reaching toddlers, I'm reaching teachers, people who are reaching people who are not really interested in my business. Maybe my target market is the elderly. Maybe the target market is teenagers, but I'm reaching out to the elderly. You need to understand that who you're reaching is the correct demographic. Are they male, are they female, are they between the age of 18 to 35? These are things that are very key for companies, and I believe more and more important as we become more sensitive to the markets. Not only in the automotive industry, I believe in the industry, but I guess particularly in the automotive industry. Notable trends, I won't go too deep into this, but one for sure when it relates to auto parts industry is human resource management. We have 200 staff, and as a business, that is a lot of staff. You need to have a lot of things in place, such as the benefits for each staff member, insurance, pen. All these things require a system and a structure, and a human resource management team to implement this is required. It's not fancy, but it's required. Every company, as you're going to need it, and automotive industry continues to grow. More people are going to need more and more sophisticated human resource management teams and systems. So that's something that people could look into for a future career opportunity. Second, inventory management and supply chain logistics. I said earlier of thousands of SKUs. Cash is not every business. Need cash to operate, but in auto parts industry, auto parts business, your parts is also your blood. Your parts are moving. You have thousands of parts moving every day. So when that movement occurs, you need to that movement was normal, that movement time, and that movement is continuous. Because of a continuous movement of the inventory, you're in problems. So when I say optimal, for example, you could analyze your demand data to determine how much goods you really need at that store to properly supply the customer. So all of this is data that has to be analyzed. It's stems back to the first topic that I went over, the data analyst. You need an inventory management team to continuously move your goods and continuously manage your goods and ensure that your following principles such as first in, first out, just-in-time inventory management, these kind of topics and theories that can optimize your business. And then supply logistics, basically you're buying goods. You have to get the goods from somewhere because you're not making them. So you have to ensure that they're coming on time, that they're correlating with your warehouse, your team is prepared, your team is optimized to be able to handle all this. So these things are complicated. This automotive industry is much more than just a mechanic or a salesman. It's a data and information that needs to be processed, and you require your special skills and tool set to access data. So, and all of this data, it really requires someone with training. So, located in this many data, you really give yourself that upper edge, not only in the automotive industry, but many industries also utilize this. So, the more in your portfolio in terms of what you can do, the more chance you have out there. So, to sum it all up in one sentence, the automotive auto parts industry is becoming data-driven, leading more careers revolving around the mining, the cleansing, and the presentation of the data to make correct business decisions. Because everybody has a tool set to manipulate the data, but they want to understand what the data is saying to them. So people in the company that do this, and they're very valuable, and they will continue to be valued in this company, and I believe in the whole industry. So what I'll here today will be so.
Mr. Tomlinson, I like the points that you touched on, especially the importance that technology plays in business, and it's also important in many other businesses. So, in terms of questions, what I have is for the participants who are logged in via the chat, and then I will ask the question out loud, so as to prevent and so on. So I have a question here from Alfie. The question is the use of business incomes. Skill sets or traits do you hire for to get these types of analytical thinkers?
What we look for is two things. Well, on your edition, we need that you have a reasoning ability, an ability to learn, and you have an attitude, a wanting to learn and to upgrade yourself. So, what you really can transform someone who fully know how to utilize a software, but you can learn. So we really look for that, the capacity to learn, and then of course your education. Your education reveals to us that this person has a degree in that, so they are the prerequisites required for take them on and train them fully.
For that, another question that I see here is births is bigger than it seems. Nice presentation, and this question is coming from Steve. The question is, what is next for your organization?
Well, a lot of things going on right now, but one thing I highlight right now that we are looking to make our warehouse more data friendly, driven. So we have a warehouse now that we utilize to distribute all our goods from, but not relying on the data as much as we would like. So we're putting in key people in place so that warehouse is more data driven and instinct driven. You know what I mean? I have a hunch that this is the right thing to do. More data is God. So, well, not data is God, but the data is above every single absolute decision. That's what we're into right now.
Data is always important in making a lot of decisions. Another question here from Chris. Would it make sense for us to ever expand from just, buying and selling and go into manufacturing of the part? Anything on your horizon?
Well, not on the horizon right now. To be honest, I don't think it will be, because that is a whole other business in itself. But it's a I think we call it a vertical integration. Manufacture the price and get it from yourself. But that in Jamaica, I don't feel the cost involved will give us the best pricing. That's why I say like a country like China, they can produce parts at a much cheaper rate than well, not just parts, many things in general they can produce at a cheaper rate, because cost and infrastructure costs over there, things such as that manner are less. But no, looking into that right now, but it all depends on paper. But when it comes to the dollars required, we're gonna stress ourselves with that. We'll just continue purchasing for now.
Fair enough. The question is, like Domino's, do you deliver?
We do, but not currently with the walk-in, walk-out customer. We distribute to the other auto parts companies. So from us, and we deliver to some of them, especially that are out of the parish. But for the regular man, we will do that, and that's something we'll have in the future coming.
Sounds good. Only time for like 2 more questions, so I'll just go into 2 that I see here. Is there an opportunity for young entrepreneurs there? Or field I would assume the person is talking about?
Yes, because you get more and more cars every year, not just auto parts, but automotive, car dealers too. And I know people who have got the car dealerships and have become very successful, because their customer service is very, very good. But automotive industry is definitely there's potential there for sure. You're always getting more and more cars, so you're always gonna need car dealerships. And then with more cars, you're gonna need more and more parts. So you have auto parts companies. So I believe unless there's a huge shock wave, maybe 3D printing, everybody can 3D print their parts at home. You require some shockwave such as that to really break up such a strong industry. But so it's a strong future, and there are hundreds of auto parts companies that there's a reason for that.
So final question, or rather questions, because this person has a few parts to their question. So this is from Raquel Douglas. We enjoyed this presentation. How does one go about creating a functional human resource and payroll department, and how do you construct contracts and policies, and if you outsource any of your services? So first is how about creating a functional human resource and payroll department?
Well, from what our department here, the manager had to come in, working with, and then to create structure. So the first thing was structure, create clear written rules for everyone to understand. And a lot of people are getting to know, what are the benefits that you're getting now, and what kind of benefits should you be getting from companies such as Brits, and then implement it, just action, and the relevant companies such as getting a better insurance. You call a company like Sagicor who do insurance, or whoever you look to your negotiations, then you have to look into pension. You have to get in the best pension deal. So I would say it's more about, there's no hidden science. If you study HR, you know the different aspects of it. You learn that, and it's just about implementing the structure and just just provide. The best way is a structure. It's just a structure. Payroll, that is simple. Payroll is just a software that you utilize. You just need to know how to utilize the software and ensure that you follow the government rules and paying the PAYE and things of that nature. So you need to pay yourself in that manner. What is required every month from the company? FTT every month, things of that manner. Payroll is just a payroll software that puts in the data, it spits the results, and you just go through with it. So there's no hidden science there. Just about the information is out itself in both aspects. What was the third part of this?
The third part of the question was to find out if you outsource any of your services.
Correct. I think we're going to do that.
Oh, good. Well, on behalf of Junior Achievement and by extension the Ministry of Education and the High Trust NTA, we just want to thank both you, Mr. Tomlinson, and Mr. Paul Layla, who spoke with us this morning about the automotive industry. There are so many things that we've learned that we may not have known before that we can actually look into and see how we can explore career options, going into technology, thinking about marketing and data and all those information that was shared. I want to express our gratitude to you for sharing these contents with us. It was very, very much appreciated.
I just hope it will be useful for whoever they're listening to it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks again. So, for those who are just joining us, my name is Kalea Smith. I'm the coordinator for Junior Achievement and the host for this section of the conference today. We're going into next is our creative industry. And the speakers for this section are Pierre Lemire and Ron McLaren, and we'll be taking us through their information. We will begin with Mr. He's an actor, teacher, mime artist, director, and was trained in theater at the University of Paris, France, and worked in theater and in Europe and North Africa before coming to Jamaica in 1976. Both dual citizenship in Jamaica and France. He's the director of the School of Drama at Edna Manley College, where he has been lecturing from 1979, and he is also a part-time lecturer at UA. So we'll be going through his presentation, and him would be Mr. Ron McLaren, and then afterwards we will take questions for both presenters. So begin with Mr. Lemire. Lemire.
I'm happy to be with you. Good morning, everybody. So, as you were told, I'm Pierre Lemire. I'm the director of the School of Drama here at Edna Manley College. And I just want to give you a brief presentation on the artistic opportunities or the career opportunities for artists in Jamaica and in the Caribbean. It's really staying in the Caribbean context. Normally, we think that artists are just going to practice their art form. You are an actor, you are a dancer, you are a musician, you are a visual artist. Or traditionally, we think that what you can do in addition to practice your art form is teach your art form. And you can be a drama teacher, dance teacher, etc. What we forget is that there is a whole heap of possibilities. Possibilities, but often the artists have to create your career. The artist is not, nobody will call you and say, we have a job for you. You are creative. The different possibilities that you have, of course, as a practicing artist would be to work in the film, to work in the film industry, and work as actor, as music for the film industry. You can work also, especially now, in animation. If you're an actor, you can work in animation, not only to do the voiceover, as people think, but we'll also do that by doing motion capture work. You know, now, we can put sensors on the actor. The movement of the actor going to be reproduced on the action screen. So there's a whole heap there of new opportunity for the actors, especially as well as the dancers. You can hear it? Or we
Can you?
Oh, all right. Because I lost the. In addition to animal and acting, for instance, you can these careers in the cultural sector. In Jamaica, if you are trained an artist, you can of course work with JCDC. JCDC, as you know, is the organization in Jamaica which is spreading the culture through the schools and in the mean of festival, etc. JCDC needs cultural professionals, which are therefore trained artists. The problem is the artists have to be trained. That's why there are places like Enamanle College, which is the main place in the English-speaking Caribbean, and the only one doing the full training of the different type of artists. And you have also selected places like Excelsior. You will have also Trenchtown Polytechnic, which is now delivering some of Enamanle programs. So possibility to be trained in the art form. It's extremely important. Like to practice an art form is nice, but my mother used to say, practice without training is just a bad habit. You be trained, so then you can monetize your art form. People know that you have the right scope of experience and technique, so you can work in that art form. Work, and that is very important in the Caribbean today, in social behavior changes. That can create company. As artists, you create your own company working with social behavior changes. You can, as a theater group, for instance, you work for the office of child advocate. You can work with women working against violence towards women. You can work on environment. You can your art form with a message. In that case, it becomes applied art. And you can apply your art form in different ways. You can be an applied artist working in tourism and entertainment. You can be an applied artist if you're a graphic artist working in advertising. A musician, you can be an applied artist in advertising, writing jingles. You can be an applied artist in drama, in advertising, into TV ads, directing the TV ads, and also be applied artists working with community development, community theater, community, where you're going through art form, carry message to the different communities. And you can have organizations, ministries, give a task to carry a special message through the artistic medium to different communities. And this is a career. It's something, we have a theater group in Jamaica was called Groundwork Theater, which coming out of the School of Drama in the 80s with Bello and Blacka and Eugene Williams. They run that theater group doing only theater intervention in communities. It exists anymore. Nobody has taken a challenge anymore. It's a possibility, and especially now, when you look at where Jamaica wants to reach in 2020, there is a lot of work to be done with the communities. So community intervention is a very important and possible career for an artist. Training is also a way when the artist can be used. You can be, as an artist, doing workshop for companies, and to do workshop for business places, applying the art form. It can be in conflict resolution in the company. It can be in creating a team spirit in the company. It can be also developing the dynamism and creativity of the company And in your company, it can be a Grace Kennedy, a Jamaica National, a CIBC, etc. You can go to these companies and say to the HR department, you need to develop the energy of people. We're going to help you. And we bring in music, dance, visual, musical techniques in a group of workers there, showing them different way of being creative, and that creativity will end up in the workplace. Also, and work like for an actor, creating your company to go and do role play with the agency. You can training for the police. You can do training for the tax office, where they are put in real situation with customers, but those customers are actors who have learned a script. Actors are going to use that script to create a real type situation. It can be used by Office of Disaster Preparedness. It is used from time to time. We have requests at the School of Drama from the hospital. We have requests from the airport when they want to have real life situation. And in that case, you use actors to do. And of course, one very important point where the artist can be used is working with people with disability and special challenges. We have a group, Jamaica Alternative Theatre, where we work with people with disability, enabling the people who have some kind of disability, but of course, when you have a disability, you also have an ability. So we help them develop the ability, and we do that through the arts. And that is something which is in Jamaica, we start exploring it, and it can be developed even much more. And a lot of opportunities there. But again, you have to be a well-trained artist to be able to use your art form in that kind of situation. The final point I would see, because I'm trying to cover everything I can in a short time, but also artists can be working with the corporate industries, not as an artist, but as a creative person. A lot of companies now in Europe are having artists on their board, not an artistic solution, but to be a different point of view. We realize that business so far and run by these people on the board. They have business people, accountants, and lawyers. It's usually what it is. When they bring creative people coming from the arts, that those people are going to look at the problem in a totally different angle and to bring totally different solutions. And this is a new trend, and I hope Jamaica will pick it up soon. So all that should give you a scope for the artist. If you have an artistic training, find a job as an artist, not necessarily acting, painting, dancing, playing music for yourself on stage, but you also do it in different contexts which will give you a job, and sometimes you have to create that job. I was clear in that presentation.
You, Mr. Lemire, thank you very much. I saw you touched on basically what you were just reiterating about that artists does not necessarily mean they are restricted to just the path that they have chosen, but it can spread across many different industries. So I think that is something that persons would be interested in. So thank you for mentioning that in your presentation. Before into the questions that have already popped up for you, I'm going to take Mr. Randy McLaurin's presentation, and then we will have Q&A afterwards for both you and Mr. McLaurin.
Okay.
So for Mr. McLaurin, that's Randy McLaurin. He is an award-winning dub/spoken word poet, delivering thought-provoking and entertaining performances a screen, stage, voice actor, motivational facilitator. He is a World Economic Forum Global Shaper attached to Kingston Hub, and is also a recipient of the Prime Minister's Youth Award for Excellence in Arts and Culture, as well as the Commonwealth Youth Award for Excellence in Development Work. So, Mr. McLaurin, thank you for joining us. You may proceed. Do you have a presentation that you want to share?
No, I'll be just speaking,
Okay.
but no, nothing to share.
Problem.
Okay, now, thank you so much, and greetings and good morning to everyone. The gap between umbilical severing and the time the rhythm in our chest stops beating. Now, the gap stories, chronicles of our work, earth. The thing to what of stories are given birth. Here in my fine, we start to formulate ideas of what we want to be and who we want to become, and this is largely shaped by the perspective of our parents, family members, teachers, and the schoolmates. We are told to some profession more like becoming a doctor or a lawyer, right? In the arts or the creative industries is traditionally frowned upon and seen as generally a waste of time. But it's important, however, that we never lose sight of the importance of passion. And that's of the reasoning this morning. Because careers in the creative industries, to me, are generally passion, talent, and skills driven. No one feeds nonsense anymore that people have been and continue to lead to careers in the creative industries. Essentially, to make it work, the passion, talent, and skills that you and I have must be balanced with discipline, management, and sound financial planning. What I'm getting at is not only your talent and activity, those are the only things as an artist, but you have to balance those with proper management, sound financial planning, and discipline. 2030, the International Labour Organization says that we're going to have to create some 500 million new jobs to be able to satisfy the labor demands of young people in particular. What this means, therefore, is that we as individuals who are blessed with talent, creativity, and skills must stand out and be counted. This is the perfect situation for us to flourish and must commit to change the game. We are not competing with Jamaicans in the age. We are living in a globalized space, so that whatever we do, we must be eyeing opportunities in Jamaica, but outside of our borders, looking at the Caribbean, looking at the international marketplace. And there's a reason why Jamaica only benefits from approximately 15% of what the reggae music sector is worth. We much on validation from overseas and wanting others to do things for us before we see the opportunities that exist. Are we blind? That's the value that we offer in our culture and creative output. We're the loves of our culture, the tangible and the intangible. The dress, the food we eat, or we speak. When I travel to perform, sometimes all they want for you to do is to talk. But when I travel, I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid to do my dub poetry. And outside of doing the dub poetry, I work with my CDs because that's another expansion of my creative output. And when I travel, I sell those CDs after each performance. But I'm not only performing, I'm selling CDs and I'm doing workshops. And people pay to come into these workshops. Pay a very good job of showing how your talents and creativity not only apply to performing, but how it goes into other areas and other industries. So we have to be creative in finding ways and creating opportunities for ourselves, else we won't earn and we have bills to pay as well. So discipline and training, right? It's going to take hard work and smart work. Not be lazy. Instead, we must be proactive in getting things done, and we must be persistent in seeing things through. In our time, what type of apps can we use to boost productivity? Think and HubSpot, the diva type? Do you get along with people? What interpersonal skills? As an artist, these things are very important. And if you are coming into a creative space as an HR manager, you have to learn how to manage people, how to manage creative talents. And it's a whole different ball game out of managing a corporate company. Our late for rehearsals and events. Events start on time, down to details, right? You use technology and different apps to boost your discipline and your management skills. What I is as a performer, but some see myself as a social and creative entrepreneur. A lot of artists and creative people don't see the value of proper business and management, right? Often the reason why an artist, any kind of make it our boss, as we love to say, is because no plan in place. It is not only performers who are important to the creative industry, but so the project management skills are important, right? Event planning skills, you need tons, you need designers, etc. What your passion is, what to drive, you need to have a plan and you need to jot it down somewhere. It doesn't have to be in a full book, it doesn't have to be a 30-page business plan, but you must document the information somewhere. Essentially, how are you going to add value? All different areas that Pierre outlined before. As a performing artist, if you're going into a company, how are you adding value, right? How to change the culture of the company? You have to look at ways that you're going to differentiate yourself in the marketplace. Before you start your business plan, and there are thousands of templates online, look business planning templates, and you find also the business model canvas, and you can fill that out before getting into your business planning. People also oftentimes are interested in the business side, and they are neglect the money part. But this is very important, right? It's a career that you're building. It must make financial sense, or else what's the point? Now, after doing my first event that was looking at child rights and child abuse and stuff like that, I was left with a heavy debt, and that was my personal and individual wake-up call. Get something in business management in terms of how to put a business plan together, and that is when I signed up for the Branson Center of Entrepreneurship. I never had the wonderful opportunity of going to Edna Manley, to learn project management skills and business management and all of that. But then I realized, after all that debt, that no, Randy, you need to do something about this. And then I signed up and started strategically learn about business planning, business management, right? To be willing to learn, go in depth. If you're not interested in going in depth, then you need to surround yourself with persons who are passionate about the areas, who are passionate about deals, who are passionate about accounting. My personal slogan is collaborate to be great, alone, and to know our strengths and weaknesses as a performer, as an artist manager, as an actor, as a dub poet, whatever it is that we're interested in, whatever our skill set is, we have to know our strengths and weaknesses. And when we know those weaknesses, we find us to collaborate with who can strengthen those weaknesses. That's very important. Now, those of us who are interested in career out of our skills or talents, I'm a poet, as I said earlier, but also have a company called Articulate, right? And we to work with in the schools, in government agencies, even companies, where we use the arts as a vehicle to address different social issues like sexual and reproductive health. Young people not only enjoy the performances, but there's a message encapsulated in these performances. It works. I performed while I was at high school, and real young people, sometimes our attention span is not the greatest. So I started doing dub poetry because people love the rhyme and the rhythm and the lyrics. And so I found out that this thing worked from then, and it's because of this talent, while I'm able to finish form and partly send myself through university. No one tell you that they cannot make a career out of the performing arts it's a waste of time or anything like that. But you need to have a plan. And that's something else I want to look at. And branding and marketing. I'm able to go to over 15 countries without having to pay $1 because of my dub poetry and acting skills. I've been in Zambia and Africa performing and conducting workshops. A lot of opportunities have come my way because I have a plan. How many dub poets, how many dancers have a business plan for themselves or for the company? Right? Very important. And the early importance of these things is the better. Yes, alone won't count. You need to have a plan, or else we'll forever have outsiders see opportunities here and make of it. If people have this thought that we're losing our music and people taking over our culture, what do you think about that? Do personal branding, right? Some of the time we spend on Facebook and social media. Figure out what you stand for, what represents you, design a logo, put a skit together. Always be professional in your approach so people know that you mean business and you're not simply idling or trying to think. Have and legal documents in place or a legal advisor if you can afford to. Wide and cover the performing arts, advertising and communication industry, fashion, culinary arts, and so much more. I encourage you to find your passion and make it happen. There's no why Edna man, the students, especially are sure about getting jobs because artists are coming on their skills before they even finish school, and they're in the world, country to country, North America, Europe, Africa. They're living their dreams, they're making money, they're taking care of themselves and their families, and they're building the country. Many designers know creative fashion and artwork and are big name for themselves. Myself and my younger brother as examples. Over a year ago, we did start a design and manufacturing company and we have a growing brand called Fresh, which makes bags right here in Jamaica for Jamaicans and the people of the world. Before that, I was performing locally at corporate events, government, in schools, in juvenile facilities, at homes. But my performances are not just for performance and entertainment sake, but to impart a social message, right? That's very important. That's a part of my identity. That's a part of who I am. Before we started Brescia, my brother was working at a department store in downtown. He wasn't that. He wasn't able to express any of his talents. Now, a year and 6 months later, we're a growing brand. He's making backpacks. He's making travel bags, right? When I was starting this presentation, I said passion is very important. Your passion, your skill, those talents, once you balance them now with some hard work and discipline and planning, you're good to go, right? We sit on our veranda with one machine and big dreams, and now in a bigger space at Alpha Institute and South Camp Road. Huge marketing for your friends. You need one and you need to execute. If that person is not you, then it's time. Collaborate to build. Don't be afraid to call on others. Don't be afraid to ask if you need it. Your ideas, they are of extreme. Apple starts an idea. Just all the other big brands that you know. Advertisement start an idea and depend big bucks for that. So why not you? For writing it, for scripting it, for acting it, for editing it. If you're interested in film, there are so many things you can do. You can become a performing artist, you can become an artist manager, a graphic designer, an experience manager, project manager, AR. As Pierre said, not interested in those things, and they can even sit on these boards. They can become a consultant and show them how they can jazz up their company culture, how they can boost morale in companies. You can become an advertising executive, a social media manager, right? These things you need need create content. You need to be creative. Fashion designer, operator, and I see the area as a huge opportunity because a lot of designers in Jamaica, but a lot of designers don't want to be making their own products, right? I'm in that area right now, so I know and I can tell you, huge opportunity in the creating and manufacturing industry. And these are creative industries as well, right? A musician, a facilitator, you do workshops in communities. If you're an actor, if you start a tour in a group, you can do street theater, you can do community theater, and these things used to make a change. When in Zambia, I went to it with a street theater group there, right? We work with young people on the streets, and they formed a theater group, a theater movement out of it. And today, these people have a job going on to different companies and performing, doing workshops in the different homes, traveling overseas to different festivals, right? Without that opportunity, they would have had these chances of going overseas and to earn. Yes, have tremendous culture that people love. From we speak to the food that we eat, right? People in here, you see them, you see the Japanese, you see the Chinese, they're coming to the dance halls to learn the dance moves. Why? When they're home, they're opening studios, shops, they're doing training, and they're earning. It's not you, Jamaican, you have the talents, you have the skill, start something here. If it means you go to Russia, wherever, Japan, China, own studio, get something going, you can earn, and you can earn foreign exchange, right? So you can take care of yourself, you can take care of your family. The world creative people now, more than ever, as the demand jobs shift in the global marketplace. If we don't create opportunities, then let's get creative and build our industries to benefit ourselves, our families, our country, and the world. Who needs us, right? And that is my final point to you. Whatever you want to do, whatever your skill set is passionate enough, find what you can add value and make it happen. If your strengths and weaknesses, find people to collaborate with to bring the dreams to life. Don't be limited. Right? You need accountants in the creative industries as well. You need managers as well, not just people performing. It's a career. It's a business. So you need HR. You need persons who can manage time, who can manage people. And all these elements will make a booming creative industry and a winning career for you. Yeah, so make it fun.
Thank you so much, Randy. Very, very thought-provoking presentation. So many points that you touched on. I wish I could, just all day just going back over it. But just wanted to highlight the point you touched on about collaborating to be great. Sometimes we need to realize the importance of partnerships and how it can help us, grow our businesses and even promote our talent. Even to, value the creative output that we have and how we can use it to grow, Jamaica's economy. So many things that you touch on. What I will do is leave the participants here to ask their questions to both you and the pair. And so I will just get right into it, but there are so many questions. I'm trying to start from the top. All right, so the first question is for pair. Thank you for your presentation. And the person is saying, with the uprise of violence, how do you think we can restart community theaters and so on, like you have mentioned in your presentation?
Well, it's especially because of the uprise of violence that it is important to restart community theater. And community theater haven't stopped though totally, but it hasn't been like Randy is doing community theater. And we have groups out of it and they're doing it, but they're doing it based on class time. They go out and they work in Trench Town and they work sometimes in Waterhouse, etc. Doing community theater, but there is not good enough recognized theater group we need on a regular basis. So that violence, like other problems in the community, it's when you need thing to be done. And community theater it's in a way because you are not going to a community to give them a lesson, to give a message. You go and you work with the people in the community. They follow a project, and this project is going to carry the right values, and the people can reflect what's going on in their community, working on the project. So they talk for community theater, especially now that it's even more needed than before.
And the next question, either of you can answer. How expensive would it be to start a creative training business?
Oh, the creative training business, it means you have to be trained first. Because if you want to train people, you know, I'm not sure of the need of starting a creative training business because there are institutions doing that. I say Namanle, but not only us. It's other institutions doing it, and there are theater groups doing it already,
Right.
or groups, artistic group, or community group doing it. So I think the aim is to create another creative training business. Maybe if you are creative and you think that you can help train the people, go work with the existing organization in the community and volunteer your time or sell your time working there. But to get a training business, it means you will need full professionals in the different areas of the business to work with you. And that's important. You cannot do the training if you are not properly trained and if you are not trained as a trainer.
Yeah. Point. If I am mentioned the planning in my presentation and have a plan, so before you start a business, because I'm looking at the artist almost like a business now, or the group or company, it's a business. But before you start, you need to make sure that there is an opportunity. It's a gap that will fill, right? So you know exactly how you're adding value. You know what you're. So if it's there already, you know you don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel or to do something ridiculous, right? Maybe how you can add a twist to it to make it more engaging, more interactive. How are you adding? Are you improving it? I think that's important. So just to add what Pierre said, do research, check out this before you decide to start.
Hello? Hello? Yeah? Oh.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
So the question is,
No problem.
Hello?
how to monetize and make yourself known?
You make yourself known. How I've done it as a double is that I have written things. I know what drive me to creating a piece. And we have a piece, then it's about getting it out there. We have social media available to us. A YouTube channel. If I start a piece, if I get it recorded, then I can push it out via social media. Right? And then people will see the piece and perhaps there's somebody who is booking for an event and go on to book a dub poet, will add Randy. So I that you have a lot of DJs and singers, but not dub poets. So a market that I could maybe target, but just dub poetry for entertainment's sake, but poetry with a message and empower. So we get a lot of bookings and work in schools, government agencies, UNDP, UNICEF, development agencies. Again, I mentioned that you could create a press kit or a portfolio, make it done professionally, logo, What is your branding? What color represents you? If you have your press kit, then you can find out who is the HR person or the person in a company who is responsible for event planning or special projects. And you send your press kit to them with your information, your bio, your photos, things I've done before, and maybe your price ranges. 5 minutes performance, how much that is worth. 10 minutes, if it's alone versus you and the drummer versus you and the band, and you can send that out to different companies, send it to target organizations, because you would have done your research and you know what you're about and who you're targeting. And so that's one way of getting you out there and ensure that you get paid. And where one an interview on a Smile Jamaica or see them at Sunrise or radio stations or wherever, get an article done, set up a press release. These things will help to build your brand. Because when press kit people are going to Google you, believe it or not, they check your social media pages and must have a presence that's vibrant on those platforms for them to believe. So yeah, a person look like them can do a thing and them can perform. The more me spending my money to have them at my event because they can grab a crowd, they can add value to my event. Singers and DJs already, but we want a dub port on the show now. And so yeah, use up the social media. You get on radio, use up the traditional media in terms of papers, your radio, television. Social media is almost free of cost. Everybody's online. Use it up. Use it up. Powerful platform, social media.
Randy, some advice. And around today, we also will be having presentations on social media that actually links back everything that we have been talking about. So that's very, very sound advice. Another question for Per. Has a wealth of raw talent in the creative industry. Many persons have excelled without formal training. What would you say is the greatest challenge to an artist who has not received any formal training?
Who has not received the formal training is going to become fine in the style. Going to become fine is what he has discovered, and it takes him a time or take her time to discover other things. But when you have the formal training, as Randy used to say a while ago, he trains you on what is needed when you're going to perform. Do you need a stage manager? What the light that you need, etc. Rather than learning it through experience, where you will go and do a show, and oh God, nobody could see me because the lighting was bad. So maybe I could carry somebody with me doing lighting. The thing is going to give you all of that up front. So you use your talent and you learn the techniques. And you learn various techniques. Like we talked about dub poetry and the message. Maybe you know, but dub poetry was born at the School of Drama. It was Gene Breeze, Mikey Smith, Conroe. Those guys were students here at drama school in the 70s and started this new type of poetry with a message. They trained when Uko or Jean went to do a show. They knew exactly what they needed. They already knew what was needed for the stage work. So that's important. The technique is not going to make you an artist. Like we don't make artists. We facilitate them. You are an artist, you have talent, you have passion. Then you need to learn the technique, which is going to go make you much faster in your development.
So, with any profession, some formal training is always important. So it's best if you get that formal training so that you can, widen the horizons of everything that profession actually involves. See any more questions? So I'm going to take the opportunity to thank you both for taking the time out to basically educate us on the creative industry and everything that it entails. So much out there that sometimes we're ignorant, and it is our duty to educate ourselves about these things. And so having this conference is a way basically for us to have persons in the general public basically know about the different things happening in different industries. So I just want to thank you, Pierre and Randy, for taking the time to speak to us and educate us on how we can expand our careers in the creative industry.
Thanks for having
We will have to get in touch.
Yes, me too. I know where to find you.
Great networking
All right.
opportunities.
Yes.
Goodbye.
All right. Blessings.
That wraps up our creative segment, creative industry segment. So what I'm going to do is move on to the technology industry. For this, we have Jadan Johnson and Jackie Wright. So Jadan will present first, and followed by Jackie.
Let's choose some time to call. Listen.
Just for the break, just trying to identify Jack and Jadan for their segment of the presentation. So they will be connecting shortly, and then we will continue.
I'm on, Snake.
Jackie?
Yes.
Oh, great. So you have a video first, and then you can proceed.
But Jade's going first, yes? Is that right?
He should be, but see him logged in as yet. He was there, so I don't know if he got disconnected. Try to get him to connect back. It's there to be like a very long break. You can proceed with your presentation, and then Jana gets on to make him. Okay.
Sure. On the phone, the call and ask him.
A lot of people like to work at Microsoft. I'm going to show you. I'm a program manager on Cortana and work on her personality. Hey, Cortana, what's it like to work at Microsoft? Pretty awesome. When I got here, I thought Microsoft was just like older. It wasn't as cool as a lot of the companies out on the scene, but it was really cool things these days, and a lot of our new software hardware projects are just so exciting. So now our focus is making HoloLens onto the whole holographic platform, and I just love the choices we're making. It feels like something really fun to do. One of the big changes is just how quickly we're trying to respond to customers, how much more closely we can get to customers. The communication there is so different from what available to us after our basic idea behind telemetry is that the communication happens between your device and Microsoft servers. This is a way for us to understand understand the customer experience and make sure we're addressing any problems as they come up.
I'm an iOS development extensibility team. We make these APIs for developers to come along and purpose. Only been here such a short time, and I already get work on code that's out there to everybody who uses Office. The ability to wear mobile hats and work with people that are technical allows us to be more of a team. We're able to make better experiences. Our entire team is incredibly passionate and motivated to take on big risks and big challenges.
It's not Joe. Why Microsoft?
We have high ambition for how to change the world. We want to democratize machine learning with our cloud so that every business can really aspire to transform. We want to invent new computers like the HoloLens. These are the exciting projects at Microsoft that enduring sense of mission to change the world that I think makes us unique, and that's why we want to join Microsoft.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
So this video brings us into Jackie Wright's presentation. She's a corporate vice president for Microsoft and a transformational leader, innovative technologist, and a recognized STEM advocate. So I'm going to ask that we all give our undivided attention to Jackie.
You're on. Hey, all right, good morning, everyone. Our video was just an attempt to help you understand the different types of roles we have in technology today. And if you think about the world and where we are in the world, as a technology company, everything you do has an element of technology. And so for us, whether you're working on Xbox, whether you're designing Minecraft, or frankly working on some of our other technologies, it's all about the blending of what you do in your daily life with technology. And so you think about the different types of jobs that you have today and will have in the future. I'll give a few examples. Every data today. So you are going into a shop and purchasing something. The retailer knows exactly what you bought. They understand your buying patterns, and they will also help you understand what you need to buy in the future. So data is a foundational element of everything you do. So from a technology and a career perspective, being in sciences and understanding what you can do with data, a role that will be here, that's here now, and will be here in the future. If you looked at the video, you saw an element of augmented reality, which is about visualizing, designing in a visual way, with the icon in front of you to be able to both design, to solve, and to do things you normally wouldn't do. So augmented reality is a way of designing both today and will be in the future. So a career, potentially, could be an augmented reality architect. Healthcare, I'll use an example of healthcare. We have what's emerging is telesurgery. How do you design the things and the interactions so a doctor can remotely help another doctor, or even, frankly, prescribe what's needed remotely? So that design, that interactive design, is both, again, it's here right now, but will become more proliferated types of things, whether it be healthcare, whether it be manufacturing. So think about that. Area from a career perspective is around sensors. Put sensors in just about everything. And so IoT, which is the Internet of Things, means that
Is that okay?
you can sensors in everything from what you wear to, so you can measure and understand. We can predict. So think about a career in how you design, what you do with sensors, how you make sensors available and accessible to use in all of those types of things. We have drones. And think about a career in which you not design the drone itself, but design what the drone should be doing and could be doing. 3D have today, but just imagine in the future all the different types of things you can do with 3D design. So a few things as it relates to the types of things that are in technology today, with exactly the world where technology touches everything. It's important for every child and every student to have STEM and have technology training. You cannot survive in this world today without that. And whether you're going to be an artist, whether you're going to be a doctor, whether to be a manufacturer, everybody has to have an element of STEM training. And so for me, it's really important for you to understand what you need to do as to have STEM training, getting access to technology training, and frankly looking at think about all the careers that you could have. It relates to that. Everyone knows what STEM is: science, technology, engineering, and math. Also today, look at the careers that are non-traditional. So I mentioned being an artist, designer. We want designers now than ever because we want to design the experience of what it's like to interact with a machine, interact with the things in your daily life. So being a designer, and designers take on many different forms. You're a designer, the experience of what you do, augmented reality designer. So non-traditional careers now transcend into technology. I kind of open it up for questions to see if folks have some specific questions around careers and what we can and should be doing.
Okay, thank you for that. What we'll do is after Jadan presents, we have questions for both of you.
Okay.
And that your presentation, you're through?
Yeah.
Sounds good. So thank you for that. Very interesting presentation, especially with your mentioning of STEM education and training, and how that contributes really to us becoming more involved in technology. So really that you touched on STEM education. So everybody else will have a lot of questions with regards to that, the other aspects of your presentation. So going over to Jadan Johnson, who will be speaking to us next, and then we will take questions for both presenters. So Jadan is a Jamaican entrepreneur and a television producer. He started his first business at age 10, in events and shows online. His company grew to a full-scale creative agency for services to some of the island's leading corporate brands. He's also a part-time web developer, and through his nonprofit Next Gen Creators, he helped Jamaica, youth in Jamaica and the Caribbean learn about coding and entrepreneurship. So we welcome Jadan as he speaks to us on his aspect of the technology industry.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Everyone is doing great. This morning, I'll be talking to you guys about what's in IT for me, and the me there would be for yourself. All right. So I just want to go on by saying, at age 50, Jack and Draco found a new way to detect pancreatic cancer. This was 150 times faster, 5 times cheaper, and 50% more accurate than the method previously used in most hospitals. I'm not sure if you're familiar with a Jamaican American entrepreneur by the name of Mr. Rocky, who created what's a very widely known WhatsApp competitor called Cryptex that reached over 500,000 US in funding. Age 17, Michael Saban created his own app on the Apple App Store. So much money that he was able to pay off his parents' mortgage. Now what? Now he's a full-time engineer at Facebook. Look at it. None of these people had fancy degrees, nor did they have additional career path. All these examples do, however, point to one historical fact. Never before had young people had this much positioning, power, and potential to create change. Technology is the future. But you're wondering, what's in it for me? I strongly believe we're in, I call this the generation of the tech over. And the reason I think so is because we're essentially living in a technology-driven planet, and other people tend to worry about, robots or work, being able to do everything. But I'm very happy that we're living in a technology-driven planet, because now, unlike any other time, you're able to take your passion and stuff. And believe me, it's one of the most beautiful feelings in the world. So, like for instance, the most beautiful thing about technology is that it literally has no barriers. So that you're a student who enjoys the sciences, or just a tech person overall, you can even be an entrepreneur. Technology essentially moves into all areas of life. You're able to use that key skill to do so much. If you're limited by your imagination, what would you create? That's what technology essentially allows you to do. Once you have an idea, you can use code to build that idea. And I think, don't give it a try. Like, literally, just take up your computer one day, to a code.org, and try coding. Go, it's a shot. Now, there's the IT industry is very diverse because it allows you to work on issues that matter to you, and as I say, you can work on things that you love, so you're not really bounded by anything. It's very and it allows you to become an innovator. There are millions of people out there. There are companies. The Jamaica Gleaner, for instance, the other day I was so surprised when they were telling me that they have a shortage of developers. So you can use technology as a career path. You can use it to become an entrepreneur, essentially an innovator. And then the tech space has this beautiful thing we like to call a tech community, and you can go and learn from other people, facilitates mentorship, experience. You can help develop skills. And I, for one, I'm a web developer. I have two co-founders of my non-profits. They're also programmers than me, because these guys build Android and iPhone apps, and I'm currently learning to do that. So it's some pretty stuff. And IT is not only limited to coding per se. You can also be a developer. As Jackie shared, designers are in high demand. So a blogger, you can use it for business analytics, media marketers, project. And if you think that youth in Jamaica is not getting the opportunities to technology, well, we're about to change that, and we want to create an all-inclusive environment that is not. We don't want any walls or any barriers, any red flags that stop youth from tapping into their creativity. So I welcome everybody to learn about tech, and if you're ever at a phase where you're wondering how is it that I can get into a career in tech, you can also reach out to us at Next Gen Creators, and we'd gladly help you, along your path. And we do like monthly workshops that you can learn about coding. All of the youth can do IT. Sometimes we might partner with Microsoft to do a couple workshops. And I just honestly believe that to write programs is something that helps to students. There's this beautiful quote that Bill Gates once said, and it's learning type program stretches your mind and helps you to think better, creates a way of thinking about things that is helpful in other domains. And it essentially boils down back to what I was saying, that you take passion and you apply to IT, and then you create beautiful things, whether it is for yourself as an entrepreneur or employed to do something. And all these robots that people are complaining is taking over the place, these robots need people to program them. AI needs to learn human ways, and they need somebody to train them. So I say go for it. Give it a shot. Do IT. Thank you. Yeah, hello?
You, Jordan.
Thanks so much for having me.
So I'm open for questions for both Jay and Jordan. So persons who are listening in, feel free to send in your questions via the chat, and I will relay your questions to the presenters. So the first question that we have here, I can answer both. Some students are afraid of math and science. So how do we ease the students into loving STEM and not just being consumers of it?
Okay, so me?
You can have a go at it and answer as well.
Okay, great. So, I mean, time as an overall thing, so like for me, for instance, I personally hate math. But once I started to code, I kind of developed an appreciation for it. And if you want to go for the higher level developing careers, you're going to have to learn basics of math. And it's just, I'd consider that the personal hurdles that you'll have to do everything to try to overcome. So, I mean, it's not all fun and games. I mean, once you start, you realize that it's something, especially when you start writing code, and then you realize that after 3,000 lines of code, there's one little error, and your code will no longer run. And it's up to you to go through and find that little error. And I mean, it can be something such as an extra cold stop somewhere that it's not supposed to be. So as a personal hurdle, and something that you'll have an appreciation for over time, as you contemplate going into the way.
I'll just add on to that. I also think it's important, and it's not just from a student perspective. I think it's important for teachers to make it relevant. Myself as an example, I hated math originally when I first started, but my teacher really fantastic job of making it relevant to what I needed to use it, and that made me more interested in it. The other piece of this is that there are varying degrees of how much math you need. So Jaden kind of spoke to developers, and as from a coding perspective and the data sciences perspective, you have to have it, and you have to have a lot of it. If you're a designer, on the other hand, a user experience design, or frankly, even a social media consultant, you have the fundamentals and basics. The advanced level math you don't need. And as I indicated today, there's so many careers. Technology is an element of all parts of that. You have the fundamentals, you have the basics, but I make relevant from a teacher perspective, and decide on where your passion is, because your passion will help you also.
Correct?
Okay.
Okay, Jackie. Students out there who, are afraid of approaching or doing subjects that are STEM related, then it's just about our mindset, as you said, so just how we approach going. Another question, this one is similar, but may techie feel that advanced education is not needed. So many persons in technology, advanced technology is not needed. So Steve wants to know what are your thoughts on that.
I'd say, and I'll use this from a Microsoft perspective. If we're looking for people in the data sciences field, if you want to be a data scientist, advanced education is a must. I have a team of PhDs who do that. If you want to get into data, if you get into artificial intelligence, the ability to study, analyze data, use statistics, quantitative analysis is a must. In this regard, advanced education is a requirement. For others, and I keep going to the designer, as a designer, you do necessarily need to have an advanced degree. So there's an element of there's a requirement for certain disciplines, and then not so much for others. Hopefully, Jaden, do you want to add anything?
No, I agree totally.
Jay, are not hearing you.
No, he's gone. Yes.
Can you hear me?
You're low.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm saying, I agree totally. It's really to the level that you need to do advanced. Because, like as Jackie said, if you're a developer, if you're a designer, then that's not really necessary. So it's kind of just specific to what you're doing and what area precisely that it is that you want to get in.
Fair enough. Another question. This is from Alexander. He says he's about to undergo a business venture in the field of IT. He's interested in providing services where he wires offices, homes, and small businesses, and also provide preventative maintenance to organizations' computer network. So he wants to know if there is any advice that you can offer him in opening up this type of business.
Sure. One of the most beautiful, I personally had the experience. I remember when I just started coding, I sell websites. I ran a hosting company that's things like domain names and whatever. And there's this thing about tech where to the average person, sometimes they don't understand why it is necessary. So my view, and it's a common problem I've seen, where because people don't understand these techie terms, they tend not to go to the tech people in the last moment when all comes to crash down. They need that saving grace. So when approaching people to tell them about tech, try to simplify it in a way that they understand, they can and then buy into. So if anybody here is familiar with domain selling, right? I realized that the whole business of selling domains was pretty much similar to buying houses and lands. So I would say that the hosting you use for your domain with that piece of land that you buy, the website is the house that you build on that piece of land, but the thing that people can see, interact with, and your address would be your domain name. So if it's www.njamaica.org, that's your address, so that people can come to your house and get it. Try to simplify tech so that in layman terms people understand what you're talking about. They can understand and appreciate the service you're trying to give to them, and believe me, it will save you so much hours of headache and make it much easier. And that's even fair.
Thank that, Jedan. Jackie, is there anything you would like to add for that question?
No, I think Jedan kind of he answered it.
Great. So the next question is to know if programming is the most demanding field right now in IT, because there's like a lot of emphasis being placed on it today. So they want to know if programming and coding is the most demanding field right now in IT.
But I would say that being a developer, and it's a developer, is one of the most demanding, because you have to develop on aspects of what you do. So I touched on the sensors, I touched on the augmented reality, the mobile experience. All those have developer facets of them. So it is one of the most on careers. Experienced designers, and when I say experienced designers, I mean designing the experience of how you use the device, how you use technology, how someone accesses technology on your mobile device. That is also an emerging and quite in demand for not just technology companies, but for any type of company. I'll use an example as a retailer. A retailer will want a designer to help them design their online presence, to design how you make sure that people are getting what they want when they want it. And the developer codes it for them. So both of those types of careers are quite in demand today.
Those are some, and I believe there are so many careers out there that is related to technology, even as you mentioned earlier in your presentation, Jackie, about involvement of technology even in the medical field. So I think it is where persons are interested, and their passion lies on how they can tie in with technology to make it a career.
I totally agree. I think the key for every student is to decide, who are you, what is your passion, what is your purpose? And when you find that, trust me, technology plays a role in it.
Another question here for you, Jackie. She wants to know what is your background, and if you didn't start in technology, when did you transition into that field?
I started out going to school for political science, because I was one of those who wanted to change the world, and went into accounting, and then I fell into technology. And so again, it's an element of explaining and helping folks understand it's not necessarily where you start, but passion and where you finish is what's important. I did not imagine that when I first started out that I would be a technologist. And so, again, it's all around what your passion is. You have a long story about how I started out in technology, and I think it's on social media, so you can go and research it. But yes, I did not start out as a technologist.
Sometimes it's just like an inspiration for persons, looking into, they probably think that they're interested in one career today, and then probably later down the road, they are interested in something else. Basically allowing ourselves to understand that we're not stick to one particular career field, and there are opportunities out there for us to widen our views and just get the necessary training so that we can transition whenever necessary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Question: in introduction, it was stated that you first started you started your first business venture at age 10. Can you expound on what it is that you did then?
Oh, sure. So at age 10, I actually ran this. I was inspired by iCarly. I'm not sure if anybody, if you're familiar with iCarly. So online TV show, right? Like I would do live stream events, and stuff like that. It was popular in a sense that, and I was really proud of it. I mean, it was a success to me because the idea that I could do such a thing and attract such a large following. So I mean, like within 3 months, we were over 100,000 subscribers on this platform called TV Live. So I started, and as I said, that kind of grew. I kind of grew over time, though. I mean, by age 12, from that online space, I got that experience, and that's really how I learned to become a web developer. Because I created our first website. I had to understand the whole process of streaming and coding. It kind of grew. It grew rapidly once my parents and some of my family members found out that I was pursuing such a venture. They were supportive of me, and it grew to what became something called the Vibes Media Group, where I started producing a TV show. I got on air locally, like on the radio with IR, and then I started working as a producer at Hype TV. And now I'm even producing an entertainment show. So that passion left from mine, and is now I'm producing for locally for a network in LA. And I probably still do work with Hype TV, and producing that is sharing the story of young Jamaican entrepreneurs. So that's started in business.
Jordan, so it just goes to show that there is really no age limit to when we can begin our entrepreneurial ventures. In here for Jackie, most companies have a laid-back work atmosphere. What would one expect if they are looking to work at a company like Microsoft?
I wouldn't exactly describe it as laid back. I describe it as an environment that helps you be creative. And in that regard, you can be yourself. So my advice is into an organization or look for an organization where you can be yourself. The key is to be happy, to enjoy what you do, to work with people that you enjoy working with, to be able to think creatively. You may see, all the media around foosball and the things that you do, and it may come across as laid back, but it's not exactly laid back. It is creating an environment and a culture that helps people be creative.
Certainly, and then further to that question on the work atmosphere, does Microsoft care for their employees and ensure that they stay engaged?
We spend a lot of time focusing on culture, focusing on how to make everyone feel that they're included. Have a lot of benefits as it relates to pay if you are you have a young child, whether you're a man or a woman. You have maternity, paternity leave, which is quite extensive. We have a lot of things related to benefits around exercising and staying fit. We're a company that focuses on giving back. So if you have a project that's important to you about your community or some social interest you have, we support you in that. And all of those things are designed to make sure that we may consider the well-being of the employee. Because the employee's well-being is taken care of, then the environment is an environment that somebody wants to work in. And that's kind of the ethos of who we are.
I agree, because in any organization there really needs to be an environment that really fosters growth for the employees, which will directly benefit the organization.
That's right.
Also wants to know if you can share any, cool stuff that Microsoft is working on. News.
There's stuff, but cool stuff that I can't share. I'll have to think about anything I can share. I'll think about it and come back to you, hopefully before the end of the hour.
There is one other question here for you with regards to the Xbox game. And that the Xbox can recognize you when you enter the room that it is in, so the person wants to know if it's that sensitive.
That way. The point about sensitive, we talked about all of these augmented reality, the ability to have sensors in, and all these things are designed to, one, understand and be receptive to who you are, know your preferences, and that's kind of what it's designed around. So to your point about sensitivity, it's about hopefully making your life easier. If you have a viewpoint on that, I'd like to hear it. You can send me an email regarding that.
Steve. So Steve, if you have any more questions regarding the Xbox, you can let Jackie know. Another question is opportunities with Microsoft here in Jamaica, and what are the requirements to do so?
There are opportunities, but there are also, we have internships. In Jamaica specifically, I'd say a majority of the careers are around sales. I know that we have a lot of Microsoft partners in Jamaica who actually go out and help deploy, develop with companies such as Grace, Jamaica National, etc. So I would encourage you to not just necessarily look for Microsoft, but look for Microsoft partners, because they are doing a lot of cool things working with companies in Jamaica and frankly, startups.
Okay. Very much, Jackie. So, there is one more question here for you. The person wants to know, how did you go about starting your business, and basically that can translate for somebody who is just starting up their company. So what type of advice you would have for persons looking into going into the technology field?
So technology isn't much different, if you look at an IT business, it's not much different from starting a regular company. And the top advice I always give people in IT is you have to products and services that is of value. In developing apps or creating software, you still have to look at the market and see how is it that they would react. Because innovation is great, but not to get too technical here. But if you look at economics, and sociology, you'd understand that sometimes innovation is not come by a particular culture. It's not good for business. So if you're looking to go into IT, whether it's a new or it's the in thing, you have to look at the traditional ways in which businesses work. What is though is the model on which you can run a IT startup on. There's greater access to capital. There's much more opportunities. IT company does not enjoy the a traditional company would have. So check it and see if it's actually a practical idea, and try to make a good IT business. It's one of the biggest complaints we've seen so far, especially from the international community. A lot of the startups and the IT they're really scalable, and it's really if you want to have a profitable business, being scaled is one important thing, especially if you want to attract investors. So model, focus on the idea and making sure that it's actually ready to go to it, and don't just sit on the idea. The best way to test if it's ready to go to market is actually sending it to the market and look how people react and adjust accordingly. So that's my advice. Yeah.
Okay, and one final question for Jackie. Steve wants to know what the HoloLens is.
Jason has a lot of questions regarding Microsoft. Rather than take up the time describing all of these things, I think it would be best served to Steve to go to the Microsoft site and look at the various videos of what we have, because I think that would best describe for him HoloLens and the augmented reality of what it does, and to encourage him to do that. Can I add on Jaden's point about entrepreneurship and funding? A lot of companies, Microsoft, Google, provide seed funding and have incubation around ideas, and to encourage you, to his point about getting funding and making sure that you are solving a problem that needs to be solved. It's all about what problem you're trying to solve when it comes to innovation. Innovation takes on many forms, whether it's social, whether it's economic, and so just think about that and do your research on where funding can come from. And then to Jason's point about scaling, it's so scale in many different ways, depending on what problem you're trying to solve. And so I really encourage you to think about entrepreneurship, because we need more. We need a lot of ideas. And any of the ideas that we have at Microsoft come from entrepreneurs such as yourself. We have bought the IP, the intellectual property, and in a lot of cases bought the company. And so I encourage you, if you want to start your own business, it's really ripe right now to be able to do that.
Jackie, and thanks as well to Jaden. I see there are no more questions, so if either of you have any thing you want to say in closing, you can do so. So we still have a few minutes until the next presenter is on.
Well, I'd love to add. I'm not sure if that Jackie had shared previously, but I know I saw the couple work during they're doing it frequently, but I know we've partnered with them twice in the past, November, December, to host a couple of codes. So if you want to learn, give it a try. That's how I would say, just give it a try. Try to go to a coding event, and Next Gen Creators, which is my profit, we do coding workshops every month. We host entrepreneurship events focused on youth, people between ages 13 to 25, and also do something called a hackathon, which we basically take youth from across Jamaica and the Caribbean, for them to spend 42 consecutive hours working on mobile app or computer software app, and then have to pitch it to a panel of judges. And we've been proud enough to partner with Microsoft on that project locally, and we're going to do it again this year. And Junior Achievement also supported that project, and we're going to do it again this year. I'll say just give it a try and see if it's something you're interested in, and then you explore the possibilities.
Okay, thank you much, Jaden. Anything else you would like to add, Jackie?
I think the takeaway for me, or for everyone, is to go with your passion. Technology touches every aspect of our lives. So whether you're a developer, whether you want to go into design, whether you want to go into healthcare, whether you want to go into manufacturing, technology touches every aspect. So that foundationally you must have education training around technology, but go with passion no matter what that is. And the world is your oyster right now because of it.
Thank you so much, Jackie and Jaden. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us about technology. It really opens our eyes to the number of opportunities going on out there and how we can become involved. Just talking to us about the importance of STEM, and even earlier in the first presentations that was on automotive industry, they touched on STEM education as well. So the repeating of it is just emphasizing how important it is in today's society. I want to extend our gratitude to you both for taking the time to talk to us today. So we still have a few minutes before the presenter is to go on, which is Nick Campbell. Signed in as yet, so her time to come on is at 12. Opportunity for break, and then we can come back for 12 o'clock when it is Nico's time. So don't sign off, we will still continue. Ladies, I'm not able to listen to the audio. Yes, so be quiet. They can hear you loud and clear. Yes. This is Forbes, man. I'm going to ask that you mute your speaker. Thank you. So I see Nicole is on now. So I'm just going to use the opportunity to introduce her, and then we will go into the segment, which is Conversations for Parents. So Nicole is a Princeton University trained educator, entrepreneur, and speaker. She's passion for empowerment and represented Jamaica at MIT's Junior Summit, addressing the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan at just 13 years old. Subsequently featured in local and international media, including CNN and Nickelodeon, and was chosen as one of 20 teens who will change the world by Teen People magazine. Empowerment and human development extends beyond the classroom to the boardroom and public sphere. Noted for her no-nonsense yet practical approach, she addresses corporate and public audiences on the subject of maximizing potential in their personal and professional lives. She also serves as a member of the Childhood Commission and the Chase Fund in Jamaica. So please welcome Nicole Campbell. I will be leading us in this segment, which is the Conversations for Parents. Nicole. Nicole. Okay, she is connected. Oh. Via the chat. So I'm going to assume you can hear me. At the break, we're just experiencing some audio issues. We need to get Nicole connected so that she can begin her presentation. To bear with us while we try and fix the audio issue.
Oh God, they can't hear me.
Yes. Hello, Nicole.
Hear me now?
Yes, hearing you loud and clear now.
Oh, fabulous. Great.
I already introduced you, so you can begin.
Oh, I can. Okay. Hello, everybody. Yes. Hello, everybody who is tuned in. from all over the world. It's very, very exciting for me to do this talk on a topic that I think is so important to the development of our young people. I really believe that parenting is such a big challenge, but the stakes are so high that I really encourage conversations about effective parenting and, you know, whatever we can do to support each other as we take this journey. I'm a parent myself, not of a millennial, and if due achievement would forgive me, I took the liberty in researching for this conversation, in preparing myself. I did take the liberty of researching, you know, the kind of age brackets of millennials and then what they're calling Generation Z, which is teenagers now. So technically, I'm a millennial, 32, but you know, I'm probably not speaking about to man right now about parenting me. So I'm going to focus the conversation around parenting Gen Z. In other words, the teenagers now, the young adults under 25, and what is very different about how even a millennial grew up, and certainly how the baby boomers and so on grew up, and what the different challenges are that are unique to this era we find ourselves in. I think, you know, before have we been as connected as we are with technology. I think it's a beautiful thing. There are so many pros. It's a great opportunity for business. It's a great opportunity for entrepreneurs, as was discussed before. But with that comes, you know, some dangers, some particular risks that we want in parenting for the generation before this. So I really also encourage questions. I love questions. I love to hear, you know, what the feedback is and what you want me to focus on more or less. So I really encourage all the participants to send in the questions, and I will do everything I can to answer them, and I'm sure the moderator will help me out with doing that. I'm not sure I can see your questions, but I'm sure that you will communicate them to me, because I really want this to be of maximum benefit to every single participant. And no, hold on.
Certainly, I will relay the questions to you once they have send them in via the chat.
Oh, perfect, because I can see a chat. I'm in a chat, but I think it's just between June Achievement and me. So of course, I will be able to see the other things at this point. But anyway, parenting now. Well, let's talk about the pros of the environment our children are growing up in, and the environment our teenagers must navigate at this point. You know, they're born into the tech era, and with that comes distraction. So when a teacher now is trying to focus, there's so many demands on their attention. You know, there is social media. You know, there is the YouTube. There is everything they can do online. And with all of that constant stream of information and the sound bites and the tweets and the texts, we have with the young people we deal with now at AIM, we have a lot of teenagers. That's our target market, teenagers and 20-somethings, young 20-somethings. And we really found this startling inability to stay focused on anything for any length of time. And of course, that is an issue. So as parents, we want to be very conscious of that and think about how can we really help our children in developing an attention span that's, you know, that's longer than 5 minutes. Our kids will look at magazines, but they're only looking at the pictures. They don't read the articles. They have difficulty writing and communicating in sentences that are longer than text messages. You know, these are some of the issues that that parents must go with teenagers who are growing up with the different influences they are growing up with. And so as parents, I think, you know, that to set a structure, put a structure in place for children. Encourage reading is something that I talk about all the time. Of course, you want to encourage that as early as possible. Before even born, you should be encouraging that, you know, because at the end of the day, it's very hard when the child is, well, really a child anymore is like 18, 19, 20, 16 to suddenly saying, oh, you need to read more. That conversation that really is is something should be happening, before. So, but what can we do to encourage our kids to have better attention spans? It's limiting them. It's setting it, because the frontal lobe of the brain. So if we go back to the science of it, the frontal lobe of the brain, which is responsible for helping with decision making, is not fully developed until mid-20s, right? 25. And given that, it means under 25, whatever direction and guidance you can give and help them with, it's really needed, because just from a logical perspective, they're not going to be the best decision makers. So I think active parenting is what I'm advocating. Now, I'm not advocating helicopter parenting. There is a difference. Helicopter parenting is actually very disempowering for young people. And the reason I say that is because I think there's a primitive young people who are able to generate ideas and pursue them. And when the helicopter parenting happens, what it does is it takes all the agency and initiative out of the hands of the teenager or the young adult and gives it to the parents. And so the parent is there making all the decisions all the time, taking care of everything, doing everything, suggesting everything, facilitating everything, so that really when the child heads off to college and the parent is no longer there, or worse, the child enters the work environment as a young adult, they don't know what to do, because they haven't really been able to exercise that muscle of, making certain decisions for themselves and being able to advocate for themselves and take initiative. So I'm not suggesting, when I say active parenting, I don't want parents to misunderstand what I'm advocating here. I'm not saying helicopter parenting, because there is a difference. I would say active parenting is more about creating a supportive environment, creating a supportive environment for our children, helping them where they need help, but at the same time, pushing them to do things for themselves. That's really, really important. So our boundaries in place, boundaries on going out, boundaries on the use of social media and of phone and of TV and of YouTube, and I could go on and on and on. The truth is, some students can't even sit down for an hour to study. They have to check their Snapchat. I have to, see what's going on, and we really, really have to try to support them by, maybe a little tough love. Maybe it's gonna involve taking away the phone for a bit. I have some students that are able to self-regulate, but most students aren't able to self-regulate. So I have a young lady who is in lower sixth, and she banned herself from her phone during the week, because she knows that if she has her phone nearby, she's going to want to see what's happening with her friends on Instagram and Snapchat, and she's going to want to, do all these things, and she knows that she needs a certain level of focus to get through what she needs to get through. So she allows herself to have her phone only on 2 days during the week, or days during the week. I forget what she does, but she restrictions. She has some no phone days. And, at first, obviously, it's uncomfortable, but I think, it's really, really worth it in many, many cases. So that's what I mean by supportive parenting. In parenting too means, to me, acting and engaging with our children about what's going on in their lives, what's going on in their day, creating that open environment where our children feel like there's a level of trust where they can come to us to have conversations about what's at play, because there are so many influences. I wouldn't say there are more influences today than there were 25 years ago, but it's just easier for those influences to find their ways into our homes and in the lives of our children than ever before. So the idea of active parenting is something I really, really believe in. But as I said, not helicopter parenting where the parent is managing every aspect of the child's life and setting everything up, and they don't really have to do anything other than go with the flow. Because if they go with the flow all the time, they won't ever learn how to direct themselves, and that ability to self-direct is of paramount importance. So I'm putting here to see if there are any questions. Are there questions so far? Because I will just talk and talk, so I want to make sure that I am being mindful
I don't see any questions as yet. I think because the trend from morning was after the presenter speaks, then we take the questions. Persons are still
in that. I love to include the questions as part of whatever I'm presenting, but I take them at any time. So let me move on to my second really important thing. I think we need to be the models for our children. Gone days when our kids don't have access to information. Gone are the days when you can just, do as I say, not as I do kind of parenting. That doesn't work anymore. Well, successful students. When I say highly successful, I don't necessarily mean they're pulling straight A's and they're naturally academically inclined. When I'm successful, I mean balanced kids, have of self, who are, goal-oriented, who, have a certain level of tenacity, who, are relatively confident. They are coming out of households where that is modeled for them in many cases. There are some cases where that is modeled and still the student struggles, and that's fine because the parents are generally supportive in those cases. But I say by and large, it's a very, very consistent trend among the students I see, that if certain behavior is being modeled in the home and being modeled by their most immediate role models, who are their parents, then you can expect a piece of that to somehow be present in the behavior of the child, for good or for bad. So I want to really, say that again, no, gone are the days of do I say, not as I do. I think, kids nowadays, they're doing what they see their parents doing in terms of a lot of behaviors, a lot of habits. And so if we want our kids to be goal-oriented and show initiative, then we must try to model that as much as possible, because, it can definitely help and it will never hurt. Something else that I really wanted to talk about. Actually, with growing up in Jamaicans who said nowadays times, is the stream of information and social media and so on can cause a crisis of confidence in teenagers at a time where they're just forming their self-image, and that's very delicate. So I think parents have to be very supportive in a way as early as possible. So I'm not just talking about when they're teenagers, but even in raising them that, look, you are valid, your opinion counts. I just reinforcing that sense of self and self-esteem, because all kinds of things at play. There's cyberbullying at play for many students. I've heard some horrific stories, and then there are others who, they're constantly comparing themselves to their friends or to other people, and it tends to give them this low self-esteem and sense of self, and they feel lost among all. So as parents, we have to be conscious of the fact that those influences are at play in a way that they weren't when we were the age of our teens now. And so being especially sensitive to that and thinking about, again, having that open dialogue and reinforcing to our children their value, their inherent value. I read somewhere that building esteem in children is not about telling them, oh, you're worthy, oh, I love you. Oh, I mean, of course, those words count, but they interpret love and value as time. So it's important, even as parents, as we lead these really busy lives and we, have these goals and we're, have our own issues dealing with, that we really remember that, it's one thing to tell our kids that they're valuable, but it's another thing to show them that they're valuable with the time that we spend with them and what we give to them as parents. So that's really, really important to help them to understand that for many people, social media, can be, meaning in other words, you don't even know what's going on behind the scenes of somebody's page. So just helping to educate them about social media and the fact that, you take it, you can't take it to heart, in other words, and ascribe more meaning to it than maybe there. So that constant comparison, helping them to filter the information because they don't always know how to do that. But again, there are many opportunities, right? Many opportunities of growing up in this era. It's a creative environment, a highly creative environment. And for parents, what that means is support child in their creativity. And most refreshing, wonderful experiences I've had with families involve kids who want to do, film, or they want to do music, or they want to, build apps, or they want to design video games. They want to, in the music industry. There's just different additional / creative interests that have out of the box thinking that I feel like, especially in Jamaica, we're not really accustomed to. And as parents, parents of teenagers, those industries were not around when parents were growing up, if you understand what I'm saying. So it is something to keep in mind. I'm asking parents to have an open mind, because we're so afraid, and for our children, in other words, we want them to be able to get a job, and the global economy, and they need to be able to get a job. So what are they going to study? They need a career. They need that. And it stifles the creativity of kids a lot, and it is absolutely unfortunate that we don't know how to support our kids who are not necessarily interested in being engineers or lawyers or doctors. I think the world is so different. If you look at the industries that are growing the most rapidly globally, video gaming is one of them. And there are so many opportunities globally for people who are interested in gaming. And so I wouldn't limit the creativity or stifle the creativity of children. And I see that as something that's happening. But living in a world that's increasingly borderless with technology, there are many people who live locally and work globally. But the next question is going to be, well, we don't have a video game industry in Jamaica necessarily, but just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean that in Jamaica can be a part of the global industry. But there are so many people who are doing great work in Jamaica, but exporting it globally through the power of technology. There are animators who are doing work in Jamaica and selling it to studios in LA. There are just a lot of things going on, and I think parents also need to keep in mind that there are jobs and industries, there are jobs and some industries that didn't even exist 15 years ago. So there may be jobs and industries that exist in 10 years that don't exist today. And maybe that would be a fit for your child, So I think that equipping them with the right toolkit to be able to self-advocate and to be able to take advantage of opportunities and respond to change and to learn quickly and have the right attitude, the right work ethic is a premium, as opposed to, sticking them into one career and telling them that without training for this, you'll never have a job and you'll kind of be a failure. And we need to just have confidence in our kids, while at the same time protecting them. I understand that urge. I'm a parent myself. I am the product of a father who was very traditional, is very traditional. And when, I told him I wanted to leave my, 9-to-5 steady, well-paying job and start a business and become an entrepreneur. And what am I going to do? Help students to get into college and help parents. He didn't know what that was. He's like, what is that? Are you sure that's a real job? Like, he didn't want me to do that necessarily, not because he was trying to kill my joy or, stifle me on purpose, but, he's more risk averse and he's more traditional. Just written a book, for example, and most of the people who have purchased the book so far don't even live in Jamaica, is what I'm saying. So I think that, but when I was going into college, I didn't know that was an option. I went into college in 2002. I'm sure that iBooks and iTunes and Amazon and so on were not as developed. But I felt I was being gifted with confidence and drive from my parents, and also through a really solid education where I could have the confidence to go after different opportunities and create products that exist and take risks and just follow my passion. And I've been able to do that, and I'm very happy with that. But I'm saying that parents can support their children in doing that. I really believe in the fact that nowadays, we are living in one of the most creative eras. Now has it been easier to create value, to build a brilliant business. So around, we find ourselves drawn to wanting to add value with. And so as parents, we can support our students with that. So questions are coming in now. Yay. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so this first question is from Crystal, and she wants to know, how do you curb the tendency to helicopter a parent, and she wants practical examples.
Hi. I tell you what I tell my students and what I tell my vision unlockers, how I coach people, is to say, if there's any topic in the world, if there's anything you want to do a better job of, the research out there, there is information, there are books, there are people who can help with that. So first, if you find yourself helicopter parenting and you're worried about that, and you my goodness, am I really helping my child with the skills they will need to self-actualize and to show initiative and make their own decisions, then that's something you really look at. What the best practices in the field are. What do people have to say about it? What do researchers have to say about it? I'll give you examples just based on what I have observed in my interaction with parents. That's what I'm here to do, but I'm encouraging you to also seek knowledge outside of what I have to say, to really dive into the topic and see what can work. So we have to open up ourselves to the idea that we have to allow children to fail and learn from that. So of a helicopter parent is that if I don't do it, I can really relate, because one of my strong suits in my life, like one of my defining characteristics, is I do tend to be a bit controlling, and so it is something that I have to be very conscious of and look at, right? And so I would say that you have to just be comfortable, or get yourself comfortable with the idea that perhaps if you don't do it, it won't get done, but that Jane or John will have to learn. And so, being okay with allowing our children to fail from very early. We want to protect them from harm so early, that from early, we don't want them to fall down. We don't want them to many missteps and stumbles that they should make and learn from. We don't allow them to make sometimes, so then they haven't learned, and then they can't show the initiative. So as early as possible, just get kids comfortable with the consequences of their actions or inaction. In other words, I don't mean get them comfortable so they do it and I like the consequence. I mean, get comfortable with allowing them to experience that confidence. One thing that's also, I don't find to be helicopter parenting, but I find to be very involved parenting that then negates the need for helicopter parenting, is to parent this deliberate way to build what I call grit. I just finished reading this excellent, awesome book. There's a whole chapter in it called Parenting for Grit. I'm encouraging everybody to read it. It's by Angela Duckworth, and she says that one of the ways that we do that is, for example, exposing our kids to different activities, right? So like one thing I find with teenagers now, a lot of them, they don't stick with anything long enough to know if it's an interest or not, right? So when you're parenting for grit, you are saying to a child, look, this is activity you have chosen. Even if you don't feel like doing it right now, whether or not, you still have to continue with it until it naturally terminates. It's encouraging kids to stay with something for at least a year to understand whether it is an interest or not. It is showing them how they don't just give in, I'm tired, I don't feel like going. Like my daughter will come and say, I don't want to go to gymnastics, mommy. She's 5. I don't want to go to gymnastics because I'm tired. I'm like, you're still going to gymnastics. You don't get to just, go with the flow and call the shots. I don't call that helicopter parenting. So I would say, Crystal, just make sure that that you're not misdiagnosing yourself, So I think very deliberate parenting, but ability to reflect and to tell, am I really just searching for every opportunity and enrolling them in everything? So you find the opportunity, Johnny, is you need to fill out the form. I'm talking about things like that where, yes, maybe they need help in finding a summer job, or maybe they need help, but I give you the information and then I expect you to make a move on it. You don't make a move on it, you don't get the job. Things like that are very important for kids to learn as early as possible. So with a 5-year-old, I'm trying to give her as much agency as possible. Like, go and pack your bag, for example. I'm not going to pack your bag. Like, make sure that your library books are in the bag. Oh, you didn't bring your library book? You didn't get to buy another library book. Why didn't you pack your bag? You understand? So these are the sorts of things that it's important to make sure are happening. That early as possible, they can feel the consequences. I mean, I could very well just not to deal with the letters from the school about the library book and just, I help at home. I could just say, make sure the library books are, but no, I want them to make sure the library books are there. When I get the letter from the librarian, I show it to them and I say, look, this librarian has so much so that my son the other day was like, is the library book there? Like, can I borrow a new book this week? Because he knew the letter had come. Like, so these are just all things where you try to make them feel it. We don't want to be not making them feel any consequences of their action or inaction. So practical ways are just I would say the first step is to be comfortable allowing them to feel the consequences, their actions or inaction, and, falling down and being able to have a conversation. Okay, so what was the lesson there? So how do you do what differently? One thing I got from experienced older lady who has 2 generations each, I guess she has 2 generations each children, is about the conversations at the dinner table. I think that's such a major, important key, super key parenting tip. You try and sit down at the dinner table as much as you can, but make sure you have these standing dinners with your family where you sit down and you talk about, allow them to open up to you. Be that space where they feel comfortable and have a trusting environment to come and tell you what's going on and, what latest and what they're looking forward to, what didn't go so well, and probe them and, show interest. I think it's just of vital importance. So that's how you create an environment where they can come to you and talk. And so even, as I said, I don't have teenagers right now, but even our kids, and they sit down and they tell us, we have an 11-year-old stepdaughter and then a 5-year-old and a 4-year-old, and they can tell us, what's going on at school, what was exciting for them, what they didn't do so well, what they hope to do in the following week. My son is hoping to, have model behavior and go on the Sunny Rainbow on the behavior chart, and we're talking about the consequences, and, because he's, and he's on with a bag of things. But my point is, try to be involved as possible. But as I said, make them feel their decisions. They need to be able to feel their decisions. A lot of students now, they don't feel the very form for the job the parents are filling out. They're making every call. They're setting up everything. And the kid has to do is just show up. I mean, no. We can give them as much responsibility over their lives as possible. We should be giving them, while at the same time setting those boundaries with the technology and understanding. So it's a fine balance. It's this balanced parenting idea, right? Because we know the frontal lobe is not finished developing. So we're not putting all agency in their hands for their lives. But at the same time, we have to give them some agency. So that came across.
It quite clearly sound advice. This other question is from Ariella. She attends Bishop Gibson High School. Her question is if you think it is right for parents to let teens just study and not have any leisure time.
Of course not. No, I think, and it's kind of tragedy with a lot of students now is they don't have a lot of leisure time because they're either always at school or always at extra lessons. Of course, you have to be doing extracurricular activities, because holistic development is important. But at the same time, as students nowadays, I'm not letting them off the hook. They waste a lot of time. I have to say, saying that, you do a lot going on and there isn't a lot of work to do and a lot of studying to be done. But kids waste a lot of, if you see the time they spend on Snapchat, you see the time they spend on the phone and on different messenger and Instagram and all kind of different things, and YouTube and Netflix. I mean, watching movies, it's frightening. They waste a lot of time. So I would say, I like parents who I said that there's some parents who come down hard on their kids about studying because they're not comfortable that without them coming down hard that the child would study at all. I would say if you don't want your parents to come down hard about studying and try to turn your whole life into a big study fest, then it would be good to try to show them that, you know, you're on top of your game, you know, that you are organizing your time and that you are balancing yourself and that you are scheduling in your leisure time and you're scheduling in your study time and you have the grades to prove it. You know, many of the students that I see at AIM, parents are not mandating study time as long as they are doing what they need to do and getting the grades. Where the mandating of the study time comes in is often when the students are not doing the work, are not pulling the grade, and wasting a lot of time. And so, rightly so, parents have to get actively involved now and say, no, we're going to set aside this time. So does that answer your question? I would say I don't think it's right, but I would encourage you to model so that you can be responsible for yourself and do a good job of that, and it would ease up. I think that's what I would say. Any other questions?
Yes, there is one more, but before I'm going to ask the participants to ensure their speakers are on mute, so there is no feedback here.
I'm hearing some feedback for our entrepreneurial program, and then also how we're doing it for BizTown. Okay? Because there's two different methods.
Hearing a lot of.
So the ministry, I think the one that came to us, asked us to go over, and they said they wanted to partner with us. All high school students.
Conversation about a partnership with the ministry.
Like all high school students learn entrepreneurship.
Oh, so I think we have it quite now.
Okay, Carl?
Yes. This final question here is from Jayana.
Yes.
She wants to know what advice you would give a young single parent who has children in their young teens or are unable to relate to them.
Advice to a parent who has young teens and finds themselves unable to relate to the child?
Yes.
Wait, you have a conversation?
Well, that's the extent of the question. So I would think it's basically trying out how you would parent somebody and try to understand.
So here is my thing. I think I don't think I'm not sure that when we say relate, I don't confuse that with you need to be able to know exactly how that person. You can try, but you won't exactly know. But I think universally, many of our emotions are the same as humans. You know, we all experience fear, anxiety, and joy, and we all want success, generally speaking, and so on. So I think the emotions and the feelings can be even if we can't identify with the drivers behind those or have the same experiences. So I think we start from what we have in common, which is that universality in our humanity, you know. So I would say that would be my main point. We need to understand why this is or why, you know, Joe thinks the way he does, but that understand he does think that way. And the different emotions that they're experiencing are things that we can relate to. So I want us to, parents, though, sometimes we come to a conversation with our children with a lot of baggage. We come to a conversation with our children with our own preconceived notions or beliefs about how they should be, the fact that maybe we are right and they're wrong. You know, why are they, you know, not just doing what we say, etc. So sometimes we do need to come to conversation with our kids with a less of us and being more open to really hearing what they're saying. And that's a relationship that you build with your children over time. I found that it's very difficult for parents to just suddenly, kid is 17 and you just say, up and relate to them, you know, or able to converse with them. I think it's a relationship that you just try to build over time. You're not trying to be their friend, but you're trying to establish that relationship where here, we're both human beings, we both experience the same feelings. Again, the drivers might be different. And the experiences are certainly different, and we're not trying to say you need to understand those experiences or what it's like. I don't think I can understand what it's like to be a teenager now, even though I'm forced to relate to teenagers on a daily basis because I'm trying to get them to do what I want them to do, which is to, you know, set them as a minimum standard and to, you know, set some goals and to really, you know, be more self-aware. And these are things I try to develop in teenagers, but I don't understand what it's like to be a teenager. I can't imagine what it's like to be in their shoes, but I respect the fact that they have the same feel I do, even the drivers are different. And so that's what I always try to keep in mind, and just understand the world that they're operating in. Abreast of the world that they're operating in. I don't know what was with it, you know. I try to just reason with them, you know, as much as I can, so I can, you know, hear what they're thinking and what they're saying, and, you know, what influences are operating on them and so on. I'll never be able to feel how they feel, but, you know, that common ground that we all share, I move from there, and I try not to bring much judgment to the situation. That's not to say I'm not extremely firm and I don't speak like it, I tell like it is, and I'm like, this is what, you know, you're not doing, and this is what I really wish you would do. And I also relate into them, you know, I try to set up this idea that, you know, might be a teenager right now and you think that your parents are responsible for all the decisions, and sure, you don't pay your bills right now, but the fact is that is going to catch up with you really fast. And so you really do need to start thinking of yourself as an individual and not just as a child or a child of X, Y, and Z, because sooner or later the decisions you're making now are going to determine that life that you're going to have. So you need what kind of life you see for yourself. You tell me, you know, how you want to live and what you want to do. And then I'm going to tell you, with the benefit of my experience, that if you don't get these things in line, well, it's simply not going to happen. So when I can get them to leave the conversation, I also try to do that. And I think there is an amount of fear and cynicism among young people now, which is pretty frightening. But I always try to remind them that, you know, never has there been a more exciting time in history or a more enabling time in history in terms of possibilities. And so, you know, it's either they're going to focus on the negative and decide that they're going to be cynical, or else they're going to think possibilities and just make stuff happen. So, all right, I have some other points that I want to make sure that I for sure too. I say that an advantage and possibly a disadvantage of the environment that young adults find themselves growing up in, and what parents need to be cognizant of, is that the world is constantly changing. It's a very dynamic environment compared to 10, 15, 20, 25 years ago. Extreme dynamic environment. And what does that mean? Well, that kids need to know how to respond to change. The phone is too easy for many students, and that is the pop down is immense for many students. What I mean is they don't have a resilience muscle, and part of that is to do with helicopter parenting, right? If it has been helicopter parenting, they have resilience because they've never really had to deal with the consequences of their behavior, right? So they don't know how to, and they've never been allowed to fail in many cases because the parent is always in there swooping in save day, or else if they fail, the parent sometimes is glossing over that instead of having an honest conversation and saying, look, you didn't, let's talk about what you could have done differently. Some parents would join in, oh my gosh, the school is horrible, the teacher is so horrible, you know, and we jump to the defense of our kids to their detriment, instead of teaching them how to make possibilities when there seem to be none, and how to be successful in spite of the fact that perhaps the teacher was not the best or the school is not the best. And so, you know, when we don't allow our children, you know, the kid never do the work, but somehow it ends up being the teacher's fault. I see that all the time. It is frightening. And so the world is constantly changing. And if parented like that, they don't know how to respond to change, and they don't know how to respond to failure. They don't know, they're not able to get up quickly to change tactics, or even change industries if they need to. And I think that is what their premium on having that skill now. So as parents, again, allow the children to fail. Have honest conversations. Don't try to put them outward. Try to encourage to create their own possibilities and find another way. Focus on the opportunity and not the problem. So as parents, sometimes we join the blame game with the student, and we defend the student and don't empower them. And so students have got to be, our children have got to be empowered to really do it in the world that we find ourselves in, based on the fact that it's constantly changing. So that's really really important. I would be remiss if I didn't include one consultant here at AIM, Stephanie Barrett, said, make sure you encourage reading and reading articles, not just the pictures, from very early, because that's so important with the tips and the sound bites. We find our kids unable to really focus and even complete an article. And reading comprehension is something we struggle with students, and it's something that continues to be really important. Okay, so those are all my points. I'm very happy to answer questions now.
A few questions, actually.
Oh, awesome. That's really good news.
So this other one now is from Ellis.
Okay.
What he's saying is, many persons who are parents had a tough life growing up, and many might say that they want to give their child or children what they did not get. So how does one balance that with ensuring they don't spoil their kids?
Yes. It's just something, Ellis, that I think about, and I think it is something we should all be thinking out as parents. I think it's just this constant checking of yourself, right? If you're even thinking about that, probably means you're aware. Everything starts with awareness. It's really important. Set up in our house is a brilliant reward system. We, but it was really the invention of my husband, so I'm not going to say we. Mine has set up, and I have fully endorsed and jumped on board a reward system with our children where they get packed to lunch to go to school, right? But they always want something from the cafeteria. Their friends getting stuff from the cafeteria. Well, when I was growing up, let me tell you, nothing from the cafeteria. I get my packed lunch, and I have to look on everybody else butter and cheese and chicken and roll. I wasn't getting nothing from the cafeteria because I just never get no lunch money. I got lunch and eat and be satisfied. But no, it's better just like, sure, get in the cafeteria, or sure, whatever, you know. We just pay the bill at the end of the month. That's the easiest thing for me to do, and just let them have whatever they want, right? But introduce this system where they get rewards for different things, right? So kids get they'll get the stars, or they'll get $100, or you know, things like that for their good behavior. So, or like for reading, completing a book. There are different things like chores. There are different things they get rewards for. One reward, they can save up that money to do what they want. So I found just using it to buy snacks all the time, and I said, you know what? If you save that, you could buy like a toy. Like you know, been looking at this. He wants, what is it he wanted? I think it was a transformer. In any case, I said, if you saved up those $100 instead of buying bananas or whatever he buys, you will be able to buy a transformer. So what I'm trying to say is, reward system where it doesn't come as easy. We're trying to show, I mean, yes, I could just give them, but it could also be like, you need to do something to get that. Like, what are you doing to get that? You know, showing them that reward is preceded by work of some type. So my daughter is also really involved. So she'll see this new that she wants this doll and whatever. And I could buy the doll, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to buy this doll. What am I going to do to earn this doll? So just little things. I think the fact that we are aware is important, and the awareness will lead to us just coming up with different ways where we try to show our kids that, you have to work for stuff. And as I said, modeling that example of putting that work and allowing our kids to see us putting that work, but also reinforcing it with not just give free rein, where we just give them whatever they want. Having them earn it somehow has been beneficial to us.
It does actually. And this question from Melzetta, she's looking as a sibling, having the understanding of entrepreneurship in this era. How do you going about persuading another sibling to join the entrep mindset?
I had a question another day where somebody asked me, do I think everybody is born to be an entrepreneur? I don't. That, first of all, we have to make sure we don't impose our dreams, wants, desires, and try to live vicariously through our children or our siblings, or, just because that's a passion of ours or a dream on our heart, we want to put in them. So I think it's important to be very careful of what we project. So if your sibling it's one thing if your sibling is interested in entrepreneurship, but just maybe afraid and just needs help to get for that fair, in which there's, coaching that you can give her. But if sibling is just really not an entrepreneurial type of person, then maybe that's just not her path, but you should at the same time still support and encourage her to go there and find that path. I think our purpose in life is going to require courage no matter what. That's to me the most fulfilling life. So if it is that, yes, it's entrepreneurship for her and she's just afraid or just needs a roadmap or just needs support, then, there's, you can help her to face her fear, help her to outline some steps and take, talk to her about the pros and cons and the entrepreneurial mindset, because that's a specific type of mindset, ability to deal with risk, ability to innovate, passion just for what you're doing, what value you're adding as an entrepreneur with whatever service or product you're bringing to the market, and outlining that roadmap for her and making it clear that no matter what you pursue, you need the courage to go after what you want in this life. And so if you take the first step, the other steps get easier and things come together. But if it's not her path, then I'd say support her in finding that, and there's nothing wrong if she doesn't want to be an entrepreneur.
Good, and as you said, number one is born to be an entrepreneur, is interested in entrepreneurship. So I guess it's just how about coaching them. Now, the question is from Stephanie, and she says she has been thinking of becoming a trichologist or accountant, and she finds joy in cosmetics, but her parents are concerned if that field is marketable. So I want you to share some tips on how she can make herself more marketable since she's considering starting her own business and produce her own products.
And if I repeat some of the advice I gave previously. Era we live in. What are some era we live in where whatever we want to do, you can find the information is at our fingertips, literally, to find examples all over the world of people who have done what we propose to do. That's a beautiful thing. That is a gift. Certainly when I wanted to start AIM and I didn't even know it was a real job to help people plan education and get into college. I didn't even know it was a job. The first thing I did was get online to do some research. Then I looked for the most successful companies in the world who did it and modeled myself off them. I found out what are things they do in a website look like. What's the value that they really bring? What are the moves that they make? Like, how have they done this? And then I try to do many of those things. So I'd encourage you to, obviously, obviously it's a business that can do quickly, because many people succeed by doing it. So there's no reason you shouldn't be able to succeed by doing it, So I think it's just this commitment to saying, okay, anything I'm doing, I don't care if it's gone, I don't care what it is. And you decide that you want to do, make the commitment, your excellence is your minimum standard, and you're going to be the best, and you're going to bring yourself to world class. And the tools are literally at your fingertips for you to understand how to do that. So maybe you need to sign up for a course, maybe you need to do a training, maybe to read a couple books, maybe you need biographies of people who are estheticians and trichologists and beauticians, entrepreneurs who have massively successful businesses in your area, or maybe not even in your area. So you can find out what are some of the drivers for success for these people, and then make a plan as to how you're going to develop that for yourself.
Thanks for that. And then there is one final question that I'm seeing. How do parents basically become more open to the career path that their child wants to pursue, and it probably is not something that they see their child doing? Okay. Similar to what I said before, again, onus is students. I have many students who at first, the parents just wasn't buying it, especially creative fields. Because it's easy, if you tell your kids, if you parent that you want to become a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer, they usually fight you on it. They're just, okay, if you don't want to study music industry or film or one of those other careers, God, how is this going to work? So it is on the student to, first of all, somebody your parents can trust. Sometimes I'm not wrong the parents, let me speak proper English for those international persons on the call. Sometimes I don't blame the parents for being like, no, I'm supporting that. Why? The child hasn't built the trust. In other words, if I know you're a slacker, yes. If I know you don't follow through, if I know you don't demonstrate discipline, then I'm not trust you worse with a career or a field that I don't know much about, or that I might have misconceived notions about, or not really exposed to. So teenagers need to earn trust of their parents, period. Students who have gone into fashion, and the only reason I'm thinking of a particular parent right now, the only reason those parents supported it was because this child was so focused on discipline that you could trust her when she says that this is what she wants to do and that she's going to be great at it. Because she has those other characteristics that drive success. Develop discipline. She stays focused. She makes good decisions. So you need to do that and to model that kind of behavior so that when you come to your parents with something, they can actually trust you and believe in you. So that's really important. Then other thing you can do is bring them examples, bring their case stories. Maybe they don't know that much about the industry because it was not around when they were growing up. So do the research because it's right at your fingertips, and bring them the information and make the case. Students make the case and make the case successfully. I agree with you. There is a question that is really on the same path to what you were just talking about, but kind of different. So I just want to give you a chance to explain that to Charlene. She's asking, how do you guide your children if they are unsure of the career path? So this time it's the child who is unsure of the career path, and Charlene wants to know how you would guide them in terms of in their CXC subjects and even what they do after fifth one CXC.
That's, I think it's a different question, a different facet to it, and I want to take my time with break it down. Well, the easiest part to deal with is the choosing of C-sex subjects. I got issue with C-sex choosing of subjects thing. The real do is I think the premise of it is a bit antiquated in the sense that back then, education terminated at the end of high school and people went into the workforce. Choosing C-sex subjects was so important because that was the training for your career. Now, what people college for the most part, right? People are going to sixth form for the most part. So this subject choice thing, I think, is a risk. And what it does is it really locks students into paths that they really are not sure about. We are formal, no, really. Who know, like, you don't know anything, meaning things, and surfers are brilliant and they're wonderful and everything. But when I say you don't know anything, things change so much that you really lock yourself into a career at the age of 12 and 13. That is really asking a lot. So what I encourage students to do, and parents to do, to choose wide enough to give options no matter what. In other words, when you look at it from a U.S. perspective, like a U.S. college is expecting students coming in to be prepared with a U.S. college prep high school curriculum. You learn a little bit of everything. So you're going to have to do that social science, which is usually history. You're going to have to do math up to a certain level. And I definitely encourage add math because it's something that's tested on the SAT and ACT, whether or not they want to be engineers. So I would encourage, because C-sex math I don't think is adequate just for high school level preparation in math. You're going to need to do a foreign language, for example, in the college prep curriculum. You're going to need to obviously do English, which is mandated. And then science. I know that a lot of students don't like science, and I didn't like science when I was in high school. But thank God I had a mother who was like, you will do at least one science. And just that knowledge base, I feel like I regret the fact that I didn't do biology and chemistry, because there's random things that I don't know, I can't have a conversation about, and if I've done it. Nobody's saying I'm going to be an engineer or a biochemist by any stretch of anyone's imagination, but it's just knowledge that helps you to navigate the world and converse and know things and make connections. The premium on people know in this world who can make connections across disciplines. You might be designing for, biomedical. You might be, so you might be, an engineer, but you need to solve problems for social sciences. Like, they just need a broad-based education, I find, especially at high school level. So here's what I would say about selecting high school subjects. At third form, sciences, math and add math, English, a foreign language, and a social science. And that is where I stand, because that's what I find prepares students well for college. It prepares them for the admissions process and for scholarships, and keeps their options open so that they don't have to lock themselves into any area. Everything else other than those five is what we call an elective. For example, POB, POA, IT, all those things don't carry any credit for college, because those are things they expect to be able to teach you in college. They don't expect you to come from high school knowing anything about business or accounting. So I'd say about choosing C-sex subjects. Now, in terms of finding what you're interested in, this is a conversation I have all the time, almost on a daily basis in my career, because one of the things that we do is help students to understand themselves and to explore careers, prospective careers, but more importantly, to explore and develop their interests, which I find to be really key in terms of going in a certain direction, choosing a major, all of that. I want to recommend at this time, and I saw uscience.org. It's really, uscience.com, so sorry, not .org, uscience.com. It's something I have students do, and they come and they sit with me for an hour, and we have a conversation, because I think that they are born with different skills or have developed different skills. So some people, very visual. Some people are very, have very good spatial orientation. They're just these different skills that set you up for success. and fulfillment and enjoyment in different career areas. You know, of course, I was never good at that spatial orientation, so I would, that just doesn't work for me. But there's some people who are really good at it, and then there's some professions that there's a premium on that skill. So there is a whole exploration that can take place. So one thing I'd recommend. And another thing I'd recommend is try things. Encourage your kids to try things. A lot of this is just trying things and seeing what sticks and seeing what you want to explore further. And you may not ever know how that can turn into a career, but geez, you like it. And you never know how that can turn into a career and what connection you can make and who you can meet and who. So, for example, when I was in high school, I did an internship one summer with MRC Learning Center, Mr. Bell, who's like a total genius, but he runs an extra lessons center. And I taught summer camp math for us. When I realized I really love teaching, I knew I loved talking. So, I didn't need that experience to tell me that I was just born loving to chat. I didn't know that I enjoyed teaching. It wasn't the math necessarily, but I just had a joy from helping people to realize their potential and to awaken to the fact that they can do something. I thought I couldn't conquer that topic, but I really can. And if you think about it, that's actually what I do for a living now. I empower people for a living. It is through my online classes or through my work with students or, with the book I just wrote. Whatever it is I'm doing, that's what I'm doing is empowering people. But I got the first taste of, or one of the first tastes of that through education by just randomly. Oh yeah, that looks interesting. I'll teach math for the summer. And the experience I got while I was in college was on Wall Street. I said, okay, I'll try this banking thing. I was like, economics major. But I went to the summer funk and I hated it. I just couldn't survive it. Like stuck in a cubicle, looking at Excel sheet all day. I mean, I was going to die. So that's when I realized, hey, the paycheck is really good, but I don't like that. So experience allows you to rule things in and rule things out. To volunteer. Some kids, they're so obsessed with money. If not getting paid, it's not valuable. Hello. Unpaid internships, unpaid volunteerism is some of the best opportunities you get to know yourself. So I even stumbled on the idea that I wanted to start AIM was because I was a volunteer interviewer for Princeton University. I got my undergrad at Princeton and I volunteered as an interviewer. And I'll interview all these kids who wanted to go to Princeton and who were applying. And when I met with a young lady who I thought, boy, really qualified, but she never really put the app together. I wonder if I could help her. That's why I got the idea to start AIM. I never knew I was going to be an entrepreneur at any point. Certainly not in third form when I was selecting subject. But here was setting excellence as a minimum standard, doing whatever I was doing, explore different opportunities where possible. And I just got an idea and went with it. So I would say, choosing a broad set base, but putting yourself out there with different experiences to see what sticks. And then, of course, the usescience.com assessment and having a conversation. As I said, I meet with students and they come talk to me about those things and parents and some direction and guidance that can be given. That was me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicole.
You are so welcome. I enjoyed. Can I congratulate Junior Achievement on this online conference? That's so fabulous. We talked about the disappearance in a lot of ways of the limits and the borders and the premium creativity and coming up with ideas. And I feel like Junior Achievement is modeling that very same thing. So pick up yourself.
Thank you so much. And we can't take all the credit because this is a partnership between the Ministry of Education and the Hard Trust NTA for this week's activity for National Careers Week.
So goodness gracious. Big up the Ministry of Education. I used to work at the Ministry of Education. I love the ministry and I still do a lot of work with the ministry.
That's great. That is
so
great.
I love that team down there and, big up.
So just thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I don't even realize that the hour just went by like that because your presentation was just so interesting and enlightening and relatable.
You see your chat? You must what you love and turn it in a career.
Sure, for sure. The listeners are sharing Same sentiments, just thanking you for your information going live.
Thank you very much, listeners. I appreciate it. Can I ask the listeners, or if the listeners, my Insta friends, if they are not my Insta friends, can I please ask them to follow me on Instagram? Because I love to share and post, and anybody who follows me knows that I really love to post, but I would need to become a part of my Instagram community so we can continue to chat and do Insta Live and all kinds of fun things. And my username is Nicole McLaren Campbell.
Oh, great. So that's Nicole McLaren Campbell on Instagram. All right, thank you for taking the time to transition into the next segment for our online conference for international careers discussion. I'm actually going to turn over the moderating role to my coworker Christopher Durrell, who is the technical officer for Junior Achievement. Just want to take the time to thank everybody who has been listening in from morning.
Bye guys, thanks again. I wish to tune in.
Good afternoon, everyone. That the first half of the entire presentation was fantastic, and I took away points at least 1 point from each speaker. So we're quite nicely into the next half. We have presenters in social media, we have presenters in finance, and we have one in agriculture who I hope you'll find very grating because he has a lot of experience in that area. So the first to introduce to you is Mr. Kemal Brown. So Kemal is a passionate entrepreneur. He's a motivational speaker. He's a digital media consultant, an academic and corporate problem solver. He's been privileged to lead projects in the areas of business development, marketing, and sales, digital media research, gender studies, organizational psychology, and on. So he has taught a variety of courses at UE and IT, and produced and hosted the Talking History on Nationwide 90 FM. He's a research coder for Boston University's Global Leadership Project, a problem solver for Above and Beyond, and is currently founder and CEO of Digital Global Marketing Limited, director of Acume International. So I just invite Mr. Brown to come and share his ideas and move into the second presenter, who is Mr. Kingsley Morgan. Brown, to you.
Right, everyone doing? Lovely introduction. Let me comment on her presentation. I enjoyed it. I caught the last, say, 15 minutes. And I enjoy her principles, which are akin to mine. I mean, I love excellence. I think excellence is the functional principle for all success. I think to do more every day. And my life philosophy is Kaizen, which speaks to the relentless pursuit of excellence and getting better daily. So, let me give a brief introduction to myself and what I do. So, I sort of had a brief stint in academia in the past, lecture political science, UCC. I'm an entrepreneur. Since I was 5, I as Nicole said, and I really agree, because I don't think everyone's built to be an entrepreneur. There's rules, and it's not that skills can be. Hello, you're a little back there. Can everyone clear? Hello. Okay, you can hear me. All right, great. Yeah. So there's sort of a certain mindset, entrepreneurs have, and it's not that developed, but many people might want to take on the risk of entrepreneurship. But I always see myself as an entrepreneur. As an entrepreneur, I've always, been someone that saw opportunities where many people might have seen things being very mundane, but I kind of spotted opportunities and pursued them from a very, very young age. I was 5. I can't remember. I was selling marbles on the playground. I was always doing something, always finding a way to kind of see through what viewed as, regular. But I found a way to kind of not only monetize it, but kind of add value to my community through it. So my media was by me seeing another opportunity in the marketplace. Social media, Facebook, all of these entities that we spend a lot of time on, they have a plethora of opportunities for young people and more seasoned individuals alike. The reality is, you really just have to see them. So many, I mean, I'm sure all of you are on Facebook or Snapchat or some of the networks, right? And you probably use them to just, engage with your friends or keep in touch, or maybe you might even buy things off social media, maybe building your personal brands. In some level and some engagement, I mean, there are about 1.3 million Jamaicans on social media currently. Right? In towards 3 million to 2.95 million. So it's a very large percentage of us, have presence on social media. And that's facilitated on the basis that the internet expanded and, more and more people are getting access to not only computers and these mobile phones, but just in and of itself, a cognizance that there is this place called the internet and you can do a lot of things there. And that really, seeing the trends and seeing the monumental growth of networks like Facebook, which crosses about 1.85 billion people, and seeing that with some people being in one space, presents opportunities. Opportunities of taking taking advertising, which is what digital media, agencies do. We're advertising agencies, but more than that, we're content creators. So brands that you might see, like a Pepsi, like a Bigger, like a Cranwater, all the different brands online, or any brand that you can really think about, they have a presence on social media on the basis that is where the young people are, that is where their demographic is, the people that they want to reach with their ads, or the people that they want to buy their products. There's one place with the be Facebook, Instagram, wherever, and of them being there, you can reach them. But it also has another component, and I gear this presentation in the context of opportunities and consequences, because as young people, many things might not be clear in terms of how and what these platforms really are, which are they're brand building tools. That's what they really are, brand building tools. At times we might trivialize them and only see them as, let me just go say hi to my friends and keep in touch. And we'll have that purpose as well, to see what they're up to. You can careers, like I have done, on a bit of background on my company. I started the company June 2016, which is pretty recent. We have 12 team members. Show you the growth potential of doing what we do, which is really helping companies to build brands online, helping people build their brands online. It means reaching people that want to buy their products. That's a simple version. Yeah. So in 2016, and we're in February 2017. Since then, we've worked with international clients. We've worked with a lot of local clients, and I've grown my team members to 12. So entrepreneur means creating opportunities for other people as well. So people that are being paid, people that have careers that didn't exist 5 years ago, people that are able to feed their families on the basis of opportunity and pursuing it. So we do things such as graphic design, web development, app development, but our real central point is social media marketing and social media management, which is companies, as I said, build their brands. I want a coin called the skill economy. Why diversity? And this is something that I thought about. I have 2 degrees. I have my master's from, and I have my bachelor in international relations and political science. Nothing regarding social media. And I got to say this. What I did is I saw this trend, and in the nights I would go online and go social media management courses, social media management tips, social media this, social media that, and I would read and learn. Without any, degree, without any certificates, without all of that stuff. I would take online courses. I would reinvest in myself, because knowledge is power, and reading and learning will change your life. It will change your life forever. The most successful people are readers. They say readers are leaders, and that's fact. At some point that Nick and I are on the same target. Like, you have to read, you have to grow, to commit to being your best self every single day. So that's what I did. I said, I wanted to be the best at this social media thing. So I read, every day I read for like maybe 5 articles on social media a day. I read maybe, a month on the same, big up Nicole, big up, I see a comment. Yeah, man, on the same topic every single day. And when I realized, I kind of have a little knowledge on this thing, man. I kind of know what I'm talking about. I would speak to people and they'd just be like, wow, can you help me? Can you help me? So I as many entrepreneurs will tell you, your passion should reach you do. You might not know where it will lead you in terms of, not the interest that you have. You might be interested in music, you might be interested in this, you might be interested in that. But the very first stage is finding market opportunity. Right? It wants, and social media was something growing. Currently, the industry is about 16.56 billion US dollars. That's the scope of the media marketing industry. I just want 1%, right? I just want 1%. Right? I want the whole thing just 1%, because that percent is a monumental sum. But the point is, I saw this market opportunity, and then I began building skills that would allow me to facilitate my entry into the market. But I built upon the knowledge that I had previously. So political scientist by trade. I studied. So science, I have my master's in the same. So the companies that I started approaching, organizations rather, were governmental bodies. I was like, well, the government responsibility, this is how I sold it to them, and this is how you understand, this is why understanding the industry is so important. I saw, the government has a responsibility to, transfer. Social media is where young people are, it's where people are. You have 1.3 million American people on social media. We're multi-dimensional, multi-screen, we're on our phones all the time. Even if the TV is on your cell phone, doing something, tweeting, doing whatever, right? Even WhatsApp. So if people are in this environment, why not put your message in this environment, facilitate reaching them through this medium? It's very little. So I said my very first client was Pika. Passport immigrant. We still currently manage them. So I use knowledge of political science to conceive of e-diplomacy, which is basically trying to reach people, trying to, try to take through your active customers through social media, using knowledge of the government and so on and so forth. And the camp successful. But it was on the basis that I, just came up with all these ideas and whatever. I studied, I learned, I grew in the industry. I read, everybody else was sleeping, I was dreaming. Right, reading, I was learning, I was just taking courses to facilitate the skill transfer necessary for me to this field. And out of that, I realized there's so many different you can have in social media, possibilities for revenue earning. You can become a CEO yourself, right? So the platform for sharing fun with friends is something that revenue is built upon. Facebook itself is a business. We use Facebook is a business. Because as young people, we have to be cognizant of that, many opportunities exist, but only through actually looking at them and trying to, see them. And trying to connect the dots, can you really access them? And the first of that is, being yourself a good education. I don't support people anymore, say I have to go to university. I don't support every person going to university, even that anymore, on the basis that I saw what I was able to do. I don't have a degree in digital media. I have no formal educational training in social media. Campaigns have mental success, right? Because I invested in myself through learning, through reading. Really and truly, if you have an internet and a computer, and you're not destitute, your life is not too hard, you have a bit of free time. If you're broke, you deserve it, because there's so many opportunities that you can access online. And with a quote, and let me say begin, I'm already like halfway there. I can say I love to chat too. Teach you in the world. I didn't say that, Nicole. Our CEO, there's a quote I love from Tom Peters. He's a branding expert. They teach you. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Nicole, because let me see her message. Something that university does teach you though is you're trainable. So you deliver. You learn deadlines. And there's some soft skills that people pick up that you're not even sure that you pick up. So it has its value. But my point is, for individuals that cannot access university, you shouldn't feel like you can't do anything. The skill, meaning having skills, even outside of social media. Because what you find is that social media, or Facebook, all of these networks, they facilitate you showcasing your skills to a world that wants to know you. There was a team, he was an artist, I think he was in rural Jamaica. He did some stuff. He put a gram, and pretty soon he had bids coming from Europe. So it's a tool that can amplify whatever it is that you can do or you want to do. I heard someone speaking about being something about cosmetology. Some people right now, a lot of the makeup artists in Jamaica, all they, put images and so on, post on Instagram, tag up stuff, and ensure that people can see the quality of their work, and then get bookings, quality of their work. So it's really a tool that you can use to brand yourself. Personal branding is what really helped me achieve success. I fundamentally believe that we are CEOs of our own company. Me in business today, your main job is to be head marketer of a brand called you. Now, you still be in school, but your brand is still there. Think about it. What does your teacher say about you? Does you're a diligent person? Does your teacher say that you're committed, that you're able? You're in class like me and Nicole, but you still get your job done. What is your brand? What do people think about you? Right? People to think about you. Social media allows you to control that. And that's why I began by saying that, it's possibilities and consequences. Because what possibilities include, you can set up your own business, online business, traffic to your store and earn, right? Your skills online, you can, paint or all different things. There's so many opportunities, not only in terms of joining an agency like mine, maybe becoming a social media manager, which is where you help to manage, the companies, right? Or if you're good at math, you can analyze and analyze data and find trends in the social media data to help, their goals, to help drive the strategy to help them achieve their goals. You social media strategists, marketing plans, to help companies achieve their goals on social media. There are jobs per se, but those jobs directly related to social media can do anything you want to do. A speaker, personally, I'm a motivational speaker. My other companies, Acumen International. And I did. At a talk, every time I got a speaking opportunity, I would take, snippets of it. I would take snippets and put it online. I would come up with my own motivational quotes. I would put online, do all of these different things. I say, hey guys, here I am. I'm a motivational speaker. I'm doing what a motivational speaker does. I would look at top speakers do. I would look at the things that they did to get traffic to their website. I would see how their websites look. I would say, okay, I want to be a global speaker, so I have to look a certain way. So I was controlling how I was perceived, right? How people look at you, how people see you. And that's of social media. It's being able to control perception, control how you're seen. But danger in that as well. And that's when the consequence side comes in now, because you realize that many are a lot of bad things on social media, especially from our young people. We shouldn't be up there. Lots of images that are not kosher, images that shouldn't, private things, and they get made public. A bad thing in Jamaica and globally where, somebody passed away and you find people circulating images of this is bad. This is things that you don't want to use it for, right? Certain things, negative things, and that's where the consequences come in. Because understand is anything that you share on social media, it lives forever. This Lee Morgan, he shared something, right? He just came up with a poem of his own creativity. But because on Facebook, where 1.3 million Jamaicans are, and 1.8 billion people over the world are, he came up with something, he shared it on the platform, it went viral, as we call it, right? And it got recognition from the Prime Minister. Just that, you change for the better or for worse, based on what you post on social media. So, and your career can be affected. There are people that have shared, things like racist sentiments, like they said something racist. South Africa reporter, she boarded a plane at 6 a.m., right? She did something about somebody looking like a gorilla, a racist comment about a black person. She landed at 7 a.m., she was fired. Shared online. So it's ability. With great power comes great responsibility. This is something our young people all do have cognizance of. You have to think about it. What am I saying to the world? It is. Every time you update, every time something, what are you saying to the world? You have to remember that your employers or prospective employers, people you might want to work for, are going to social media and look. I have interviews later this week. Anytime I interview, I ask the candidates, please add me to social media. So require add me or send me your handles so I can see who you are. Right? Picture. Clearly, take it too serious. Somebody, likes enjoying themselves and like going out. That has nothing to do with, that's having fun. But if someone's consistently negative, all they share is bad things, all there's, everything wrong with the world, clearly that person has a negative energy and I want them around my positive team. right? And, lewd images of people and themselves and all these types of things. You might not want that person representing your company or representing your brand. And as what we write online reveals who we are. I believe that at my core. What we put there reveals who we are. All right? So in who you are, and it's not a pretty picture, you can expect to be heard. And people look at your resumes anymore. People media activities. So you have to be very careful about what you're posting, and opportunities can come from what you're posting. For example, you plan to apply whatever college it is and do medicine, right? Or you might to be a journalist. You should be blogging already. You should be having a medical blog. You should blog about, effective writing, how to, 5 tips to create content, whatever it is. You have to make additional effort because it helps you set yourself apart, right? Every other applicant. If you apply to me and you say, okay, Kemal, I'm a good content writer, I can write really well. You have to show that you can write really well. Where's your blog? You're free to have these things now. The best thing is all of the information is accessible online. Right after this, this seminar, you can go online and Google anything that we've been telling you and get information regarding it. Right? How our knowledge is so freely scattered across the internet. You really have that discipline and willpower to want to pursue it. And one of the most impactful quotes that I've ever heard Bezos, he's the CEO of Amazon, Amazon that you go and shop on, and he said, "This is what people say about you when you're not in the room." It's powerful. You realize this, right? You need to understand that personal branding, being the capacity to shape what people think about you as an individual, right? You can do is the most thing ever. So I'm a motivational speaker. People need to, when I leave a room, when I come in and speak to them, they'll leave motivated. They'll new lease on life. They'll leave with new ideas, new insights that can dramatically revolutionize their lives. So somewhere I don't do that, then my brand is damaged. So if you're a student, you want to be successful as a student in life, whatever. You excellence, Kaizen as your philosophy. You have to say, I'm best at this and I will consistently work at being the best at it. Because none of us are born perfect. We all have weaknesses. We all, make errors, but we have to learn from those mistakes and upon them, right? So if this call, if any of you are doing anything bad on social media, if you're sharing negative things, expect it to stop. And you start doing things regarding, uplifting people and the areas you have interest in. So if you share things on music, Bieber was found via social media site. So what you do is showcase your skills online. You showcase your skills, and that can create opportunities that you would never dream of. Believe me. Yeah? So, understand that social media has another aspect over. It's about solving a pain. As a brand, so whatever that you say you are, you might say, you want to be a doctor. All a doctor is they solve a pain for somebody. And that pain, this is both figurative and literal, because doctors do solve pain. But the pain be that, you're ill and you go to the doctor and information. Any pill or anything, but they give you information. And under that is where they're valuable in society. If you get knowledge of your choice, that pain that she solves, because you might not have the information, you might be prepared, your parent don't know how to guide you properly, but she has the insights to be able to do that. Similarly, for my company, you might have a product that you might want to launch. Many of you might have a lot of product ideas, and you have, you say it's going to really work. And market research, you see that a lot of people might want your product, but you have to find a way to get your product in front of them. And that's all. We can help you help product online, help drive traffic to your website, help when a campaign launches or you're having an event to make a lot of people be there. Whatever goal is that company wants, we can help you get there. But you have to understand that people might, I know I'll be in social media. Honestly, I just did not know. It was an exploratory journey. I wanted to be an entrepreneur. It's not that I don't want to work for anybody, because when an entrepreneur, it's not that you work for anybody. It's that you work for everybody. That's the truth. So it's not that the only boss is the customer. That's the only boss. One boss and it's the customer. So it's not that I wanted to just do my own thing. I just knew that I had opportunities. I've always been building businesses. This is my 4th business. Right? So I always look for opportunities, and social media was a market that is growing. So opportunities
I jumped on it, I built a company, right? I've been able to employ all these people, but more than that, you have the medium that you're using, right? I mean, the reality, let me just give a rundown on some of the jobs, some of the positions that I have within my company, so you can kind of say, okay, well, this is the practical application of social media in terms of employment versus, if you want to be the next Beyonce, for example, and just doing a lot of covers on YouTube until you get discovered, right? This is the practical. So you can be a digital media strategist, as I said before, a quality, and that involves just ensuring that we don't have grammatical errors and that things are grammatically sound, ensuring that the imagery we develop looks proper, certain things such as that. You can be an advertising specialist, learn to run targeted advertisements to whatever. For example, a Jamaican company might want to advertise in the United States, so you have target effectively to reach there. And one of the found is that there are a lot of leadership opportunities if you set yourself apart. Expertise, if you really aim to become the best at what you do, a lot of opportunities manifest. So even this conference, I remember how Junior Achievement got my name. I don't even know the process, but somebody out there said, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. This guy has had some level of success. My brand is tied to that success, and then people come to me and, can you do this for us based on you showcasing the skills that you have and your capacity to actually execute this. Yeah? So like any leadership opportunities, I've attended many conferences and spoke on social media at many conferences. Of course, I get paid when I speak on social media. I get paid when I speak as a motivational speaker. So it's not just being minded and looking at, okay, let me just sell a product. It's trying to be best at any field using people that you're the best. So academic advisor, show people that you're the best. Where are the testimonials people say about you? I know that Nicole recently launched a book, her ebook. The very thing, she read it, she saw what people said. People read it. People said positive feedback. She showcased the positive feedback. So in the minds following that, hey, this book is actually a good book. Go and read it. And more people went and downloaded and all of that type of stuff. You have to understand that what media really represents is opportunity, its abilities. It's able to take nothing, company with nothing, skills. I didn't get any investment. Many of our young entrepreneurs, which is flawed mentality, going down investment, chasing investment. I need an investor. No. You can right now begin something, right? It might scale. It might not be for professional. Commitment to daily growth, daily investment, you can build something great. Which in your mindset to the thought processes of people who are chasing. Hello? Somebody? Okay. I think mine is up. I don't know what that was, but okay, let me continue. You have to align your mindset to the mindset of someone that's successful. I'll leave you with. I can't do this forever, right? It's to know yourself. Is the number one determinant of success. But morally, know what you're good at that the market wants. Because many of the things that the market might not want. It's not just about having a passion. It's doing what you do, achieve a financial stability. Because it can also mean, just being happy. But financial stability, you need to know that whatever you're doing, there's a market demand for that product, for that service. You have to ensure that. You have to be open to shifting your idea. Yes, you love playing the piano, right? But there's lots of demand in Jamaica for that service. So maybe you want to build the infrastructure. So you said, well, maybe I should give piano lessons at a school that facilitates that for people that might be traveling overseas. So you have to be pragmatic in your dreaming. You can't just dream widely. You have to be wise about dreaming as well. But only through accessing opportunities that you can manifest greatness. So, my time is up. I don't want to run over. So there was value that you derive from the presentation. Well, everyone who's listening, but I know I took away some key points. And the way that you showed that social media is it's neither nor bad, it's more like a weapon. So give a weapon to somebody who's for the good, then it's going to be good. But the opposite person, then it will have a negative effect. We spoke about that person that we have, Me Inc.
Yeah.
As some of us may have seen, Benz is actually suffering because of not necessarily what the airplane itself has done, but the staff has done.
Yeah.
So they have that have been giving racist comments to Arabic persons, to Negro persons, and it's coming back Delta, such that there were hashtags trending saying, what was it? I think boycott Delta.
Yeah.
So personal brand doesn't just affect us, it actually affects those persons that we're associated with.
Indeed. Average of the 5 people you associate with daily. Very well.
Right. So you've basically taken us on the journey we can turn social media into a business. And I Kingsley Morgan now to speak more about social media. Morgan has interests spanning from areas of fashion to youth advocacy to social and creative writing. He's a marketer at CR Communications, and he's a recent UE graduate with first class honors in 2014, integrated marketing communications. Now, he's affectionately called Mr. Suave because he takes simple outfits and turns them into something classic, making a statement. From his social media, for his brilliantly written short stories and social commentary, of recent, the breaking near letter to the Prime Minister. So, without ado, I'm going to make Kingsley Morgan the host and let him share his presentation with everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining, and I thank Junior Achievement for this opportunity. I think it's brilliant to conference that you can join from the comfort of your home. So if you guys are seeing the slide, I'm just going to jump into it. Kemal, I'm a big admirer of the work he does.
Sir, if we're seeing the slide as yet, you may share your screen.
Hold on, let me move over to that in a second. Right. Quick share screen.
We're seeing, but it's a blank screen.
Are you?
Yes. All right, we're seeing. Okay. There we go.
Okay, so as a Kemal, I admire the work you do and to grow business, and I like the angle of your presentation. Coming off the heels of Nico's presentations, like segue into how players can be better. And Kemal, what you did was that you showed us that social media is a platform to become sell yourself to others and to a marketing tool to become your own entrepreneur. But I want to touch on, and which we will touch on stuff that Kemal spoke about earlier. I want to talk about the effects of the social media on your career from looking at its core and what it's about and touching on perception, and then looking at how you can use it to make it your channel, your brand, and people to know you for something. So every year, right? Now we have about 2.5 million users on social media. That is just below half of the world's population. And it's Instagram, it's Twitter, it's Snapchat, it's Facebook, it's Periscope, Tumblr, Pinterest, LinkedIn, and there are so many others, but they're just the popular ones. Everyone is on social media, and it plays a huge part of our lives, right? It is literally at our fingertips, right? So the question is, how are people using social media? What are they using social media to do? The Huffington Post noted that social media is number one place to use to meet people. It falls under networking. So you go to social media, you meet up with Patrick from 10 years ago. You guys went into primary school together, or meet Pam, who is this person, and you get to know her. You want to know more about her and all that. It's a place where you network, right? People Magazine said that newlyweds, actually, 35% of them confessed to meeting their spouse on social media. So it's also about finding love. It's about finding people that are similar to you. United, right? And I know people with similar interests, and I talk to people and I get to know them. So it's a great tool, right? It's used for news and current events. 62% of the world's population is from social media. That is mind-boggling, right? Donald Trump name news every day with a tweet. So it's no longer a press release. It's not a news release. It's not a feature article that's the main source of news anymore, right? Now it's you send it, you're part of the news. You have a Facebook video, you can become a part of the news. Right? People are going on CNN. They go to Twitter, CNN Twitter, to get the news before CNN produces a show and post it online, right? Even post it from the nations, right? So people are going there for news. People are going there for current events, the Super Bowl, the Grammys, the Oscars, whatever is happening. You are getting that information from social media. Right now, you can live stream on social media. I watch the Grammys from Twitter. What they're doing is that they allow you to, whenever there's a trending hashtag, and if there's a big event, they allow you to go on and you can literally watch the entire event. Right? People are also using social media to share experiences, opinions, and all sorts of stuff. Right? I know right now that Barack Obama is in the British Virgin Islands in his vacation because of Twitter, because of Facebook, because of the video and photos that he's been sharing. Right? I know that Beyonce had eggs and chicken and waffles for breakfast this morning because of social media, right? People know that I went to Barbican yesterday because of social media, right? They can love, they can, so you can form a relationship and get to know more people through social media because they're sharing their experiences. It's also a powerful marketing tool, right? It allows brands to in aspect of social media, you can spread your message to millions with click of a button. Someone mentioned earlier that I do such short story writing. That if I write a story and I expect 5 people by the click of a button, right? And with that, it increases the traffic to my page, right? And I can convert people who didn't know with on a low budget, right? So that's what social media is doing, right? It's revolutionizing how we share experiences. It's revolutionizing how we access things and experience current events, and it's the network, right? So said, we're social media, everything is social media, and we're using the network and share experiences and all sort of stuff. right? What does that mean? Right? If it's the number one place that we are all meeting and talking, it turns to me that you become your social media. This is not an extension of who you are. It's an extension of your voice, of your thoughts, of your opinions, of everything that you do, right? So I want to touch on the fact that people are thinking that social media is private, right? Social media is not private. Once it's on the internet, it's no longer private. People believe that if I post a tweet that contains something that I wouldn't want my boss to see, because no, we're all interconnected. There's the 6 degrees of
Kingsley, are you still with us? You're actually breaking in and out in between your sentences. So you said for about this minute? So now? All right.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. You know.
Hello?
Go
You know?
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Oh, great. So, let me just bring up back this. Slide. So, Kemal touched on this earlier. Perception is everything, right? And you have to control how people perceive on social media. When I go on Twitter, I'm mostly tweeting about football, Manchester United, right? I'm sure my net followers believe that I am a football fanatic. Therefore, if someone asks, hey, do you know Kingsley Morgan? No, I don't. And they show that person my handle or my photo, they can say, oh, it's the guy from Twitter who is always talking about football. He's like a football crazy, right? So with that sort of on social media and the perception, it's easy for people to confuse facts with the story and develop a set for themselves. In that, if you're posting racist comments, people are going to assume that you are racist because perception from your tweets becomes the reality, right? So don't believe that just because you said it in a vacuum and you said it on social media, you know, you are separated from your tweets, you're separated from your posts, you're separated from your images. No, it doesn't work like that. Right? People will ascribe everything you post on social media to you, right? That sort of, with that background, and just to recap, we spoke about everyone being there and being on the popular sites. We spoke about the networking, news, sharing, marketing, which is the power of social media and how perception can affect what the reality is, and social media not being private. We need now to talk about how employers, how businesses are using social media as it relates to career, right? Now, social media, using social media as a tool for recruitment, screening, and marketing. What is that? Right? It means that as an employer, before I take you on, before I hire you, before I have a conversation with you, I get a glimpse of who you are outside of the confines of your resume, your cover letter, even after you do the interview. I get to know who you are. And I say who you are because people use social media as the platform to judge you. right? For a job at Digicel, right? Digicel says, come into office on Monday, you do a great interview. I pull you up on Instagram. I see all those the curse words, all those videos from the dances. They see you doing inappropriate stuff, all these things, and they're like, this doesn't align with my brand. This person doesn't really represent what my company is about. So what I'm going to take, right? There are persons who have complained about jobs on social media and gotten fired, right? So employers, if for example Kemal was looking for a writer on my social media page and see that, okay, Kingsley wrote a few press releases, he had a few press releases, he shared a few stories, he shared a few articles, feature stories. Clearly, Kingsley is a writer. So if Kemal's looking for a content writer, someone to do the captions for his posts on social media and for blogs and so on, he could know what Kingsley is the person that I want to know. And use this very upward as an example. At nationally known as a social media expert, but there are persons in my circle, there are persons on my social media platform that know a thing or two about social media, and so this is how this opportunity came up. Right, I was recruited in this opportunity, this web conference, because of what done on social media, right? And this is something employers do. They want a model, they go to social media and they search for persons who are trending. Hey, here's a girl with a nice body who is African American and exactly the talent that we need in this photo shoot right now. Oh, someone who can do animation because they've shared a couple videos that they've done, couple skills that they've done, and they recruit them into the process. And same steps they use to screen people. They look at what you're doing, right? It's the same steps they use to monitor what you're doing. So not because you get the job, it means that you are safe, right? Because if you get a job today and you have this so-called Christian profile, where you're not doing anything lewd and slack or whatever, and then 3 months down the line you decide that you want to change that brand that people associate with you, then your employer can look at that and be like, okay, I don't like how you're using your social media. Because the company is employees, right? It's employees with the company. So if social media isn't reflecting good values, then reflecting good values for your company. It's all interconnected. Right? So let's go over to what not to do on social media. If job coming out of high school, if you're at UA, if you've left UA, if you're a young entrepreneur, if you're old in the business, all these points apply to you. Right? You don't want to post tasteless comments. You go under a post and share offend someone, you to share comments that will make people look at you differently. You don't want to post your racist comments. You don't want to post. These are things that employers are looking at and they're thinking, okay, I'm not going to align myself with this person. Okay, I didn't know that this person was like that and all that. Right? Watch what you say on social media. Watch what you say on Twitter. There's notion that Twitter is the place where you say what you want and do what you want. No. And it all has to align with your brand, as Kemal mentioned earlier. What are you known for? What do you want to be known for? Your comments can separate you from what you want people to know you for. Right? Do not share provocative or inappropriate photos and videos. Don't do it, right? Because you can become the source of a viral, inappropriate photo or video. You post it out of jest, out of fun, and all of a sudden, new thing, hashtag, at So I posted this photo of this young girl doing something, and all of a sudden I'm in the news for this photo, right? And my boss says, you know what, Kingsley, this is our crisis, and somebody's head needs to get chopped. It's going to be yours because you are the source of this. All right? Do not complain about your job, your boss, your employees online. Because lunch on Monday, which she had from Sunday, and it smelled bad. And all, don't go on the website, don't go on Facebook and post that your boss should at you, and he, you hate him. He's not even smart, and he pays you little. A company isn't going anywhere. Posting, complaining about your job online. Remember, once it goes there, it's no longer private. Once it goes, once it goes there, harmful effects of the company. It hampers you of your job. Right? Don't mock your customers or other businesses online. For example, there'll be times when, for example, the other day, Lasco, when they tweeted that thing, the ask being whatever, the companies jumped on and they laughed, and they were having a field day with it, right? But then sometimes the thing comes full circle. So you don't want to mock other businesses for their mess-ups, and you don't want to mock customers for having a bad day, or obviously not getting the logic about something, about a plan and something that you consider to be simple. Oh, girl is so stupid. I told her to press 1, 2, 3 to get the plan, and she's still asking me, what do I need to press? Don't be doing that online. Don't be compromising photos and videos of yourself. If your grandma, if mommy, if your daddy, if anyone is going to have a problem with what you're posting, anyone that you respect is having a problem with what you're posting, do not post it online. So you do, and the time is running. What you do, you build a compelling professional profile. Take Tomlinson, for example. She is the source for motivational quotes. She's if you are having a bad day, go on Crystal Tomlinson's page, and this is your boost of energy that you need. Because in the morning, she takes on the responsibility of giving you a reason to make it through that day. Countless amount of times, and if you're listening, Crystal, countless amount of times, it's a Monday morning, I'm like, oh my God, it's a long week. Clients are going to be going on me this week. And I go to your page, or I scroll my page, and I see a quote from you, be strong, be this, do that. You provide a tip, you had workout tips, and I'm like, okay, here's a reason to fight on a little longer, right? So build a compelling professional profile. Become expert in a field. So business should be solving a problem. You market and you solve the problem with what you're providing. Provide a solution to that problem. Right? So if it's that, for example, I think that men in Jamaica, they pay much attention to how they dress. Right? They believe that if it's a pants and a shirt and a shoes, then I'm good to go. Right? So that I consider that a problem. Right? How do we make it classy? How about we make it formal? How about we dress for the respective occasions? Guys who wear T-shirts to the club, for example, there are guys who wear out of pants, shirt out of their pants. They're going to a formal event, and I've used my profile to kind of show guys, how to dress for different occasions. I take a photo at the beach. I take a photo at a formal event. I take a photo at the club. I've documented these, and I've said, guys, this is what you do. This is how you complement the colors. This is how you style your clothes. So people can consider me the source of how to dress. And Valentine's Day yesterday, a lot of girls messaged me, hey, Kingsley, I want to get my boyfriend a tie. I want to get my boyfriend a shirt. I want to get my boyfriend a nice shoes. Where I go? Do you think this tie goes with this shirt? And that's what you want to be on social media. That's what you want your brand to be. Who are you? I turned to Nicole for the for the speeches sometimes. She's great on social media, great at blogging and documenting her experiences. Go on her page. What is she up to? What is she doing? What are the kids doing? You know, JC the star, right? So what are you for? Right? Use social media to network, get to know people. I got my current job. I got that from getting to know people. Right? I message people, hey, how you doing? I like your post on this. You know, I saw you share a video where you are part of this conference. Can you share that PowerPoint with me? Yeah, I'd like to have a conversation. You know, that sort of stuff. You know, try to network, try to get to know people who are in your field, right? So if you're into social media, get to know Kemal Brown, get to know what he's up to, look at his profile, message him, talk to him, comment on his photos, let him know that you're around, and engage him, right? You have the playbook for social media, and you have to use it. You know exactly what employers are looking for. They're looking for someone who knows talking about they're looking for someone who is practicing social media etiquette online, and they're looking for someone who can drive their business and them look good online. So with that in mind, just manipulate the process. Manipulate. It doesn't hurt you to not share a photo. I remember Crystal, you know, he loves some of the videos that she see online, you know, that have a curse word or may have, for example, if a girl is, lifting the skirt or head, that sort of stuff. But she does share it, and it's the same principle I apply to myself. There are many funny memes that I see out there, but I don't share it on my profile. I like it, I don't comment. I chuckle and I move on. Because at the end of the day, you have to consider your profile to be your public relations platform. You know, whatever you leave in social media space, whatever you leave on the internet, it is your digital fingerprint to say, hey, I saw that from that guy. I know that guy for that reason, right? And that's it. That is my presentation, right? I am open to questions. I want to know what you guys think. How are you in social media? What do you do now? I think the next step is you. Hello? Yeah, so the question is, where do I go from here, Kingsley? I think your platform, profile photo, and you look at the last couple of comments, you look at the last couple of posts, and ask yourself, is this something that my employer or my prospective employer would want to see? Would my employer find amusing? Would my employer would my employer be impressed? Would my parents? If you don't want to use your employers as a reference point, would my parents be impressed with what I'm doing, with what I'm sharing? You know, some of us do it for the attention. As a lot of people on Twitter share unnecessary stuff just to get an amount of likes or to get some amount of traction. But when you do that, you have to look at the repercussions. What's going to happen when the right person sees the wrong thing? Right? What you want to do is track what you're doing. You will always be professional in how you speak, in how you share. And professional doesn't mean that you're posting quotes every day. Professional doesn't mean that you're posting business meetings or whatever. No. Professional means that the language is conducive to all environments. That's what it. Professional means that your photos and your videos cannot be misconstrued, cannot be misinterpreted, cannot be taken out of context at a point. And sometimes it's subtle. For example, I see Bella Blair at one point, she posted on Twitter that mentally ill people, she said something about mentally ill people and that, you don't have to kill yourself. It's in mind, you can become better and all of that. And people went in on her saying that you don't understand what mentally challenged people go through. You don't understand what depression is like. So stuff like that, you have to double check everything that you do. Read it, and reread it all the time and say, okay, is it offending someone? Would someone find this inappropriate? Am I stepping out of bounds? That's my time.
All right. Thank you very much, Kingsley. And another excellent presentation. But I'm going to open up the floor for any more questions that you'd ask. You can just message me privately, and I'll relay them for you.
Okay.
But I'm just glad that Kingsley brought up the point that social media is a form of networking. So it's pretty obvious, but social now the way that a lot of your potential employers can actually check up on you. It's the way that they can vet you, as Kingsley showed. It's the way that they can screen you. And one of the that has been going on, unrelated to the last point, is that even Trump, the way of using social media just should show the power that it has.
Yes.
Before, when Obama wanted to make a release and give his opinion on something, assuming he'd have to go through his White House spokesperson, he'd have to go through probably persons who say this is appropriate, no, that might actually, get killed. But now Trump, on the other hand, as soon as he thinks of something, he sends it.
Yeah.
I'll need some of that though.
Most likely. He's circumventing the whole process of doing his post, and it's just
really
that we have related to that are both of your views on 3 epidemics, right? Vladimir Putin helping Donald Trump with the elections. Yeah.
Who do you want me to go first? Okay, plastic rice, and this is what I mentioned earlier about social media being so powerful and being a news source. You can take anything right now, write it in the style of news, and it goes viral, and everybody goes in care. Right? The relevant authorities are using evidence of being plastic here in Jamaica. Right? Persons have shared videos, right, and photos about rice, being similar to what is being described in a video from the Middle East, but there hasn't been any sort of credible source saying plastic rice is here in Jamaica. Right? So I think that we vet the news sources that we access news from, and don't be quick to share anything that goes on social media. And that's another point I wanted to make as well. Right? For example, this is about a lot of taxi men are taking away women now. People taking the news from these sources that they just care about the clicks, care about the traction, and so they make posts, they bring up a headline, and they create a headline that's going to make you click on the link and go to their website so that they can sell ads and be more appealing to their advertisers. Right? So we need to vet our news sources and ensure that we're not sharing news that's not credible, and that's what happened with the plastic rice. The next issue of Putin helping election, that's actually an ongoing investigation, but it shows that with one tweet, with news outlets sharing that it was viral, and everyone is saying, okay, we heard about this, we assumed it in the beginning, this is what's happening. And so it's me, in this instance, it demonstrates the power of social media and how Donald Trump will now have to fight it using the same platform that shared the news in the first place. What was the other point? Hello?
Pause. Just sorting out some information. Okay. Great. And there's actually a follow-up question. I'm sure if Kemal wants to touch it.
Well, yeah,
Given that, well, that we have this issue with these news sources not being credible, what we can do to vet our false news sources, because news is spreading much quicker than real news is. No.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that?
As Kingsley highlighted, there's the responsibility, and that's why I began my presentation and looking at both the possibilities and the consequences. Like any new technology, there are always people using it for nefarious purposes, right? And to understand that human nature, social media gives endorphins. So like people are happy when they get a like or they get a lot of shares, they feel popular, and drives, a lot of the fake news that we see coming out. So in terms of what we can do to mitigate or reduce the impact, you can't stop. I mean, from this perspective or other networks, they've begun tweaking, types of content that they show and trying to identify the news from their side as well and put up on it from their side. But it goes down to, something that we learned in grade school, read. You have to just read. I mean, many times we share things before we even read them. You see a title, it's exciting, you think, oh, my friends might like this, or my friends might, I might get a lot of people looking at this or clicking on this or liking this post. I'm going to share it because it feeds into this hysteria. So things like fake rights, for example, the facts, and back to what both Keith and I said, perception equals reality. Just the fact that so many people are sharing it, wow, this can't be anything but the truth. And news sources are slow to act. It's the fake news that gets prevalence because it's first on the scene, because people know what to believe, and, there's videos and there's this and there's that, and everybody has a comment. It's lying to, things that aren't true. So from our side, it's really what we have to do is read what we're doing, be open to, and things that you learn in college, as Nicole had said, things like findable sources. Share something, you kind of want to believe the gleaner more than even the source. You believe the gleaner more than some weird named website. Seen as a reputable paper, there's fact-checking taking place, there's cross-referencing taking place, there's adequate research taking place, but at the same time, it's slow. So many times the things that hit the airwaves or the digital waves, they get a jump start on the truth. Because of the viral nature of social media, people tend to widely without fact-checking. So it's really, going back to discipline, it's really us, taking the time to evaluate and become our personal brand, because I think all of us have been caught by fake news at one time or the other. Even if you hear it, we commented on it, right? Or so, so it's just to take the responsibility and to really not react, but respond. The time to have information before you then act or say something that will be irrelevant because of the source. So 2 cents. And on everything else, like both of the themes, anything out there that's that's deemed, you just have to be careful because you don't want caught and be doing something to be caught in not a con per se, but just saying wrong information consistent, and your brand will become somebody that people see as a discerning person, not a wise person, and that can also lead to brand damage.
All right, Kemal. All right, running late on time, and we're just gonna give 2 more questions. One of the questions, and this is directed to Kemal. Should we focus on our passion from the outset, going into business, or should we look at what market wants as our priority?
I have a question. And once again, these are the questions that I'm really happy come out. You have to be, have to come in. I think that's the question versus, the market opportunity. Something you base your life on. And this is, it's so weird, right? Because people always tell you follow your passion. I'm recalled, book. It slips me, but I'll put it somewhere so you can get it later. And it basically says, studies have shown and studies have proven that who, they like playing a piano. And I just say, I'm going to play forever more and ever more, and I'm just going to they're being happy because from doing work that you're fulfilled in. Nicole, she would be name. She studied for economics. She went to the bank. She's like, this was my passion. I love numbers. Damn, I don't like this anymore. But I thought through volunteering, to expose myself to opportunities, to volunteering, to taking a low-paying job, to taking a high-paying job, to whatever, to just experiencing life. You might find something, because as I said, I went into political science. I wanted to be a lawyer. Well, first I wanted to be a pilot, and I don't know, it's kind of weird from that. And then to, be a lawyer. And I mean, I could chat and argue and all that stuff, but I just didn't like it. From myself, entrepreneurship or, finding opportunities is a skill that I had. So while in my head I wanted to do all these things, coming through school and doing this and doing that, at the end, I found fulfillment in, helping others at their goals, which is what businesses do. We help other people achieve their goals. So you're hungry, and KC helps you achieve the goal of nourishment. You understand? It doesn't have to be like technical and so on and so forth. So no, I would not say for your passion, but always take it with you. Meaning, passion itself is the will to act, the drive to take action, motivation. That is passion, yeah. You should have attitude with you to ask that you do. So I firmly believe that how you do one thing is how you do everything. And you're passionate about something when you're good at it. That's what people say they feel like they're passionate, when they get good at something. But how do you get good at something? Trying and doing it over time. So as young people, you have to expose yourselves to much more. And I'm still in the process of exposing myself. Because this won't be my last. It's not my first and it won't be my last. I'm still in the process of exposing myself to new things, new opportunities, ways of thinking. And my fulfillment comes from helping others. That is worth my fulfillment. So that, I love work, I love working, I just love executing, I love doing things. So my passion is work, not necessarily the type of work, right? I like some things more than others, but just the what do you call it? The mindset that work is your best friend, which is, I made work my best friend. So I love, if you come to this, I'm going to do it well. If you come to do that, I'm going to do it well. But at the same time, I say no to a lot of things because, the trajectory that I want to be on. But you use your passion first because passions change over time. Think about it. When you're young, you wanted to do one thing. That might have changed. How many of us, actually do the thing that we wanted to say? When we were like third grade and we're 5 years old, and they asked us, what do you want to be when you grow up? Actually follow through and actually do that. And if you really love it, it's great. Yeah, and you find fulfillment and you're able to earn, that's excellent. But freedom and financial freedom at that, and you to help others, I would say entrepreneurship might be the path. And even then, some people think they're entrepreneurs, and they're because they're not willing to suffer and sacrifice to achieve their goal, because that's what it really is. It's a sacrifice. I want to leave with you all is that the gratification is still gratification. You have to sacrifice momentary pleasures, lifelong rewards. Yeah? Play with your friends or go party, maybe pick up a book instead and invest in yourself. Because you might read that book and say, wow, I like this thing. I like hearing. This sounds really cool, and you pursue it and you might like it. So all openness is, is a skill you have to have it. Just be open to life, let the possibilities roll in, but all give your best at everything so that when possibility comes, you're prepared and you can just segue into what you find.
That's actually, and it's fantastic. I like how you said, keep your passion with you, take it with you wherever you're going.
Yeah, man. But you don't have to follow it,
Exactly. So, Kingsley, Kimal, I just want to thank you for being our first presenters in the second half. I said was on. Well, I don't want to use the word fantastic too many times, but it was on point. And I hope that the persons listening were able to take away at least a couple points that can actually apply to the media present.
Great.
It was my pleasure. Thanks, and I have to commend you again on this excellent initiative. I hope it was beneficial to all people. I'm involved.
All right.
We'll talk off air.
All right, cool, Kemal, we'll talk. All right, thanks again, Chris. Thanks, Junior Achievement, for this wonderful opportunity. And I'll be listening the rest of the broadcast.
All right.
Cool.
Joining us, to mention that this is not just a Junior Achievement Initiative. This is a partnership with Heart Trust NTA and the Ministry of Education as part of National Careers Week of activities. So it's out of the area of social media, a very powerful and a very important area. But we're going to another powerful and important area now. So I have two classic ladies to present. Is Patsy Lachman Atterbury. So oversight for the development and maintenance of the retail banking, small and microfinance portfolios, as well as branch sales and service at Scotia Jamaica. 15 years of general management experience in Scotiabank in 2007, September 2007, was appointed Vice President in charge of SMEs. Under the bank has positioned itself as a leading provider of financing and capacity opportunities for SMEs. In 2014, she was promoted to the position of Executive Vice President of Retail and is responsible for driving sales and customer experience throughout the Scotiabank branches and for promoting sales and service culture throughout the organization. Bachelor of Science in Management Studies and graduated at the top of her MBA cohort with distinction in Business Administration from the University of the West Indies, Monaco. So with that, I pass you to come and present and talk to us about finance.
Are you hearing me? Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, hearing you.
Good afternoon, Chris. Thank you for that introduction. Let me get very into the discussion so that some questions and answers as well to be able to address each of the persons who are on the webinar today on how to get to financial stability. I am by no means the go of it, but as an individual, from a personal perspective, I can share some of my own experiences with the team. But I have the advantage of having worked in an outstanding institution like Scotiabank to have gotten some of the technical information behind it all. Let me begin with a definition of financial stability. What really is financial stability? Well, it is the peace of mind you feel when you aren't worried about your income enough to cover your expenses. It all means that you have enough money saved to cover emergencies and other future financial goals. We have the wherewithal to purchase things we need, and of course, some of the things that we want. A car, big house, some nice clothes. Unless you're born with a lot of legacy wealth, due to this place of stability can be sometimes very daunting. Like everything else, guys, it is a process that requires a plan, a position that requires a plan, it requires costs, it requires a strategy. Importantly, it requires a technique to protect ourselves from our opponent, which is really ourselves. Because our hands, what we do with our finances when we get it. It doesn't grow trees, but it can grow when you save and invest wisely. That I'm going to start is that no matter how much money you have, if it's a little, mediocre, whatever money you have, the important thing is to educate yourself about the opportunities to become financially better off. To secure your financial well-being is one of the most important things that you do in your life because it gives you a kind of peace of mind that to sleep very well at night. So discussion today, I'm going to go through some of the recommended steps to get to financial stability. Here on the session today, earn in some form. We are earned because we've started to work already. Because of here on an allowance every month or every week, a case might be our lunch money that we get every week. First principle in saving and financial stability is that whatever money you have, you save some first. Really, what that is that you're actually paying yourself so that you can put something away for the future. So here are some of the things you have to consider. How you give yourself every week, every month. You have to be saving. Are you just saving remnants of what you have? And have some form of an account, a bank account, that allow you to have to place your money in a safe place. As I said to you, I don't know if you guys have heard about the richest man in Babylon. And the advice that is shared by Akbar to his friends is how he rose to become a very rich man in Babylon. And it goes like, I found the road to wealth when I decided that a part of all that I is mine to keep and tell you. What you show for your earnings of the past month, for the past year, and add to that what for the past week. You to everyone but yourself. If you keep for yourself 1/10 of all you earn, how much would you have in 10 years? Up you earn is yours to keep. It should not be less than 1/10, no matter how little you earn. But if you can afford. First, wealth, like a tree, grows from a tiny seed. With that seed, the sooner shall the tree grow. Gratefully you nourish and water that tree with consistent savings. The sooner may you bask in contentment beneath its shade. And this is just an excerpt from the richest man in Babylon. So using all your income, you have money to start or invest, to save or invest, you will need to look for ways to cut back on your expenses so that you in fact save some money. Make the habit of saving and investing by following this advice. Always pay yourself. To pay yourself what is left, but you decide what you're going to pay yourself first. Now, this account is an essential for money. It is secure, and thanks to a variety of tools available to us today, easy access, allowed, and it's very easy to manage. Yeah, we know that applications are available on phones, they're on computers, they're online, to transfer from one to the next. Lots of things to be done online. So no longer the need to find yourself into a branch and wait for any extended period of time. And your account holder receives what we call an ATM card. To cash or to use as a debit card to make your purchases and monitor your account online. You are not necessarily working regularly as yet, but still receive an income. And it's that were applied by Aqua can be by you now. So go them through again. First is a habit. Learn how to pay yourself first. It does well for you in the long run. And my advice on this is save 10% of what you have available to you. So your pocket money, and it's $4,000 a week. You spend of that first, takes it down to $3,600, and then allocate the rest. You get your lunch money, and it's $2,000 a week or $3,000 a week. Take lunch money out and save it. So you readjust now what you purchase to fall into the remaining 90%. So whenever you have funds available to you, always put aside some savings first. When you get a Christmas gift, you can save, I am sure, more than 50% of that. Please, the earlier you start saving, the more money you will have later on in life. So don't be young to save. So, in a young age, we need things. There are things that we want to buy for ourselves. Little things that we would want to impress our friends with, and we need to have our own funds. So you're never too young to start saving. Second, that we make sacrifices. Sometimes our income may not necessarily be able to provide us with everything that we need. And we go to movies, or we may want to go out and take some friends out. Importantly, we have to be creative about how we spend. So to make sacrifices. When we decided that we can't eat out, you invite some friends over and you bring your potluck, as we say here in Jamaica, potluck. Everybody contributes back to the deal. And free spaces to hang out. But actually, you cannot spend all of your money on eating out or hanging out. So sacrifices and have your budget into how many times a week am I going to be having for food, and how many times am I going to go out to have a party. Money up to hundreds of dollars a year, as you all know. Ourselves, how much spend on phone calls? How many do we spend on the internet? How much do we spend texting? Is it all necessary? So we've got to always look at what we earn, and what our expenses are, and ensure that in fact keeping our expenses within our income. Emergency savings, and as you get older, this is more important. As a younger person, this may not be as critical, but as you get older, it becomes more important. You have to have in case there is an emergency. And there's a rule of thumb that says that you hold at least 6 months of your salary, attempt 6 months of your salary in the event of the worst, which is you may lose your job, or you go out of favor to your parents who decided they're not going to pay the rent for you anymore. But whatever the circumstances, you in fact have enough so that you have at least 6 months. Then of course, as you go older and you come out of university and you start to work, that should be your objective. Important everything else, you have to create a budget for saving and create a budget for living within your means. What we found is that many times we want to get the items, we aspire to get the items, but our desires and our needs are far outside of what our income brings in. You run into trouble because then your expenses, the money that you spend, is way higher than what you earn, and into problems. So first of all is that you must create a budget on what your expenses are in fact going to be, and you live within that budget. Outside of that budget, then we have issues. Budget money can disappear quickly, and I can tell you from my own personal experience as a parent and even as a person growing up, that when you do not have a budget, the money really disappears. Once you start to really allocate your income, the things that you want to do, it's important. I'd like to share this, and this is a personal experience. I remember, and so I hope I can do this on the when my husband, the thing that shocked me about him was the fact that he had this envelope system. At the end of the month, he'd put into these little envelopes what is allocated for each part of his expenses. So a part for gas, a part for utilities, a part for hanging out, a part for telephone. And what was done himself within that. So if the money, if he had $10 assigned for hanging out, and the rest of the month, the $10 that was done, That was the end of it for him. And very disciplined about it. I mean, it was an amazing thing how he managed carefully what his income and his expenses were. So how do I create that budget? How do I know what to do to create this budget? Well, there's a that says that 50% of your take home should go towards your essentials. So, like lunch money, you can apply this to your lunch money as well. 50% of your lunch money should be spent on lunch. The next percent, of course, you take out your savings out of it. And then 10% you have borrowed any money from a friend the week before, so you're repaying debt. And then you have a 30% in case of anything that comes up. So while this is just a prescriptive issue, the point is that you've got to set targets for the areas of the budget and live within that budget. Because you don't write it down, and if you don't somewhere, it is very easy for you to go awry, and then your financial is impaired because you don't grow, your financial savings don't grow. What is that? The more you earn, the more you tend to spend. So as you grow older and you earn more, people always think that, okay, I have to spend more. And sometimes you don't have to. You take a very deliberate action to remain within the guidelines that you develop for yourself to be able to save even more money. Now, as you get older and you move out from school, so those three people at that point, the budget is critical, and you must do it and stick in the budget. Now, as you get older and you move into the work, have the advantage of a credit card. A credit card is a very important device because to manage your expenses, but it can also be very destructive if you don't use it well and within your means. So here are some points. Because they're convenient and you don't have to keep cash on hand. They have a very good record of your expenses. A statement that is printed online that allows you to see everything that you spend. To see your reconciliation or to reconcile your expenditure. Positive credit, especially if you use the credit card wisely, with your banking institution, means of which to evaluate your credit worthiness, which becomes very important when you are going for a loan later on in life. Of course, that come from credit cards, because credit cards have many different rewards depending on your own needs. So, for example, credit cards that give you miles as you spend. You, for example, there's a Scotiabank PriceSmart Diamond card. If you are a person who prefers to have a cashback on a card, you have a 3% cashback that you can get on our Scotia Gold Mastercard. But the point is, you've got to choose a card that is meaningful to you and can help you to achieve your objectives. So if you are a really great flyer, you want to travel, one of these is that you go to a Scotiabank Aero Platinum card, Mastercard, because it allows you to earn miles as you spend. And at some point, you're going to have enough points to be able to travel with a ticket. While the credit cards are easy, they make it convenient, they can also be very dangerous if you don't manage it very well. I encourage you as young people to manage your credit cards very well. Because temptation, this is, you have a credit card with a limit, and you say that you can anything, and sometimes we do. But have to remember it's not free money, it's at a cost. If not properly managed, then you end up paying very exorbitant in terms of rates and penalties because you are not paying, and you really mess with your credit rating or your score. And really young people, we are now in an environment where there are two established credit bureaus who are checking how we spend and how we repay. And those histories on our files for at least years. So we have to be very careful in terms of how we are managing our credit cards and with any debt. All of these things are now being recorded, and if we don't manage carefully, our financial stability will be retarded. Your ability to grow and go to the institution and have yourself access to a loan is going to be reduced because this cause or this rate comes up whenever a loan is being applied for. Let me just give you three quick points on ensuring that you manage your cards well. You have to keep track of your spending, that you pay your cards on time so that you don't have late payment fees and charges, and so that you maximize your repayment. So always repay as much as you can. Because probably wondering, why am I going into a credit card as part of financial stability? Because I'm doing it because a credit card, if not managed, can prevent you from getting to your financial stability as you go on. Because part of getting to financial stability might be, in fact, applying for a loan at some point to acquire an asset, might be applying for some money to invest, or whatever it might be. But if you have that much property, that history comes up on the credit. Last point on cards is that I would like to say is that we have to be very, very particular with the security of our cards. It is very important that you protect your card from fraud and theft. And pointers are this. You must sign the back of your card, beside the charge, the receipt and the charges on your credit card statement, and store your card in a place where you will find it immediately and you will know if it's missing. Like it is cash, although it is not physical cash in your hand, and unattended, because there are security features on it. If you leave unattended, people can take off and use later on. Now, keep your eye on your credit cards during any transaction and ensure that your card has been returned to you. Importantly, protect your PIN. That's what you will have on your new card. To protect that, you don't give it to anyone, because you, other places, in fact, have access to your card. So, I'm into a group of young people. So I'm going to this topic, you may think, oh gosh, why is Mrs. Asbury speaking to me about retirement? Is something that we've got to prepare for. And financial stability is even more important as you, in fact, get to retirement. I'm only 16 or I'm only 15, that's such a long time away. But I was 16 and was also 15. And here I am looking at retirement coming upon me in a couple of years. So I say start preparing from now. The sooner, the better. And in time, here I'm talking about what kind of investments do I make when I've saved enough money in an account. How do I take that out now and get into things like the stock market or purchasing real estate? So young people are involved in understanding how stocks work, and it's not the forum for me to do so. I will urge each of you to go teachers about it, start talking to your friends about it. True wealth really comes from making some long-term investments in stocks that rise over the course of the years for you. Suggest that in terms of creating your future financial stability, as you have sufficient money saved, that you find a broker, a house, or yourself. You start to look at how do I buy good shares that are on the stock market so that I can make money in the future. The trends that come out of these shares are very healthy if buy the right one, and you reinvest your dividends. You know, I have a brokerage friend who tells me every time, if you reinvest your dividends, you'd be surprised in 5-10 years how your net worth grows. So it's important that we understand that while we are not at retirement as yet, we should start thinking about it from the day we begin to work. The other piece of financial stability is purchasing something that could increase in value, and investing in real estate provides a great degree of control over potential appreciation, because things that the owners can do to boost the value and its income. So it's good. You can always consider property to be a good investment, especially if you can purchase a property that can be sold at a later date. So look, things like location becomes important, and you need to rent. Rent also will, the type of rent that you get will be in fact dependent on the location of the property. So you look at the stock market, or if you don't want to do it yourself, get yourself familiar with how it works and find a brokerage firm that can assist you to manage, to buy and manage some shares, and you can look at real estate as one of the ways in which to grow. So, key messages as we come to the end of the presentation is, first, you put yourself first. So what you have to take some funds out of it and put it aside as savings. With a budget, you don't, everything you earn will leave you. To make sure that you have identified exactly how your costs are to be allocated, and you live within that budget and live within your means. Make sure you manage your credit card, which is bound to be one of the first product you receive in terms of credit. Credit card, because it is going to impact your credit score. If your credit score is bad, then you will not be able to easily access credit from a bank or any other financial institution as you go forward. It makes it a little bit more difficult. So while you may still be able to access it, it is going to make it very difficult for you to get credit very easily from the bank. And 4, start preparing for retirement from now. To 63 and you don't have to start worrying about how you're going to live for the next 20 or 30 years, but you would have already created an income stream that allows you to retire very quickly. So young people, I'm saying, whatever you do, just if you have dollars, you take $2 out of that, or if you can $2 out of it, make sure that you put it into savings. Take $200 million, make sure you take some of that and also place it into savings. On that note, I'd like to thank you for listening, and if there are any questions at this time, I will be quite happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lashman. Before we move to presentation, I'd just like to bring up a few key points that I pulled from your presentation. And before I say that, remember, if you guys have any questions that you want to ask the presenters, you can send them to NCW of Jamaica in the chat section, and I'll lay them for you. But one thing that I've noticed consistently from Nicole's presentation to your presentation is get self-educated. Make sure you think. Because self-education is invaluable. That's the only way to learn outside of most likely what you would have learned in school. And there was something else that you said about living within your means. And here, well, from my point of view, here in Jamaica, we have an issue with living within our means. So I like that you pointed out that fact, especially someone who is with the bank, who profit from us not living within our means. I just like the fact that you pointed out that we should make sure we set a budget and we stick to it. So, warning everyone, if you have any questions, you can send them to Junior Achievement Jamaica in the chat section. But now move on to Miss Janice Holness. Briefly, Ms. Janice Holness was appointed Executive Director of the FSC, Financial Services Commission, in March 2013. Bringing to jurisdiction experience in services regulation to the position, she oversees FSC's operations and has 127 employees. Now, she was previously employed to the FSC between 2003 and 2011 as Director of Investigation and Enforcement, where she took a global thrust towards cross-border collaboration. In 2011 and 2013, she actually went over to New York City to practice as an attorney, which was her original study field. Back at FSC and is now on the boards of Achievement Jamaica, Jamaica Financial Services Authority, and the board of the Anti-Money Laundering and Financial Crimes Institute. So with that, I want to introduce or invite Ms. Holness to say her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and also for this opportunity to join a group of individuals who, in some form and in very short order, will be movers and shakers of Jamaica. Therefore, it is important for us to equip them with the tools they need at this point. In Mrs. Ayer's presentation, I know there's going to be some overlap. However, regulator, education for us comes in the form of making sure that our consumers, especially of financial services products, are very aware and educated, because the best consumer staff is an educated one. To speak about financial stability, but with a focus on short on credit and how that can deter you from becoming financially stable. When we credit, what is the first thing that comes to mind? For me, the thing that I hear is require goods or services immediately, but we're paying for them at a later date. There's also another form of credit, and Mrs. Atterbury spoke about that. If others assess your suitability for them to extend credit to you, in essence, they assess your credit worthiness. Credit in gratification with someone later, which is paying for it later. It has managed, and that point previously emphasized as well. The term financial stability and what that means. Ms. Atterbury walked you through what I thought was very relevant and down-to-earth description of what stability is. It's about your financial well-being. Be struggling, do I have to do this versus that? There's some sort of maneuver at some points in our lives that we don't want to be making. You want to be in a situation of, do I buy food or do I buy the books for the school, kids to get back to school? And you have to manage your resources. In this instance, we're going to be focusing on your disposable income. The ability to provide for financial needs from the womb to the tomb is to guide you. The early education and financial awareness, the better off we'll be, because that knowledge will guide the financial decisions we make. Let me return to understanding of credit. Immediate acquisition, but pay for it later. You know that credit is a bad thing. And so I just buy cash. No, but it is not always attainable. So I anchor that mindset by saying it best, and in fact would be wonderful if we could all live by that concept. But in cases where we cannot, the important factor will be how you manage that credit. So like anything else in life, credit can be good, credit can be bad. It is the level of responsibility that you bring to that activity. The exercise for everyone is to have a budget, which you heard about before. The budget you to stay within your disposable income. I said you live within means. Highlighted that for Jamaicans, they really don't live within their means. I feel that's a worldwide concept. It is something of note, and especially for young people, because we take model from what we before us. And so we always want, and sometimes what we want, it is not what we need, and we do not have the capacity to pay for it. If your disposable income is exhausted before you take care of necessary, for example, saving, short-term liquidity, and retirement, the problem. Through some realistic tools for budgeting, so I won't repeat those. When you mention financial stability, you do not achieve that overnight, and that takes time. For example, and I know you're young people, but thinking about getting married, having the house, having children. Children comes with financial and other types of responsibilities. If you're in a bad financial situation before you have children, then that situation is corrected, family will compound that. Therefore, you must have the financial resources to meet your financial obligations. You must think of financial stability through your retirement years. Another sentiment I heard echoed now. And with responsibility here at the FSE, or public pension plans, I can tell you that that is near and dear to my heart. And I grew up here. Please heard your children or retirement. Well, if that is true or not, then I would ask, so what about me? Because I don't have children. Who is going to take care of me in retirement? It was that when you start thinking about your retirement years, the better it is for you. The earlier you start saving, the cheaper it is. If you're 20 and you think away now, it will take you less per month than somebody in their 40s. So, if your company has a sponsored pension plan, there's some measure of planning that you too must do. There is a sponsored pension plan that I know of, whether it's here in Jamaica, in the United States, or wherever, that when you get to that age of retirement, and that's when you're most vulnerable, that have sufficient of a drawdown to take care of your living expenses, or as we talk about, your financial well-being. And it's very important that within your working years and before, as pointed out, that you pay attention to that, because you don't want to be able to live your working years being able to use your disposable income to provide for your needs. But when it's to retirement age and you're no longer working, then that is straight. Or to create an opportunity to generate investment income, you must do that. Enter into real estate. They have a business that generates income even though they're working. I've spoken at length also in the previous presentation, so I won't exhaust that point. Get it is loan credit to the point where you cannot save, and what we refer to as poor management of your credit. This losing assets you think you have amassed. Good credit, bad credit. And they learned that credit is bad, and I told you, I don't share that concept. You have credit, bad credit, and it's how you manage it. For example, if you want to purchase a house, get a mortgage is buying on credit, a good credit. However, you have to be able to manage that. Now, you can't buy a home and not think about the cost that is going to come with that. You have to maintain that home. You live in a house, yes, you have a roof over your head, but then you're so poor that you can't do anything to save the roof over your head. You're indebted that after you pay your mortgage, you can't pay anything else. You can't do anything else. Or if you do anything else, then you can't pay your mortgage. Because this is what happens in that situation. You're going in arrears. And after a certain period of time, then the bank is going to foreclose on you. When it's on you, you lose that asset. So this wonderful asset you had amassed that was valued 60 million, and the money that you have inputted in that, you have now lost that. So that you exercised good judgment and bought a home, you credit because you have a mortgage. You must exercise responsibility in doing that. And within your means, do not buy the house for 60 million because you can qualify for the mortgage. Doing so and paying that mortgage is going to put a strain on you to exist. The same with a car. If you're from a lender and you're unable to repay and have to write off that as bad debt, then you're credit. This is very important. No one is going to want to extend credit to you if you have a bad credit history. And it goes beyond just credit cards. Just about everything that you do on credit is reported to your credit bureau. And history of how you repay your debt. Who you go to is going to be looking at that. If you only lend at extremely high interest rates are going to find you desirable. If then you're in a downward spiral, stability is going to be further away. Credit and they tend to go together. You were told now on budgeting. And credit in shape or form. Remember, I gave you a broad definition of credit. If you want something immediately, acquiring goods or services today, and then going to pay for it later. So that's very broad. So you think, why then credit cards? And you apply the concepts that were shared with you about budgeting. You all know what income is. After you've earned and you've paid your taxes, this is what you have to meet your needs. And so you live within the means of disposable income. Pay yourself first. You have your retirement and necessaries, and do not go overboard. How you get to financial stability. It takes a lot of discipline, and I stress that enough. Discipline. There are times when you will need something. It is going to be better for you to save toward buying it cash. If you buy something, for example, on a higher purchase, that you need to pay on that, it's better for you to save 6 months, deprive yourself of it for 6 months, and then buy it cash, because then for 5 years you're going to be paying for that. And the downside of that if you can meet 1, 2, or 3 of those payments, then that person can foreclose. They can take back the goods that they gave to you, and then all is lost. If I have to leave you with anything, is the note not be that of credit or that. I feel that would be responsible for me to say, and so I can say, but that is not managed in a responsible way can be bad. Credit managed in a responsible way work to your benefit. It's now up to you as young people, of you going into young adulthood, that about this at this point in time. Those of you who have younger siblings, you need to sit and engage them in these discussions as well. Because bad habits form easily, they form early, and if not corrected, then it becomes a legacy. And we keep this cycle going on, and we have to stop that. This is why I will leave you in terms of presentation. And if any questions, ask them from you.
All right, much for the presentation, Ms. Holness. So I'm just going to be awaiting any questions. I'm already here, so I'm just going to give them questions they were assigned to. The first to both you and Mrs. Lishman Atterbury. Apply for a credit card, and or should a credit or Visa debit, and in which cases? Sounds good.
Okay. Who should I for a credit card? Okay. My background is from the United States, and I know that credit card issuers for the most vulnerable and to where, and recall that they will target college students. Now, think of coming out of high school and you're away from home, you really feel like you're this big person. And credit card issuers just send you like these pre-approved applications, and all you have to do is sign. You have to do nothing. You don't even understand it. There's no type of counseling on the campuses. And so, a child or a young adult with no background in terms of how to manage their finances, I am totally against that. I have to be a responsible adult. You must demonstrate that you understand finances. You must demonstrate that the disclosure that is given, that you understand that. And so I don't think it is for everybody. I don't think that because you're a college student or because you are an adult, then you should have a credit card. We pay to do that for individuals with the credit history. My concern is when we target students into this and they don't have to go through the required screening because they don't have a credit profile, and leaving them to their own demise. And it's going to be or credit. For young adults in college, I would prefer to go with a debit card, because then it is helping them to have some type of responsibility and control. If you have money in that account, then you can spend it.
Okay, very much. Mrs. Nathalie?
I'd like to support Janice in what saying that at the end of the day, all institutions have to be responsible to indicate where things can go very wrong with credit cards. So for a person who is applying for credit card, what I would say is done on an individual basis. Generally, we assess based on the person's ability to repay, and also based on the person's income, expenses, and their ability to repay. If you, as a working person, you can in fact apply for a credit card, and it will be assessed on an individual basis. Janice is very, very right about not understanding the pitfalls of some instruments, and I indicated in my presentation, we have to be very aware that if we do not repay our credit card, and if we're irresponsible, it lasts us for a long time to come. It prevents us from getting further credit as we grow older, we may need it even more. Once you have that credit card, you have to be very responsible in terms of repayment. So a debit card allows you to have access to your own funds. Therefore, it instills a little bit more discipline. You can't necessarily draw out what you don't have in a debit account. So I would say it's always good to start with a debit card, which gives you the practice and gets you into the discipline of doing transactions. The credit card, you have to remember that you are repaying. With the card, you already have the funds in the account, so it's your funds. In fact, withdrawing with your card. So the debit card provides you with convenience, where your credit card provides you with credit which you must repay. So at the end of it all, it depends on the circumstances. Debit or credit depends on the circumstances of the individual. But for a very young person, I would say the responsible place to start is a good debit card, and then it migrate you into a credit card thereafter.
And from what Ms. Thomas said earlier, she said that credit is not always a bad thing. It's that it needs responsibility to go alongside with it. So
that's absolutely correct.
So another question, just in line with that same topic, how to up a bad credit history?
Well, from a perspective, I would say the best way to clean it up is not having that operates, because there are some requirements that with a credit bureau, which is the environment in which we are operating now, there are some stipulated things that are required in there. So, for example, a bad credit sits on your history for 7 years. So you're continuously paying your credit card badly, or you took a loan and you didn't pay it on time, you are in fact going to have this appearing on your credit score for the next 7 years. That makes it more difficult for you to get a loan as you go on. So to clean up bad credit, you can clean it up by paying it for sure, right? But you have to always show that you have improved payment behavior and your payment history. But the fact is that it remains on your file for 7 years. And I think we need, as agencies, we need to be responsible in ensuring that people, our customers, understand that. And, we may say, oh, but I only paid about the credit card badly twice or 3 times. The fact is that history stays on your history. It's your history. So yes, you can pay off your card or you can pay off your bad debt. But the fact is, once the history is there, it makes it that much more difficult. So the best way to clean it up is not have it at all. If there is ever such an one, if you understand. Don't have it, because once you have it, it is on your file for 7 years.
I can answer that. Yes, avoidance is best. It takes discipline. Just read something for you. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. So, if you are going to clean that up, it's going to take a whole lot of discipline. But with consequences as well. Within the time that you're cleaning up your credit, if any credit is ever going to be extended to you, it is going to come at a cost. you are going to have to pay higher interest rates than somebody who doesn't have bad credit history. It's going to take time, it's going to take discipline, and between that point and getting back to where healthy credit history, recognize that there are going to be consequences.
Chris, I just wanted to add, Chris, can I just add that, Chris?
Hi, I'm here.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, that in terms of cleaning up your credit, while the history is still on your file, what I do know institutions look at favorably is whether or not you are showing an improvement in your payment pattern. So if you're improving in clearing the bad debt, for example, and you're making consistent payments over time, that was considered favorably. But the bottom line is that the history is there, and I think we need to cement that in everyone's mind, especially our young people, because 7 from 16 is 23. And that's about the time when you really want to start borrowing to do things. You want to buy a new car, you want to rent a home or something, you want to buy some furniture, and that's when you're wanting to get a loan. And if it is bad, if your history is blurred, then it makes that purchase at the time, even more difficult. So when you can clean up and show by improving your repayment that you have good intentions in repaying the outstanding balance, the fact is I'm trying not to have it at all. Just wanted to reinforce that point because it's so important for us as young people to understand and for us as consumers to understand.
Another point to reinforce is the fact that, and this is from a consumer protective standpoint, there is nobody that you can pay to clean up your credit for you. Not go out there, you might see companies coming up, we have these a lot in the States, or they're going to take your money and they're going to clean up your credit. The only person that can clean up your credit is you by honoring your financial obligations. Very important.
And if I could add just to what you all are saying, it's kind of like picture to link it to, but it's kind of like a criminal record. Anyway, like Ms. Holland said, the best way to deal with it, sorry, Mrs. Lashman Atterbury had said, is this way is to not have it at all. I'm glad we all are focusing on discipline that comes with managing your finances. We have one question.
Before you go into that question, can I just add another important point as it relates to credit history? And Mrs. Atterbury, I'm sure can back me up on this. There are jobs. If you have bad credit history, you'll be able to hold those positions. There are employers who will check your credit history. This is just a part of what is done in the United States. You will not be able to hold a job in the financial world if you have bad credit history. It also tells employees something about your level of responsibility. It's very critical that from an early stage you protect and safeguard your credit history, because it can deny you opportunities for employment as well.
Exactly. So the last question we have is, should we take out loans to buy things like cars and houses, or we save up and buy them?
For a home, it is always with a mortgage. I know in some jurisdictions, the interest you pay is actually written off as a part of your filing for your taxes. So there is a benefit sometimes to buying some things on credit, like getting a mortgage. You know, car depends on the cost of a car. You can just take the money out and are for $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 million, then you're in a different income category. If you're able to buy it on credit and pay responsibly, the balancing act you have to do is, okay, how much will it cost me in interest if I buy it over 4 years versus if I have that amount of disposable funds now, I can just pay for it cash. So, you will have to do that type of mathematical analysis.
Yeah. I would like to add that depending on the size of the purchase, I may decide to go with a mortgage, for example. If we look at an average size mortgage of 20 million, it would probably take a very long time to save that. So definitely in a situation like that, you would have to go to an institution to get take that money. If you're going to buy furniture, as Janice said earlier in her presentation, it may be well worth your while to save up for a couple months, get some types of furniture if the price is very small. I've always heard this saying, I think Michael might have said it at some point, that it's always good to use people's money. Keep your cash. Cash is king. Put your cash and put it into an investment, and use other people's money to acquire these things that you need. But again, as Janice pointed out, there has to be that balance in the calculation of whether it makes sense or not to be able to take that decision. For sure, that's about taking a loan for a car, which is also a big expenditure nowadays. You can get cars running you anything up to from $10 million or $12 million, depending on the type of car. You, in fact, may well advise to take a loan on that doing free.
So thank you very much to both of our presenters. Thank you for reminding us that finance isn't just the money we earn. Finance is the discipline that we have in saving. Thank you for reminding us that we need to save and how important it is in the long run to make investments in things that will make us financially stable. Are there any comments you want to make?
From the standpoint of the FSC, is that we're here as a regulator, and a part of our remit, we have public awareness and education, and we go around from time to time, speak about what consumers or the users of financial products should be aware of. We will continue with that, and we ask everyone to spread the word. And if there are questions, please do not hesitate to contact us here at the FSC.
Well, from Scotiabank, I'd like to say that it was a pleasure speaking with the team today. It's always a great opportunity to be able to share knowledge with young people. They are, in fact, the future of Jamaica. And our mandate really is to ensure that our customers better off, and the does not only mean financially, but take the full picture in hand. So we look forward to serving many of the persons who are listening today as we work with them to make them better off as they grow in their careers and in their future. So thank you very much.
Okay, those of you just joining, we just finished our final segment with Mrs. Holness and Mrs. Patsy Lashman Atterbury. And we'll be moving into our final session, which deals with agriculture. But agriculture in the new sector. So, by Christopher Durrell of Junior Achievement. Our final presenter is Mr. Anthony Lawrence, the retired global brand manager for GK Foods Limited. He was responsible for the global and growth in the USA, Canada, Europe, West Africa, and the Caribbean for Grace-owned brands. Past chairman of the Grace Kennedy Marketing Council. As of past titles he's had are marketing manager for Nestle Jamaica, managing director of High Food Stores, and manager responsible for marketing in the retail and trading division of Grace Kennedy Limited. 35 years of experience in marketing and general management. He's a farmer and is currently Jamaica Broilers Limited largest pullet grower. He has gained international work experience, having worked in the US, Canada, Colombia, Switzerland, and of course here in Jamaica. He's married and has one son. He enjoys boating and the outdoors. Without further ado, I just invite Mr. Lawrence to share his presentation with us.
Good afternoon, junior achievement colleagues. Good afternoon, Christopher. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clear.
So it's a pleasure to be with the team this afternoon. I'm trying to demystify the study of agricultural science in schools and in particular show where career paths could lead. The resolution that I would like to begin with is to really students know, young people in particular, the importance of STEM in the system because there you go. Okay. So STEM in the school system. I'm sorry, I got this interrupted for a moment. So the acronym stands for Science, Technology, and Mathematics. The subjects that are being taught now in school and that we wish to be emphasized more. I'm sure that when you look at the importance of STEM in school, as seen on your screen, the demand is actually growing more for employees with STEM qualification, and so it's important that the young people are exposed to STEM and that they spend more time in mathematics, engineering, technology, and in general the sciences, because more and more opportunities are emerging in the logical era in these disciplines. And therefore, it is very, very important that in Jamaica we continue to do that. So how does it relate to agriculture? You can see the definition here. Agricultural science being defined as an art or occupation concerned with cultivating land and raising crops, or feeding, breeding, or raising livestock. I would want to speak specifically about poultry because when I people that are, in farmer, they said, so you mean those little cubs with 100 or 200 birds? So it's a little journey into what may look like. You can for yourself the definition of poultry science, but it includes avian sciences, nutritional sciences, in particular food science, and the technology related to those industry, biochemistry, and hatchery design and related aspects of human and animal health and safety in that regard. So, what would a commercial chicken farm look like in 2017? I speak about the categories of which I'm very familiar with, would be the broiler bird, which is your regular bird that provides meat for table on the beds, which would be the stage in producing those broilers. We do consume pullets, which will be the older bird after they have done the laying. So a broiler house in Jamaica right now, a standard 4 feet by 400 feet long, with 16,000 square feet capacity. They carry approximately 25,000 broiler birds. They normally stay in for approximately 6 weeks or up to 6 weeks, and would produce an average weight of about 2.5 kgs, 5 pounds per bird. For pets, utilizing the same 16,000 square feet house, you would roughly about 15,000 birds or less in one of those houses. They're kept for 2 weeks as pets because they would start to lay about the 22nd to the 23rd week and would continue for 65 weeks, up to 65 weeks old. So we have roughly about 42 weeks of laying. And these pullets that we are producing are produce fertilized eggs. Not the eggs you find on your table for breakfast, but these are fertilized eggs from which chickens will be formed. So I'm going to take you through that scenario. The tutorial view of a farm out in Bogwalk. You will see the 4 houses here and 2 more here. We're out to build 2 more in this vicinity right here. So to begin with, before we do anything, you must enter the farm. Security is paramount for us. So on the site security, you have the transport coming in, all the wheels must be dipped, and there's a drive-through bar for the feed truck or the tractor goes from one farm to the next. It drives through that bar. Personal hygiene, protective clothing that you will see further in the presentation, etc., etc. Watering system, we have water disinfection, where we're disinfecting the drinking water. Houses, they have a fogging system to prevent airborne pathogens. When the litter, this is the material that is placed inside the houses for the birds to walk on. So you start with litter, and then you're sprayed with a disinfectant to reduce any infection. And of course, road control, where you want to make certain that there are no infestation in and around the farm. So you can integrate with pest control to prevent roads taking over the place. Inside a broiler house, you have the disinfection programs that you can read for yourself there. Security is the first stop when you enter a farm. This is our control room. So in the control room, we normally have our workers coming in. Sometimes the field officers, sometimes the vet or the technicians will come in. You will see a footpath just outside the door where the person is. If you notice, they're wearing protective gear, a suit, a plastic shoes. They would have dipped their feet in the bath there before coming in. I would say in these controls here, but inside. Okay. So inside of a poultry house, there are several systems, or you may say subsystems leading up to the control. We speak about brooding, about the feed system, the watering system, light system, temperature controls, and normal air exchange inside the houses. This is our master controller. Controls the temperatures. If you follow my cursor, I have the temperature here in this area. It prints out in the screen, and I have parameters of what the house should be depending on the age of the birds. And on this far right side, I in the different fans to control the temperature with the different fan speeds or fan setting, enough lighting, the water flow rate, the feed flow rate, and the brooding temperature. To show you now in a more practical sense, what is brooding? Well, brooding occurs in the first day 12, and this is where the environment mimics the mother hen. I mean, if you've ever been out in the country, which is in the backyard, you may be lucky enough to see a mother hen sitting on her chickens just to keep them warm. That process is called brooding, and this is what we mimic inside the houses by setting specific temperatures. If you look, the day-old chicks would have arrived. This is a brooding lamp. It's a gas-lit brooder, and you function in here, and the baby chicks are in ways that they would come in. That's been distributed throughout the house. This is inside the house. You see the lighting and the brooders in full operation. So the feeding system begins with the feed bins on the outside. They're between 10 to 20 or 30 tons, depending on the size. In this picture to the left, a weigh bin. Instead of pullets, we feed specific weights depending on the age of the bird, that we're giving them. So important that we pump from the larger bin, in small bin, weigh the exact amount that we need. There's a scale at the foot of the bin, and it automatically cuts off the desired weight once it's clean, and that's fed inside the houses. If you notice in the picture, these red baskets to the left and right, they're the feed baskets that will distribute the feed. Or in the two new houses where we use the chain feeders, as you can see here with the birds feeding along the train line, because the feed moves around a semicircle throughout the farm inside the house. So that's the feeding system in operation there. Okay, so now the feed line that you can look at. Okay. You want to ask, why is it that the birds come to the feeder or come to the water line? And you're putting back on your sciences. You may not have studied psychology as yet, but in psychology of the theory of operant conditioning, we respond to a stimulus, form of a response through reinforcement. In the chicken laundry and poor science in particular, Pavlov's experiment with operant conditioning was used in animals, and by providing a stimulus, we got a particular response, and the positive behavior was reinforced by giving benefit. In this case, the watering system I use as an example. The top left is a water nipple. That nipple is attached to a water line over on the right-hand column. You see the chickens are pecking at it. When water gets to the tip of the nipple, interacts with light, it reflects in the form of a diamond, the same sort of reflection you would see from a diamond in the sun. What happens, the birds are attracted to the sight. Chickens at a very young age would then peck on it, and they would get water, and they would keep coming back. And that's how operant conditioning reinforces positive behavior. So they get a stimuli, they're stimulated, they go towards the diamond, they pet the diamond, and got water, so they keep going back. So if you notice on the line down here in red in the middle, those birds at the waterline. That's a little cartoon Pablo's dog to the right. So in an assignment going forward, you read up on upfront conditioning. Lighting. We have, if you look at this chart, just so you can see that it is very scientific, nothing is done by accident. And this is why I've taken the time to put this amount of detail up so you can see. If we're doing pullets during brooding, a flock age of 1 to 3 days, we're using 20 for what we call the lux, which is the lighting sensitive. We keep them up for 20 to 23 hours per day. And you can see what during the growth period.
Mr. Not to interrupt you, but I think you've moved away from your microphone. We're not hearing you at full volume.
Can you hear me now? Well, if the volume is down, let me just double check. Okay, the volume is max. Okay,
That's
little. Okay, I'll try to stay closer to the machine. Right. So 4 days to 19 weeks. The lineman is now at foxes, and then read for yourself the different intensity of light, and you can house would look like. These chickens would be about 5 days in that house. Okay, about temperature control and the cooling system. To the top left of your screen is what known as a cooling pad. That brown area where my cursor is now, and then vent cavities up on the top of the just below the roof. If you cross to the right, it's a water pipe that sits on top of this pipe here. That's on top of the cooling pad. The cooling pad up close looks like an accordion. The water is then cascaded downside of those cooling pads. And these extractor fans on the bottom here to the back of the houses pull the atmosphere in what is known as tunneling. So it pulls atmosphere through the side, through the pad, and then exhausts at the fan with the temperature. In temperate zones, you'll hear about the chill factor of wind, where it normally is more than the ambient temperature once it's very windy condition. So this is what happens inside a chicken house when we're tunneling, and that it brings down, it takes out the heat from the house, and atmosphere that is conducive to this at the appropriate age. And this image shows the exhaust system going there. In summertime, the ideal growing birds will be between 10 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. These are the temperature where the birds will be comfortable. And again, it's a function of the age of the bird. If birds are not comfortable, for example, if they approach 95 degrees Fahrenheit, then consumption drops and their body weight will drop a bit. Get up to 100 degrees. For temperature increase, they lose about 2-3% of feed intake. And it's important that those atmospheres are maintained at the appropriate temperature of about 83 degrees. Temperature of 101 heater, as we've seen in that chart. So all of that, and you've grown your birds. The catching crew would come in, and they're caught in these crates, and then carried either to the lane farm or to be slaughtered, depending on the type of birds that are being grown. Our recap, you know what STEM is. You would have now understood why it is so important that you spend your time studying. You can understand the use of behavioral sciences in animal husbandry, more particularly in poultry farming, because it's because of that why they're able to have automation in the watering system and the feeding system. You will see integrated sciences result in good agricultural practices. So the farmer of yesterday with a machete and a hoe is dead. A farmer of today and tomorrow embrace sciences. These farms are capital intensive, but they're commercially viable, and you make a decent living, be employed if you choose that route, or you could be a scientist, the 21st century definition of a farmer. Careers in poultry, you could be a geneticist, you could be a veterinarian, you could be a field officer, you could be a researcher, you could be a biochemist dealing with how the birds may absorb nutrients, what are best nutrients for them. You research in the different pathogens that may affect birds, etc. So, it's an exciting field, and I certainly would want to recommend to my young colleagues in the junior achievement that you look at the sciences and technology and embrace them for possible career. And I think we're back to the situation of whether or not it's the chicken or the egg. I would posit that I would like to think that the students, you want to be those eggs where you formed you're prepared for the future, and this is when you make decisions that will affect the rest of your life. And then you can answer the question, is it the chicken or the egg that came first? Thanks for listening to me. I hope that I shared with you some of the information. Okay. Any questions?
Learn. So we said we're opening up the floor for any questions. My comments first. The way that you didn't mention anything about traditional farming until the very, very end. Talking about that person is dead. Because country where it's poultry farming. Most practices are now controlled by computers.
Correct.
So it just shows how important STEM is going into now the agricultural industry. So I'm going in for a little while, just for any questions, and I'll get you. Okay, Mr. Lawrence, we have two questions so far.
Okay.
You mentioned that the process was capital intensive. We been asking how to get started.
Quite a bit. When we did the numbers back in 2002 for our 3 houses, we found that the equal investment was at least start with 3 houses, for the simple reason that there were 2 sunken costs that amortize over a revenue stream. I'm answering it a long way. The sunken cost was that we needed water storage. We had 1,000 gallons of water storage in ground, and we needed a generator, which was about $1.8 million at the time. So those costs alone made the break-even. So we had to go with 3 houses to really make a good turn. One of the houses right now running about 400,000 US. So you're looking at about 45 million dollars per house. What we're doing, they're coming together and forming companies where 2 or more persons can own it. And I would think that to start, you need at least 5 acres of land, light and water.
All right. So now that person has an idea of what they need if they're planning to go into this. We have a question. Are the eggs that you use imported into Jamaica?
Good question. Not all eggs are imported. This is why we are interested in pullet growing in Jamaica. The birds are imported. We're using cubs at the moment. So they're on an airplane, and then they stay with us for 21 weeks until they're young adults. Week 23, they lay. They leave our farm and they go to a laying farm up in Money. That's a Jamaica broilers farm, where we will stay for another 42 weeks to produce fertilized eggs. Those eggs are sent to the hatchery. We're hatched to produce baby chickens. So it's diversifying the supply of chickens, both from overseas and here in Jamaica. So for security reasons, if there's an outbreak in disease in the area from birds, we can produce birds here in Jamaica and vice versa. Answered it to your satisfaction.
I hope to their satisfaction as well.
Thank you.
There's a similar question. Is there an opportunity for you to export?
Not at the moment, because Jamaica broilers, they're one of the largest exporters of eggs from the United States to a jurisdiction such as Canada, Korea, and Central and South America. They have not yet pursued exporting from Jamaica to those regions. So we'll be able to export directly since we are in contract with them.
We have another question. The market, not so much the process, but able to satisfy the demand for chicken, or is the market itself saturated?
It's not saturated because we're still importing chicken parts into Jamaica. And that is something I think is a significant opportunity for more people to get into at the commercial end. There are other aspects of the industry that others can get in. I would like to see us augmenting our feed supply by converting some of the to sorghum or corn that can be produced locally to assist in the reduction of the importation of feedstock. As we are supplying most of the local demand. The government decides from time to time if they wish to import.
It's a policy discussion as well as being able to provide.
A policy because we need to move closer to food security. Food security comes in different forms. One being being able to your demand locally, to have alternate sources of supply available in the case of disaster. So I know it's a balancing act, but answer I can say that we we are able to supply an industry the needs of the requirement of the Jamaican market. If we were to have zero imports of chicken neck and back, could produce the chicken meat. This, of course, will be sometimes the cost of protein. It's been one of the excuses over time. For example, jurisdiction, bone meat, so to speak, the leg quarters really have significant commercial value. The value for them would be breast meat, white meat of the bird. We consume every part of the chicken.
Okay. Then specifically about the process, what pullets after they have laid for the 42 weeks?
Those are culled and they become stewed hens. You may hear people talking about tough chicken. Well, because they are mature and laid, they have served their useful function. They're sold as stewing hens. In other countries, some they produce other feeds. Going to dehydrated chicken that you find in certain soup mixes, etc., etc.
All right. So Charlene asking, I can source the startup capital, expertise in manor houses, and the process to operate the same.
Your major poultry growers in Jamaica, based on TB, wealth of knowledge there, with Best Jamaica Brothers Group being leader in that space. High technical people, they have all the veterinarians, they have your nutritionists, they have their field officers, they've on training husbandry, and theirs who are specking out the houses. These houses are spec for Cat 4 hurricanes, they can withstand them, and they do become systems that are more suitable for our conditions in the tropics.
Okay. All right, I hope Charlene's question. I have one more question here. You spoke of the impact of STEM, science, technology, and mathematics.
Right.
Is there another science that would be required in the process? For example, you mentioned psychology. So is there a social science that's also required in the production process?
Correct. Yeah, and the quick answer is yes. I think when you do integrated sciences, so at the high school level, you won't get into chemistry, physics, bio, and to have those foundations as you branch off into different fields. I mean, back then you may want to do zoology, botany. If you want an animal or plants, then you can go in those fields. And as you get deeper, of course, you have agricultural engineering, agricultural economics. So the social sciences will come in. And to round out your curriculum, you're doing sociology, psychology, etc. And as you realize, then the more sciences will come into play. The important thing at the high school level is that you equip yourself properly with mathematics, chemistry, physics, languages, etc. That gives you the foundation to a global scale in the future. So by the time you get to university and you're specializing, you still have to do medicine because you have science background alone. You can do veterinary medicine, you can do genetics, you can branch off into any of the other sciences related to agriculture. You can be a nutritionist that deals with animal feed. How do you get the right type of broiler ration for a broiler bird? How do you get the right type of ration to produce beef or pork, whatever it may be. I mean, it's such an engaging science because you have such areas that you can be specializing in. You know, the treatment specialist. You know, you could do hydrology to figure out how to get water supply to crop or pond water. So exciting fields, and agriculture is so all-encompassing. All the crops that you can think about that are grown commercially, all animals that are grown commercially, you go in set of those for carpet.
The process is all encompassing.
I thought because until you specialize in a particular area of agriculture, you want to be equipped with the sciences with a good foundation in mathematics and of engineering now, because you want to look to see how do you apply computerization to or advanced computerization to existing processes. You want to see how you can bring new engineering in terms of designs for efficiency. How do you cut costs? Energy, I mean, we utilize a lot of energy. How we create energy savings. I know in our own business right now, one of the things we are investigating to put in the houses are dimmable LED bulbs because you have significant energy saving, more capital out front. But in the long run, you save a significant amount on energy costs. We run at the moment on our 30 kilowatt of our energy to our base to GPS. They sell back to the grid because the mostly during the daytime when you have good sunlight. So the excess is sold back to JPS.
And of the biosecurity, it basically seemed like your farm has as much, if not more, than a prison, because you're saying that you're serious about making sure each process is as technically optimized as possible.
And it's really self-preservation, because in biosecurity, you have people on and off the farm. We don't know where they're coming from. Pathogens are born on your clothing, your footwear, or that before you enter us, that well before you are, that you sanitize all the checks and balances to ensure that we reduce possibility for contamination. And this is vehicles are sprayed outside. This is why you have the foot bath. This is why we have protected clothing. Do not allow workers to go from farm to farm and back to their location. They have to go across to 1 and 2, with farm 3 and 4. Then they have to share clothing when they get to the new location and change their footwear.
In the closing comments, I know it's not just adding technology to the processes. It's of care for each process as well.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not just I'm throwing a computer at make sure that the lighting is set up correctly. It's true technology that best fits this situation, but all it does least harm. Or does
appropriate technology.
Right. So, Lawrence, is there anything you'd like to leave with the listeners?
What I say to my young colleagues is that your time to dream. Science, technology, mathematics, very exciting areas. And this, if I speak as a nationalist now, I speak as a German. This is an opportunity for Jamaica to move to the 21st century and become a upper middle class earning, up income earner. where we can stop telling everybody that we are poor and move for economic security going forward. We need our young people to work with initiatives that will solve our problems, that will create productivity for people and eventually wealth for all of us. There is nothing wrong with creating wealth. Once you have a social conscience and share your wealth, I think all of us should move to create wealth so that we can live in a prosperous country to enhance our 2030 vision. Jamaica will be a preferred place to live. I want to leave that with your young people. Don't feel that you should be in the doldrums. You're now competing on a global scale. You're as good as any of the 12 million, whatever the population of the world is right now. We need to be able to match with them across the globe.
Sentiment to leave with. To thank those speakers who are still online, Mr. Brown, Mr. Morgan, and Layla online as well. But I just want to thank you, Mrs. Lan Atterbury, for just being a part of this discussion. Because it's one for you guys to have the knowledge, but it's another for us to actually be able to access it. Just sum up, this was an initiative with the partner of Heart Trust NTA, Ministry of Education. We were persons to get to make a link with the persons they want to speak to, not have an avenue to on a regular day. So, thank you very much for those of you who have been tuned in, especially those who have been faithfully tuned in from the start to the end. We know in a couple hours, but we hope that you took away a couple points that will be relevant to your life, and you don't be just hearers of the word, but doers as well. For those interested in getting the recording, you can send your email address to the chat, send it to Junior Achievement Jamaica, and recording available for you. Just want to thank you all again for tuning in, and to enjoy the rest of your day and partake in the rest of the National Careers Week of activities.
Thank you to the Junior Achievement team, and have a good evening. Thank you for listening.